Chapter 401, Holy Land Branch Chapter. John's suggestion of establishing a Holy Land branch instantly caught the attention of everyone in the room. Such a thing would be beyond their wildest hopes and dreams. Every power on the continent desired to establish a power in the Holy Lands, but such a thing was impossible without strength. John, is such a thing even possible? Barden couldn't help but ask his son. We know you're important to your sect, but even then, allocating land in the Holy Lands won't be an easy thing for them. It won't be a problem. A voice suddenly sounded out from one of the shadowed corners of the large room. Everyone turned to the source of the voice with great surprise, as they had not noticed this person at all. Only John remained calm, as he had expected such a thing to happen. Everyone spotted Lillian standing there in the corner of the room, partially shrouded in shadows. Her aura was completely retracted, making her seem to blend into the world itself. With her cultivation shrouded by her Tao transformation cultivation, it was almost as if she was invisible unless she wanted to be seen. You're John's master, the patriarch said to Lillian as he shakily stood up, still weak from his grave injury. He had been injured and healing during the celebrations, and had yet to meet Lillian. No need to stand up, Lillian replied calmly as she watched John Fenix approach her. Cade Fenix was supporting him, making sure he didn't strain himself too much. Nonsense, the patriarch replied. Were it not for your timely assistance, our Fenix clan would no longer be a part of this world. Standing up is the least I could do to show respect, he continued as he stubbornly walked over to her. Blood began to spew out of his freshly opened wound, but the patriarch ignored it. Lillian stared at the patriarch for a moment before she nodded her head in approval. Not a bad attitude you have. I can see where John gets his stubbornness from. What are you talking about? You're far more stubborn than me, John blurted out as he rolled his eyes. He quickly realized he had said something he shouldn't have and warily looked at his master. Surprisingly, she remained in place and only glared at him. John breathed a sigh of relief as he admonished himself and his inability to keep his mouth shut when talking about his master. Lillian gazed at John for a moment before looking back at the patriarch who stood before her. The patriarch bowed his head slightly in respect and thanks, to which Lillian stopped. Your thanks are enough. I do not need additional praise, Lillian replied. The patriarch nodded his head, quickly getting a gauge of Lillian's personality. She seemed to be a person who did what she did because she wanted to, and not because she expected praise from others. Such a person was someone worth befriending, or in John's case, following. He turned to John and smiled. You have a good master. Be sure to follow her closely. John rolled his eyes at the comment, but said nothing, and only nodded his head. The patriarch turned back to Lillian to inquire about what she had said earlier. You said establishing a Fenix clan branch in the Holy Lands won't be a problem. Is such a thing the truth? It won't be a problem, Lillian replied. Our Heavenly Lightning sect owns the largest portion of land out of any powers on this continent. We can carve out a small, unused section for your clan branch. Everyone's eyes in the room lit up at the confirmation of such a thing. Never in their wildest dreams had they expected such a thing to be possible, but the fate of the clan seemed to be changing for the better, all because of their young master's actions. Then I will thank you right now for aiding our clan yet again, the patriarch replied. He turned around to face the rest of the room and addressed them. However, there is still one thing to be decided. Who will lead this branch? I have lived my entire life here and will die here. My son is the leader of this main branch here, and so we will need someone else to lead the other branch. The hopeful eyes of many elders lit up at the thought of leading a Holy Land branch for the clan, but their hopes were quickly dimmed as they realized there truly was only one perfect fit for the job. Their eyes all turned to look at one person in the room. Barden quickly noticed the gazes of everyone in the room. Me, he asked. There can be no one else more suited for the role, Cade replied. You are not only a direct lineage of the current clan leadership, but are also the second strongest in the entire clan. Even I am no longer a match for you. And lastly, you are young and full of vigor. the perfect qualities needed to undertake a task as grueling as establishing a new branch. Barden remained silent for a moment as he gauged the reactions of everyone in the room. While there were some indifferent faces, the overwhelming sentiment was approval for this plan. "I accept," Barden replied decisively. "Good, good," the patriarch replied with a happy smile as he walked to his grandson and patted him on the back. "Under your leadership, I'm sure the branch there will soar to heights we cannot yet fathom." He turned to address the group of elders once more. "Then, with my authority as patriarch of this clan, I announce that John Fenix will become the branch leader for our very first Fenix clan branch." An uproar of congratulations filled the room as the elders one by one walked up to Barden and personally congratulated him. John walked over to his master and stood there watching the events unfold. The smile on his father's face revealed to him that he was truly happy to be entrusted with such a thing. "Thank you," John said to Lillian. "Oh, you're actually thanking me for once. Today truly is a day of rare events," Lillian replied somewhat sarcastically. John only rolled his eyes at her response. After appointing Barden as branch leader, the assembly of elders conversed about many things regarding the clan's future, such as the rebuilding process, the fate of Oren, and much more. John watched the discussions take place for some time, before he silently turned to leave the room. "Where are you going?" Lillian couldn't help but ask. "I have some unfinished business I have to take care of. I'll be back before long." Upon saying this, John strode out of the building and immediately took to the skis. He had not yet forgotten his vow of vengeance for his fallen friend. Chapter 402, Dreadle King John quickly left the Fenix clan grounds as he flew towards his desired destination. The skycleave forest rushed by below him, filling him with another wave of nostalgia. This very forest was where he first set out on his cultivation journey. It was where everything had started. After a moment of thought, John diverted his route slightly as he veered to the right. After flying forward for several hours, he finally arrived at his first destination. He hovered high in the sky as he looked down at the desolate stretch of forest below him. In this desolate stretch of forest was a large clearing, with a large village built in this clearing. This was the village that shunned cultivation and fled from the Dreadle Kingdom's protection. This was the village where John had killed his first human, and where he was yelled out of the city, he interfered with the bandits acting as guards. The village, which had once been brimming with human activity, was completely empty. Dried blood was splattered all over, while claw marks from powerful beasts were visible. Clearly the village was attacked by powerful beasts, and the village was no longer able to protect themselves, resulting in their destruction. John sighed slightly as he saw all of this, as its destruction was related to his interfering actions. However, his heart remained steady. "This village was destroyed because I interfered, but the blame cannot be put on me alone. Despite having no strength at all, they shunned the cultivation world and lived amongst beasts. Sooner or later, those bandits would have abandoned them, and their destruction would have happened regardless. They only have themselves to blame for their thinking. The only assurance in this world is strength. Shunning that assurance is tantamount to suicide." John gazed at the village below for a moment longer before his body sped forward once more, leaving the village behind for nature to eventually reclaim, its existence eventually forgotten for all time. In the very center of a large city, a grand castle towered over the rest of the city. The white walls of the castle gleamed in the sunlight, while the blue-tipped spires caught the attention of all. This castle belonged to the king of the Dreadle Kingdom. Within this castle, a meeting between all the important members of the kingdom was taking place. Seated on the throne before all the members was the king, who glanced down at his subjects, who were reporting on the matter at hand. "Reporting to your excellency, our scouts have just returned from the Fenix clan," one of the men said as he stepped forward. "Oh," the king replied as he glanced at the man. "What is the outcome of the battle? Has the Fenix clan been wiped out as expected? If so, we will need to give our tribute to the Crimson Valley sect with utmost haste. While we will fall a bit in power over these lands, this will ensure our survival as a kingdom." The man who had stepped forward paused for a moment after hearing his king's words. Actually, Your Excellency, it was the Fenix clan who was victorious. The Crimson Valley sect has been fully eradicated, sect and all. What? The man's report caused a commotion in the council chambers, as no one could believe what they were hearing. The king, too, was beyond surprised, and asked his man to clarify. Are you sure that's what happened? Could your scouts be wrong? The king asked. They are not wrong, Your Excellency, the man replied. Similar reports have come from other sources, adding to the veracity of the claim. Silence, the king commanded as the room became loud at the news once again. He glanced at the man once more. How did such a thing come to pass? Well, the man was unsure of how to report the message without sounding incredulous. After a brief moment of silence, he decided to just tell the truth. The Fenix clan was on the verge of annihilation when they were saved by one of their young masters, as well as a mysterious woman. Saved by one of their young masters? How could the youth of their clan make a difference? The king asked, not believing the story. We are unsure of how such a thing happened, the man replied. The king remained silent for a moment before he addressed the man, and the group before him once more. If that truly is the case, then we must find out more about this. Perhaps the youth discovered some amazing secret that elevated his power quickly. If we can obtain that secret, it could raise our kingdom as well, the king instructed. Boom. A sudden boom shook the castle, surprising everyone within the council chamber. A small part of the ceiling of the castle exploded, showering the council below with debris. Guards quickly flooded into the room at the sound, ready to fight against any intruder. Who dares interrupt my council meeting and destroy my castle? The king yelled out furiously as he noticed a new person had arrived. The person stood at the center of the room, instantly drawing the attention of everyone, including the guards. However, the guards didn't dare move as they noticed the power and cultivation of the person before them. John's eyes swept over the council, looking for a particular person. He had arrived at that person's mansion earlier, and his questioning had revealed that person to be in this very council. John immediately spotted the person, who looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. You, the man called out with absolute shock in his voice. Duke Trommel, we meet again, John replied with a smile as he approached the Duke. John had no ill will towards the Duke, despite the fact that he had hired the stalking Mantis Assassin Guild. The Duke was only doing what he could to take back his spear, and did not know John was part of the group that had stolen it. It was the assassins themselves that dealt the finishing blow, when they were only tasked with retrieving the spear. However, the Duke had information that John needed, and so he decided to come here directly. John ignored everyone else in the room, including the king, as he walked over to the Duke. Where can I find the stalking Mantis Assassin Guild? John asked, getting directly to the point. What? The Duke replied. He had expected John to come find vengeance for his son's actions a year ago. Answer me, John commanded. Where can I find them? His aura pressed down on the Duke, sending a shiver of fear up his spine. At the Shrake Mountains. They're located in a cave at the base of Shrake Mountain, the Duke replied hastily. John inspected the Duke for a moment to make sure he wasn't lying, before he suddenly flew up out of the hole in the castle's ceiling he had created. Just as fast as he had arrived, he had left, filling the council with a sense of confusion as to what had just happened. What just happened? Who was that boy? The king cried out for answers. How dare he invade my kingdom? His gaze locked onto the Duke, who was still shivering from John's aura. Duke Trommel, who was that boy? The king commanded answers once more. Your Excellency, the man who had addressed the council first stepped forward once more. I believe that was the Fenix clan youth I was talking about. His words sent a wave of shock through the council, while the king felt the color drain from his face. He had nearly shouted out and ordered his guards to attack John, but John had left before he could do so. The king slumped on his throne as he sighed out deeply, realizing he had barely dodged death today. John quickly arrived before a medium-sized mountain, which was relatively un-eye-catching. His divine sense swept out over the mountain, and he quickly spotted what he was looking for. It seems as though Duke Trommel was wise enough to not lie to me. There truly is a well-hidden hideout at the base of this mountain. Time to pay some old acquaintances a visit once again. Chapter 403, Visiting the Stalking Mantis Assassin Guild, Ga. A tortured cry echoed within a small room as a man and a woman looked on at the one screaming. The man screaming was tied to a chair, his body beaten and bloodied. Bam! The man's hand slapped across the face of the one screaming, knocking out several teeth. Yell again and I'll knock out the rest of your teeth, the man growled at the tied-down man. We've just yet started our interrogation, and you're already yelling like this. He turned to glance at the woman next to him. Seems like we won't be playing around with our food too long this time around. The woman frowned as she heard the man's words. We're not playing around. The captain ordered us to extract where this man's leader stored their treasures. The one paying for this job paid quite a nice sum of money, and so the captain wants no mistakes at all. The man clicked his tongue in frustration, but said nothing as he let the woman take the lead on the interrogation. A plier appeared in her hands, and she took a step towards the tied-down man when a door opened behind them. Captain, both of them called out as they saw who it was. What brings you here? Are you not confident in our ability to get this information? The woman asked respectfully. No, it's not that, the captain replied as he walked into the room. I'm just feeling restless today for some reason. I figured I'd walk about and see what everyone is doing to occupy my mind. Ho, what's this? The other man in the room replied. Our captain is uneasy. Has such a thing ever happened? He asked as he turned to the woman next to him. The woman frowned at the man's goading before she turned to her captain once more. We were just about to start extracting the needed information from him, she instructed. Carry on then. I'll return shortly, and hopefully we'll be given good news by the two of you. Boom. A loud boom echoed throughout the underground hiding as it trembled violently for a short time. The three in the room struggled to stay on their feet, while the man tied to the chair was knocked over sideways. What the hell is going on? The woman shouted as the trembling stopped, and she finally regained her balance. I'm not sure, but it seems like someone is assaulting our front entrance. Let's go, the captain commanded as he stormed out of the room. The two others in the room quickly joined him, as well as various other members from different parts of the hideout. Captain, what's going on? Several others asked as they caught up to the group that was speeding towards the entrance. I'm not sure, but gather all the members of our guild. We may have a fight on our hands soon, the captain commanded. The man nodded his head and sped towards other parts of the hideout, while the main group sped forward towards the entrance, weapons in hand. John landed at the front entrance of the hideout and gazed around for a moment. He could tell there were two nearby cultivators in hiding, waiting for the perfect opportunity to assassinate him. Their stealth arts were quite impressive for their cultivation levels, and John was sure they would be incredibly lethal against anyone in the same cultivation realm. However, compared to himself, they were far too weak. They're quite a cautious bunch. I guess without the proper invitation, they kill on sight. Not bad. His hands stretched in opposite directions as his fingers suddenly pointed out. Bang! Two beams of chi fired out of his fingers, each followed by a pained cry. Two bodies fell out of the canopies of nearby trees, thumping to the ground. If only they were stronger, this trip of mine would have been more fulfilling. After taking care of the guards outside, John strode towards the front entrance. A large metal door was covered by vegetation, making it almost unnoticeable to the naked eye. This door is quite thick. It would easily stop the attack of chi condensation experts and thwart core formation cultivators for a good bit of time. It's too bad for them that they angered the wrong person. John's foot suddenly kicked out, slamming against the large metal door. The metal door instantly caved in from the force and was launched deep into the front entrance of the cave. Boom! The door slammed against the cave wall, creating a loud boom and shaking the small mountain from the force of the collision. That should get their attention, John mused to himself as he began to walk deeper into the hideout. His eyes swept in all directions, and an approving nod appeared on his face. This is actually quite a nice hideout. This stalking mantis assassin guild seems to be quite capable. The interior of the cave was incredibly organized and didn't look like a cave at all. The interior system was clean and easy to navigate and contained many traps. Gee. Dozens of knives from the wall of the caves propelled towards John as he stepped on one of the traps the guild had set up. Peng. 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 The knives collided against John's skin, ricocheting off without even leaving a scratch. John continued on without pause, stepping on another one of the traps. Fire shot out of the wall, drowning his entire body in powerful flames. Against almost any other cultivator in these lands, these traps would be deadly, but... John strode out of the flames and dusted off one of his shoulders, as some dust had accumulated there. His footsteps were steady as he strode deeper into the hideout. His ears perked up as he finally heard some commotion deeper into the cave. Finally, someone to greet me. I was starting to think no one was home. Before long, a large group of cultivators came speeding into his vision. The group consisted of over 30 members, several of which he recognized. The group instantly spotted John as they rounded the corner and came to a screeching halt. Who dares intrude here? Prepare to die. The man who had spoken out with vigor in his voice suddenly became silent as he saw who it was that stood before him. His face turned slightly pale as he noticed the cultivation level of the one standing before them. John raised his eyebrows slightly, as there were even some core formation experts in the group. He had expected their power to cap out at the chi condensation realm, as the captain of the group had just barely ascended to core formation recently, but it seemed as though hierarchy in the guild was not based on strength. "Hi there," John called out with a large smile on his face as he waved to the captain. "I told you I would be coming back for you, and I always keep my word." Chapter 404, Reunion with the Assassin Captain the Captain, as well as several other members of the stalking Mantis Assassin Guild, all had looks on their faces as if they had seen a ghost. Those in the group who did not recognize John could tell the situation was bad just based on their captain's reaction. Their captain was an incredibly stalwart man, and they had never seen him cower at anything, especially a young boy who appeared no older than 16. Their divine senses scanned out, and shock appeared on their faces as well. Meridian forging. The woman from the torture room couldn't help but exclaim in shock. John's smiling face gazed at the group before him as he took note of the several familiar faces. His vision darkened for a brief moment as he spotted the one who had landed the fatal blow on Austin in the group. His finger suddenly pointed out to the group, who instantly jumped in fright and readied their weapons for an attack. You, and you, the ones I pointed to, step forward now," John instructed with a calm voice. The ones who had been pointed at felt their hearts leap out of their chests. They all recognized John, as they had been part of the group that had assassinated Austin and the rest, and had attempted to kill John as well. The ones who had been pointed at froze, and some started to take several steps back in an early attempt to flee. "Shit, run!" One of the singled-out members turned and began to flee at his fastest speed. John frowned as he saw this, and his body suddenly blurred in the vision of those looking at him. "Gah!" A pained cry echoed out behind the group, causing them to all turn their heads in fright. However, when they looked back behind them, the only thing they saw was some blood splattered on the ground. "Please, don't kill me!" A pained and frightful cry sounded out in front of the group, causing them to look forwards once more. A collective look of absolute shock appeared on their faces as the man who began to flee was kneeling before John, who looked down at him with cold eyes. One of his arms had been ripped off and was lying on the ground next to him. The group of assassins instantly felt a chill crawl up their spines as they saw this. They were a group that specialized in speed and stealth, but even they were unable to see John move. He had moved towards the man, cut off his arm, and brought him back to his original spot without them even seeing his blur. There were even several of them at the core formation realm, and they had been unable to see John's movements. It was at this moment that everyone in the group, the captain included, knew they were at the mercy of the one before them. There was only one hope for them left, but that hope was out of the hideout at the moment. Pub Future adds, "Please don't kill me. We were only taking orders that night," the man cried out again to John. He instantly recognized John as the youth that had escaped, as John's actions that night were beyond shocking. John glanced down at the man kneeling before him, with cold, indifferent eyes. "I know Duke Trommel hired you all, but he seems like a reasonable man. I doubt he called for the execution of all of us and only paid you to retrieve the spear. What exactly were his orders that night?" John asked calmly. The man trembled as he heard John's question. I don't know. I wasn't told the orders. I only did what I was instructed," the man cried out in panic. John's divine sense was locked onto the man, and he could instantly tell that the man was lying based on his soul fluctuations. His hand reached out and gripped the man by his throat, dragging him up off his feet and into the air. "Don't lie to me, or I'll make your fate beyond miserable," John instructed with an icy tone. The man nearly passed out from fright upon hearing this, and quickly babbled out the truth for John to hear. "You're right. I was told the instructions from Duke Trommel," the man cried out hastily. "The instructions were to retrieve the spear, as well as kill the leader of the operation. We were to incapacitate the rest of you and bring you back to the Duke himself to decide your fate." John narrowed his eyes as he heard this. Most likely, the Duke would want to publicly arrest us and incarcerate us for life, as a show of his power. However, I could have gotten us out of that situation. It seems like this guild took matters into their own hands. "Oh," John said as he glanced at the man, "and you chose to instead execute us all." "It's because we leave no witnesses or survivors in our missions, no exceptions," a voice suddenly boomed out from the crowd. John glanced towards the crowd and raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. The captain stepped forward out of the crowd, as he had been the one to speak out just now. "Have you finally regained your nerve?" John asked while staring at the man who had led the assassination mission against him. The captain smiled at John as well, as he had fully accepted death at this moment. "Death is only death, but I refuse to let myself die without pride and dignity. It would be unbecoming of an assassin," the captain replied firmly. "I have taken hundreds of lives in my lifetime. It was only a matter of time until my life was the one being silenced." "Captain," the woman called out with great concern in her voice. Pub Future adds, "Silence," the captain commanded as he looked over his shoulder and smiled at the woman. "I have made up my mind." A look of pained despair appeared on the woman's face, as tears began to stream down her face. A curious look appeared on John's face as he saw this scene carry out before him. "Oh, so even cold-blooded assassins can know love," John said to the captain, as he could clearly tell what was going on between the captain and the woman. The woman suddenly stepped forward and stood next to the captain. "What are you doing? Get back," the captain commanded with an angry voice. The woman smiled as she stared up at the man before her. "If we die together. I have no regrets." A wave of emotion flooded through the captain as he heard this, and he could tell she had firmed her resolve. A pained smile appeared on his face as he wrapped one of his arms around the woman, pulling her in close. Chi. John's finger suddenly pointed in several directions in an instant, as thin but powerful chi beams raced towards the group. The chi beams pierced through the heads of those in the crowd he had recognized from that night, but had not stepped forward yet. Those struck by the chi beams died without even realizing it, and their bodies fell to the ground lifelessly. The nearby assassin guild members all jumped back before they gazed at John with icy glares. It was like their fear was erased and replaced with calm bloodthirst. "It seems as though you have all found your nerves again. Not bad." John looked towards the captain once more and pointed his finger at his head, ready to unleash the final attack. "This assassin guild of yours is quite impressive. You should be proud of what you have made here." The captain smiled as he heard John's words. "It's not all by my own doing, but I will thank you nonetheless. I know my fate is sealed, but I will still make the request that you let the rest of them live." John thought about it for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. "I can make use of a guild with such skills, so I'll let them live." The captain smiled upon hearing this, and his gaze shifted from John to the woman next to him. She smiled at the captain as well, and they both nodded their heads in unison. "Chi." Knives held by their own hands slashed across each of their necks, severing their arteries. Blood began to spew out, but each ignored the pain as they stared into each other's eyes. Life slowly drained from their bodies as they collapsed into each other for one final embrace. Chapter 405. Assassin Guild leader John watched the scene before him in silence, giving them the respect they deserved in their final moments. While he did consider the captain an enemy and wanted his death, he still allowed him and his woman to go out together, their love and dignity intact. The group of assassins behind watched the scene before them with mixed expressions. Some had tears in their eyes, while others looked on at John with anger and hate. John ignored those stares, as their anger was beneath his notice. A woman suddenly stepped forward towards the bodies, uncaring about John or what he did to her. She touched both bodies, collecting them into her spatial ring, before her gaze shifted towards John. "I'm going to bury them together. If you have a problem with that, just kill me now." John raised one eyebrow at her words, as well as her unflinching resolve, and nodded his head. "Go ahead," he replied, allowing her to leave with the bodies. The woman walked by John, not giving him a second glance. He allowed her to go, as his gaze shifted back towards the group of assassins that stood before him. Their cultivations ranged from mist creation to core formation. While this level of strength was pathetic in the Holy Lands, it was quite respectable in these lands. Just getting to core formation in John's homelands was an accomplishment that only 1 in a million was able to achieve. "So who is your leader?" John asked the group. "You addressed that man as captain, but surely you have a leader. Why has he not appeared?" The group remained silent as they stared at John. Silence filled the cave for a moment. "Just kill us already. You expect us to sell out our leader. Forget about it," one of the men in the group eventually replied. The rest nodded their heads in agreement, their resolves firmed together. John nodded his head in approval at their attitudes. If they had sold out their leader, he would have killed them instantly, as they would have revealed they valued their own lives more than those around them. Such people weren't worthy of living. John's consciousness suddenly flared, as his instincts kicked into high alert. His power flared outwards, and he was just about to dodge to the side when he decided not to do so at the very last moment. Pang! A metallic sound boomed within the cave, as the walls trembled slightly from the collision that had just taken place. The force of the collision sent a slight shockwave through the hall, knocking the nearby assassins off their feet. They slowly clambered back to their feet and took in the sight before them. Their eyes opened wide in shock at what they saw. John stood there motionlessly, as an elderly-looking man stood directly behind him. A dagger was in the elderly man's hands and was pressed against John's back between the shoulder blades. The assassins all had their eyes light up in hopeful optimism as they saw who had arrived. However, that optimism quickly dimmed as they saw the next scene play out. John smiled over his shoulder as he stared at the elderly man behind him. The man's face turned from an emotionless face to one of slight grimness as he noticed John's gaze. He instantly retreated, putting some distance between himself and John. John turned around and faced the man, who had shown up without any warning. The man's cultivation was at the Meridian Forging Realm, and John could instantly tell that this was the Assassin Guild leader. His stealth and assassination arts were incredibly impressive, and even John had only noticed his presence at the last moment. While he would have been able to dodge the attack in time, he decided not to do so, as a display of the power difference between him and the man. The dagger had exploded onto his back with incredible speed and precision, which would have plunged deep into the flesh of any other meridian-forging cultivator. However, John's body toughness was far above anything the elderly man had come across before, and the dagger couldn't even scratch the surface of his skin. "Who are you?" the elderly man asked with a cold voice. His gaze swept across the group of assassins behind John and noticed several of them lying on the floor, dead. His gaze turned slightly angry at the sight, but his aura remained calm and undisturbed. "Not bad," John complimented the man. "Even when you see your underlings dead before you, you are able to maintain your composure, as expected of the leader of such a guild." The man ignored John's compliment as his eyes swept over the group once more. He immediately noticed that several members were missing. John could tell what the man was thinking and decided to clear up the situation from the start. "If you're looking for your captain, he's dead, along with his woman," John explained. The man's expression turned dark as he heard this, and his aura quickly disappeared. At the same time, he disappeared from John's vision, causing John to raise his eyebrows once again in surprise. Peng! A metallic sound rang out once more, as John's hand caught a dagger in front of his face. "Going straight for the eyes. You're quite brutal," John exclaimed as he kicked his leg out. Bang! His leg collided with thin air, but it made a loud sound as the elderly man was suddenly revealed to all once more. His body collided violently against the cave wall, causing him to spew out blood. The man struggled to get up, but collapsed to the ground as the force from John's kick had been incredibly strong. John observed the man for a moment before he once again nodded his head in approval. "That stealth art of yours was actually quite impressive. You seem to combine a soul illusion art with strange movements to disappear from sight. That, combined with your speed and ability to conceal your aura, is an incredibly deadly combo against anyone in the same realm as you. Unfortunately, you went against me." "Leader!" several of the assassins cried out as they ran towards the elderly man. Several of them helped him up, and one gave him a low-tier healing pill. The man accepted their aid before he gazed at John once more. "Who are you?" the man asked once more. "With your power, if you wanted me and everyone else here dead, we would be dead already. What are your intentions with my guild?" "You'll get to find out who I am after you answer this one question of mine," John replied. "Are you willing to have your assassin guild become a subordinate of my clan?" Chapter 406. Acquiring an assassin guild, the leader of the guild stared at John with a calm expression as he heard his question. He assumed it was something like that, as he had received many such offers in the past. However, every offer in the past was from a power that he could ignore, and thus he rejected them. John's power was far above his own, and he was only a child. Clearly he was far from normal. "It's either that, or I kill everyone here and burn this place to the ground," John continued, as he was met with only silence. The guild leader remained silent for a moment longer before a sigh escaped his lips. "Let me ask you this one thing before I answer," the man replied. "For what reason did you kill my underlings?" He had been out of the headquarters on a mission, and when he returned, he saw John standing before his guild members, several of them dead already. Without asking questions, he had attempted to assassinate John, but was unable to do so. "They ambushed a group I was part of about a year ago and killed one of my friends. They also tried to kill me, but I was barely able to escape. Today's events are a natural consequence of their actions and their failure to finish the job that night," John replied calmly. The elderly man stared at John for a moment before he closed his eyes and sighed once more. "I see. If that is the case, then they only have themselves to blame." The line of assassin work was clear on one thing: never leave any survivors. Survivors could rise in power and do what John had done today. "I accept your offer," the man finally replied. The choice was between following John, a youth who displayed incredible talents, or death. The decision was easy to make. John nodded his head in satisfaction at the man's answer. but his face quickly darkened as he stared at the man. "Good choice. Following me will bring you benefits far beyond your imagining. But know this. If you ever betray me, not only will I kill everyone here, I'll make sure that each and every single one of you experiences a death more painful than you could ever imagine." John's words, combined with his incredibly thick bloodlust, sent a shiver down everyone's spine. They could tell that he was serious with every word he had said. The elderly man sighed once more as he heard John's words. "No one here is foolish enough to enrage a power far beyond our level. What is your name, so that we may serve you appropriately?" the man asked. John smiled as he heard these words, as he could tell the man was sincere in his offer. "John Fenix." "Well then, young Master John, my stalking mantis assassin guild is now under your command." 2 days later, John arrived back at his Fenix clan, with the stalking mantis assassin guild leader behind him. John had spent the last 2 days instructing the guild on their new responsibilities, as well as leaving them some pills and weapons to improve their power. The best way to win over the hearts of cultivators was to bestow them powerful gifts, and he had done just that. The pills and weapons he had obtained from the Holy Lands were enough to shock the guild speechless, and his promises of further rewards served as additional fuel for them to slowly but surely accept his proposition. Upon arriving at the clan, John noticed that the elders had all gathered in the great meeting hall at the base of the mountain. He flew directly there and quickly entered the building, along with the assassin guild leader. John spotted his father, his grandfather, the patriarch, and all the other elders gathered in the meeting hall. They quickly noticed his arrival and turned to greet him. "John, you're finally back," Barden greeted him with an embrace. After parting, he noticed the elderly man standing behind John and inspected him closely. His eyebrows raised slightly as he noticed the man's cultivation, as well as the dangerous feeling he got from staring at the man. Despite Barden's increase in power, he knew the man was stronger and far more deadly than himself. "Who is this?" Barden asked curiously. The rest of the elders in the room also noticed the man, and could instantly tell that he was incredibly dangerous. "This is Harlow, the leader of the stalking mantis assassin guild," John replied with a smile. "What? The stalking mantis assassin guild?" Several elders cried out in surprise. The guild had the reputation of being one of the most lethal assassin guilds in the entire land, mostly due to the leader himself being incredibly powerful. The leader had quite a legendary reputation in these lands as one of its most deadly cultivators. The only one in the room who would be able to survive against him would be the patriarch. "What is he doing here?" Barden asked curiously. John scratched his cheek as a wry smile appeared on his face. "They work for our Fenix clan now," he replied. "What?" Another collective outburst boomed within the room. Cade Fenix walked up to John, his face slightly confused. "John, how did such a thing come to pass?" he asked curiously. "The details don't matter, do they?" John replied with a wry smile. "Only that the guild now directly serves the Fenix clan as its main assassination branch. If you have any problems that need silent solutions, they will be at your beck and call," John explained. The guild leader looked on at the scene with a strange look on his face. John had been incredibly intimidating and overwhelming back in the hideout, but now seemed like nothing more than a child. However, he had been won over by John's power and promised rewards, and so his loyalty to the Fenix clan was absolute now. He knew that if he ever betrayed them, there would be no safe place to live anymore, and so such a thought didn't even cross his mind. The details of adding the Assassination Guild to the Fenix clan power network was discussed in great detail before the meeting of elders convened for the night. John followed his father home as they discussed various details of what had transpired over the last few days, with John revealing his reason for running into the guild. "Such a thing happened," Barden exclaimed as John explained the night the guild had almost claimed his life. John only laughed at his father's response and told him it was all water under the bridge, as the two continued to converse. When they arrived before their house, Barden suddenly became silent, his mood shifting. John instantly noticed this shift and couldn't help but ask about it. "Father, what is going on? Why did you suddenly become quiet?" Barden remained silent as he stood there for a moment, before he began to walk towards the mansion once more. John followed closely behind and followed his father into the house and eventually into the basement. Surprise appeared on his face as Barden opened the secret passageway to the mysterious place beneath his house. The last time John had been here was when he discovered the mysterious sphere, which his parents refused to elaborate the secrets of. John followed silently down to the secret chamber below, and when he arrived, he saw his mother standing there, her face seemingly stained with tears. Barden turned to his son with a solemn expression on his face. "Son, with your new power and everything else that has happened, your mother and I have decided that it's finally time to tell you the truth about everything we know." Chapter 407. Sandstorm John sucked in a deep breath as he heard his father's words. Everything had started in this basement chamber when he had discovered the mysterious sphere. Upon touching it, it appeared inside of him as a second Danshan, and the rest of his journey was set into motion. It was the thing that broke his curse of not being able to cultivate, and was the thing that changed his fate forever. If not for the sphere, John knew he would most likely still be unable to cultivate, and his clan would have been wiped out. It was not unreasonable to say that the sphere was one of the things that saved his clan from destruction. He had asked his father the day after obtaining the sphere what it was, but Barden had only said he would explain things when John was older. It appeared that the time for those explanations had come, and John was waiting for each word on bated breath to learn the truth about it. "Do we have to?" Rachel Fenix said softly to Barden as she stood next to him. Barden smiled sadly at his wife and wrapped one of his arms around her. "We must. It's only right at this point," Barden replied. John could clearly tell that there was something in the story that his father was about to tell that neither he nor his mother wanted John to know, but were going to tell him anyway. Barden turned his gaze from his wife to John, and his face turned stern as he looked at his son. "I knew this day would eventually come, ever since you found this sphere. We hid it out of sight, deep beneath the earth, but yet you still found it regardless. While it may seem like coincidence, it is not," Barden started explaining. "While you may not yet know it, you have a deep intertwined fate with the sphere." John remained silent as he listened to his father speak. When he had first stumbled down in the basement, he had felt a strange feeling that had drawn him to the sphere. He had assumed it was just the power of the sphere that he had detected, but it appeared that there was much more to the story. "Just know, finding out the truth of everything. Are you sure you are ready?" Barden asked John. John's face turned stern, and he nodded his head at his father. "I'm ready." Barden sighed and embraced his wife a bit tighter as he began to tell John the truth. This story starts many years ago. In the middle of the great desert, a sandstorm covering a wide swath of land raged with great ferocity. The winds howled at incredible speeds, while the sand kicked up by the winds pelted all in its path. The power of the sandstorm was enough to grind down large boulders to mere pebbles in several minutes. In the very heart of this sandstorm, two people were fighting against it with all their might. Bang! A loud bang echoed out within the sandstorm, followed by a screeching roar as a powerful fire battle art attack exploded against a desert beast. The beast was knocked backwards hundreds of yards into the sandstorm as it quickly disappeared from sight. "Grandfather," a man who appeared to be in his 20s cried towards the one who had just attacked the creature. "I can barely hold on anymore. We need to find shelter." The man turned around as he heard these words and nodded his head in agreement. "This storm is far too strong. If we stay inside of it, we'll die. Our chi is being depleted at rapid rates fighting against the storm, and we can't hold on much longer," the older man yelled out, his voice partially drowned out by the storm. The man's divine sense swept out in all directions as far as it could go, as he searched for any form of shelter. After searching for a short while, the man's eyes lit up slightly. "This way, Barden. Follow me," Barden's grandfather, the Fenix clan patriarch, called out loudly. The youth, who appeared to be in his 20s, was John's father, Barden Fenix. His cultivation was at the early core formation realm, while his grandfather's was in the meridian forging realm. Barden shielded his eyes as he followed closely behind his grandfather. The two fought against the powerful storm as they slowly moved forward towards whatever Grayson Fenix had spotted. After great struggle, Barden and Grayson arrived at their target destination. A cave system, with 90% of its entrance covered by the desert sand, was revealed before them. "It's a cave system," Grayson called out. "The storm must have swept away the top of it, barely revealing its entrance. Stand back for a moment." Barden stood several steps back behind his grandfather, who slashed his weapon out towards the sand blocking the cave. Boom! His weapon slammed against the sand, upheaving most of the sand in their way. The cave entrance that was just barely revealed before opened up to them, allowing them to enter. "Quick, enter," Grayson instructed as he dashed into the cave. Barden followed behind quickly as they left the powerful storm and finally felt shelter. The storm howled just outside the entrance of the cave as the two descended deeper into it. "We'll set up camp here," Grayson Fenix instructed as he sat on the ground. A ball of flame lit up in his hands, illuminating the cave around them. The ball of fire floated in the air before them, acting as a permanent light source within the otherwise pitch-black cave. Barden fell heavily onto the floor, his exhaustion nearly overwhelming him. They had been in the storm for over a day, and he didn't know how much longer he would have been able to survive. His breathing was heavy as he fought to catch his breath. Grayson Fenix unpacked some supplies from his spatial ring as he set up a temporary camp. "We'll shelter here until the storm passes. Then we continue onwards to the Holy Lands," he instructed as he took out a piece of meat and began to roast it over the ball of fire. Barden sat up and nodded his head in understanding and took out some meat of his own, roasting it as well. After finishing their meals, Barden and his grandfather fell into a deep slumber as the storm continued to rage overhead. Chapter 408, Truth the Night Passed By, and the next day arrived as the storm continued to rage without showing signs of weakening. Both Barden and Grayson made no attempt to leave the cave, as it was the only solace in the storm of misery. Grayson gazed from the fire to his grandson, who appeared to be deep in thought. "Thinking about her?" he asked Barden. Barden looked at his grandfather as a smile full of longing appeared on his face. He nodded his head at his grandfather's words. "How could I not?" Barden replied. "I just got married to the love of my life several weeks ago, and I'm already leaving her behind. Am I truly doing the right thing here?" Barden asked, his tone full of confusion and doubt. "You are doing this for your clan and your family, are you not?" Grayson asked. Barden nodded his head at his grandfather's question. "Then you are not doing the wrong thing. You may be parting with your wife for now, but you are doing so to raise your strength, allowing you to better protect your family. Offers from a holy land power, especially one as powerful as the Supreme Battle Sect, are not given out lightly. You must seize this opportunity with all your power. You will return to our clan eventually, and your power will be able to ensure our survival. That alone makes it worthwhile," Grayson said while smiling at his grandson. Barden remained silent as he stared into the ball of fire and listened to his grandfather's words. He only nodded his head to his grandfather's words, as he was unable to muster his voice at the moment. The fire continued to burn as time slowly passed by within the cave. Before long, night once again descended, and Barden and Grayson both fell into another deep slumber. In the middle of the night, Barden suddenly opened his eyes as he was roused from his deep slumber. His dreary eyes scanned the nearby area, but found nothing of note. "I must have imagined it," Barden mused to himself as he fell back asleep. Just as he was about to fall back asleep, the same feeling that roused him from his slumber passed over him again. He sat upright and glanced over to his nearby grandfather, who was still deep asleep. Strange. If there truly is something deeper in this cave system, Grandfather surely would have noticed it when he cleared out the cave. Barden continued to feel the slight lingering feeling within him, and he finally stood up from his makeshift bed. He peered deeper into the cave, as that was the direction he felt the feeling coming from. Barden glanced back at his grandfather, unsure if he should rouse him or not, but decided against it. His grandfather had used an incredible amount of energy to shield them both through the storm, and was still weak. He needs all the rest he can get. I'll check it out, and if I notice anything, I'll alert grandfather. With his mind made up, Barden began to slowly walk deeper into the cave. A ball of fire appeared in his hand to illuminate the area, while his divine sense was pushed out to its maximum range as his caution was raised. Slowly but surely, Barden walked deeper into the cave, which stretched for over a mile down deep into the earth. There were many side caves that sprung up occasionally, but each led to a dead end. Barden ignored these routes as he strode down the main channel. The strange feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Just what is down here? Barden mused out loud. After walking for a lengthy amount of time, he eventually came to the end of the cave. A dead end greeted him, causing him to frown as he put his hand against the wall of the cave. What is going on? The strange feeling seems to be coming from the other side of this wall, but it's clearly a dead end. Should I attack my way through this wall? Flash. Barden's vision suddenly went bright as he felt his body wrapped up in a strange energy. What's going on? Barden cried out as he struggled against it, but was unable to budge even slightly. His body was pulled through the wall of the cave as if it wasn't there, shocking him greatly. Almost immediately after, he found himself in an incredibly large, open cavern. His gaze swept around in all directions, and his eyes quickly opened wide in shock as he took in the scene before him. Hundreds of corpses, some clearly belonging to ancient cultivators far above his level in power, were scattered on the ground of the chamber. In the very center of the chamber, a bright glowing ball of chi several feet across hovered in the air. Just from a glance, Barden could tell that the ball of chi was so powerful that he couldn't even comprehend it. But it was also shrouded by a mysterious power to make its aura undetectable, even at this close range. What is this thing? Barden mused to himself as he stared warily from a distance, unwilling to approach any closer. However, the strange power wrapped him up once more, dragging his body closer to the floating orb of chi in the center of the chamber. Damn it, I need to escape. Grandfather, Barden cried out, but his words were drowned out and his power was insignificant when compared to the power wrapping around him. Barden quickly found himself floating directly in front of the orb, as a powerful divine sense far beyond his comprehension suddenly scanned over him, invading his soul. Barden was not even able to put up a slight resistance as the divine sense read each and every memory of his. Barden grit his teeth against the pain invading his soul, and just when he thought his soul was about to shatter, the divine sense stopped its soul search. Barden's heavy breathing echoed within the otherwise silent chamber for a few minutes, before a voice entered his mind. You are a good man, a man of love, care, and pride, the voice whispered softly within his mind. I shall choose you. What? Choose me for what? Barden cried out, his voice echoing within the chamber. Barden's eyes suddenly locked on the orb of chi before him, which began to slowly unravel, revealing the contents within. His eyes went wide, as he was unable to believe what he saw within. John listened closely as his father explained everything that had happened in the Great Desert. He was surprised to hear that his father had somehow gotten an offer to join the Supreme Battle Sect, and had attempted to do so just after marrying his wife Rachel. However, on his trip to the Holy Lands, the storm caused them to seek shelter, which eventually led to Barden discovering the mysterious chamber and the orb within. Barden paused for a long time after revealing this, while his wife gripped him tighter, her tears starting to flow once more. John clenched his fists tightly as he broke the silence. What happened next? What was in the orb of chi? Was it the mysterious sphere? John asked. He could tell his father was struggling to find the right words to say next. Barden sighed deeply once more. His firm and resolved eyes locked onto John's as he decided to reveal the truth. When the orb of chi faded, I found the mysterious sphere, as well as you, no more than a few days old, holding the sphere in your hands. Chapter 409, Mysterious Spirit, Wa. The cries of the newborn baby before Barden echoed out throughout the large cavern as the cocoon of chi finally faded away fully. Barden stood there in stunned silence for an incredibly long time as the baby floated before him. After standing there for some time, he reached out and embraced the baby, cradling it gently in his arms. He stared closely at the child in his arms, whose cries softened as it snuggled in his embrace. The mysterious sphere was still in the baby's embrace, as if it belonged to him alone and brought him comfort. Barden rocked the child in his embrace for some time, before his gaze shifted to look forwards. A soul spirit floated before him, incredibly powerful, but also ethereal, as if it would fade away at any moment. It took the form of a woman, who took Barden's breath away at her beauty. However, her aura was also incredibly intimidating and strange, unlike anything he had ever felt before, making it hard for Barden to look directly at her. "What is his name?" Barden asked. "John," the soul form replied gently, love and warmth in her voice. Barden looked back down at the baby in his arms and felt lost at the moment. "What am I supposed to do with him? Do you intend for me to raise him?" "Yes," the spirit replied gently. "You will raise him as your own child. You will show him love, care, and a good life." Barden frowned at these words, as he considered himself not fit to raise a child, let alone someone else's. However, the spirit's next words made any potential rebukes of him vanish into thin air. "If you do not raise this child, and you do not raise him with love and care, if anything happens to this child, I will be sure to destroy everyone and everything you hold dear." There was no bluffing in the voice, which sent a chill up Barden's spine. The power of the spirit before him was beyond his comprehension, and he did not doubt it was capable of it. At that moment, the baby shifted deeper into Barden's embrace and fell into a deep slumber. Both Barden and the spirit smiled at the scene, and Barden felt a wave of emotions enter his body. After a long silence, Barden sighed deeply and nodded his head at the spirit. "It seems that I have no choice in the matter. I will do as you say, and raise this child as my own." The spirit stared at Barden closely, as if inspecting the truth of each of his words. After another moment of silence, it spoke up once more. "The sphere is his hands, contains secrets far beyond your comprehension." Barden's eyes locked onto the sphere as it was mentioned, and he felt as though his soul was being drawn into it. A feeling of both holy relaxation and also sinister malevolence entered his mind at the same time, causing him to shift his gaze in fright. "What is this thing?" Barden couldn't help but ask. "I cannot reveal that," the spirit replied. "The only thing you need to know is that it belongs to John and that it must never be found or used by anyone else. Do you understand?" Barden immediately nodded his head, as he found both the spirit and the sphere beyond frightening. "Good, listen to my words carefully. You must keep this sphere and John separate until he is old enough to handle its power," the spirit instructed. "How old is old enough?" Barden asked for clarity. "Fate will decide when he is old enough," the spirit replied. "Hide it away from view. When he is ready to obtain this item, he will naturally find it." Barden remained silent for a moment, not really believing in fate, but nodded his head nonetheless. "Good, then I only have one last instruction for you. When the child has found this sphere and has had ample time to adapt to it and accept his own nature, you will lead him back here." Barden nodded his head once again, acknowledging the spirit's instructions. The spirit's gaze shifted from Barden to the baby in his embrace, and a warm smile appeared on her face. Her gaze lingered for some time, before the familiar power wrapped up Barden and his vision turned white. He immediately found himself back in the cave, as if he had never left the dead end. In fact, it all appeared to have been a dream. However, the baby he held in his embrace revealed that everything that had happened was reality. Barden stared at the baby in his arms for quite some time before a wry smile appeared on his face. "How do I even begin to explain this to grandfather? Or Rachel?" He shook his head at himself, before he turned and walked back up the cave towards his grandfather, an unexpected newborn child in his arms. After that, instead of going to the Holy Land, my grandfather and I returned to the clan. We hid your identity for many months so that we could let the others believe that you were truly our son and a member of the clan. John stood there in stunned silence as his father explained what had happened in the cavern and what the spirit had said to him. He was unable to muster a single sound, as his entire reality was shattering before him. Every word his father spoke felt like a war drum booming in his mind, shattering what he knew about himself. After Barden finished speaking, the only sounds filling the room was the soft sobs from Rachel. She had not wanted to reveal the truth to John, but knew there was no other way. Barden sighed once more as he saw his son unable to process what he had heard. Rachel Fenix turned from Barden's embrace and walked forward to embrace John, who stood there staring off at nothing. "Son, while you now know the truth, that does not change the fact that you are our son," Rachel said as she hugged John tightly. Barden walked up as well and placed a heavy hand on John's shoulder. "That's right, son. At first I'll admit that I was a bit hesitant about the whole thing, but after spending more and more time raising you, I truly do consider you my son. While we may not be linked by blood, we are linked by our hearts and our souls." "That's right," Rachel said as she nodded her head. "No matter what, you will always be our precious son. None of this changes that at all." John finally snapped out of his stunned daze and looked at his two parents who stood before him. Tears streamed down his mother's face, while his father stared at him with heavy eyes. John could clearly tell that both were broken by the truth they had hidden from him, and also that they had to reveal to him today. "We both love you, John. That will never change," Barden said to John. After standing there in stunned silence all this time, John finally snapped out of his stunned daze and raised both his arms, pulling his mother and father into an embrace. Tears formed in the corners of his eyes as he felt their warm embrace. "I love you both," John replied before parting from their embrace. He stared at both of them with blurry eyes. "Despite what you've told me today, you'll both always be my mother and father. But I need some time to process this all," John replied with a heavy tone. Even now, he could hardly believe what he had heard. It came from nowhere and was the thing he was never expecting to hear. It was as if his entire world and life was a lie, and he needed time alone to sort that all out. Barden nodded at his son. "Take all the time you need. Return to us when you are ready to leave for the Great Desert and find out the truth for yourself." John nodded his head before his body suddenly vanished from Barden's and Rachel's sight. Rachel turned and embraced Barden tightly, as they stayed in that embrace for the rest of the night. John sat on the very precipice of one of the Skycleave Mountains, overlooking the mountainous region before him. He had sat here all night, his wild thoughts running rampant as he tried to process everything he had heard. The morning sun crested over the horizon, illuminating John and the land before him. His eyes suddenly hardened, and his soul entered his spatial realm. He found himself standing before the holy gate, which continued to permanently radiate its holy aura. John frowned as he stared at the gate, of which the mysterious man resided within. He stared at the gate for a moment, his questions, uncertainty, and confusion building by the moment. "Who the fuck are you?" John suddenly shouted out at the holy gate, his voice booming out as loud as possible. He wanted answers and was certain the mysterious man had them. Chapter 410, Self-Acceptance. John stared at the gate, which remained silent. "My father explained everything to me, but I'm sure you're already aware of that. Who the hell are you?" John asked once again. "I was found by my father holding the sphere in my hand. At the same time, that spirit said it belonged to me, and you seem to be linked to this place as well. Who are you? Who am I?" John's voice trailed off towards the end as he questioned his own existence. The mysterious man within the gate was the same person who was depicted by the many statues within this palace. Clearly, the man knew about what this palace was, and potentially what the sphere was. Even more, he potentially knew about John and who he was, which was what John wanted to know the most. However, he was only met with silence, as the man within the holy gate refused to answer. John's frowning face turned angry at this silence, and he walked up and kicked the gate with all his might out of frustration. Even still, the man within remained silent. John scowled at the gate and turned around angrily. His soul was just about to leave the spatial realm when a voice entered his ears. "You are far too weak to know the truth yet," the mysterious man's voice sounded out. John turned around in surprise as he stared at the holy gate. "Too weak? Then when will I be strong enough to know the truth?" John asked. However, the gate remained silent once more, as if the previous line was all it would reveal to him. John's anger rose once more, but he knew arguing with the mysterious man was a waste of time. His soul form suddenly left his spatial realm as he returned his consciousness to the real world. The morning sun hung a bit higher in the sky, illuminating the beautiful landscape before him. John took in the view in silence as he continued to process everything. In the Fenix clan, Barden eventually left his house and arrived at the Chamber of Elders, where he found Cade Fenix and the Patriarch. They both stared at Barden and could tell what had happened. "How did he take it?" Cade asked his son. Out of the entire Fenix clan, the only other people who knew John was not Barden's flesh and blood son were Cade and Grayson. They knew Barden would reveal the truth this past night and were waiting here as a result. "He took it as well as he possibly could have, given the circumstances," Barden replied with a heavy voice. Cade walked up and put his hand on his son's shoulder, as a warm smile appeared on his face. "You cannot blame yourself for this situation, as it was bound to happen eventually. Instead, you should be proud of your accomplishments. You did what many would not be able to, and as a result, John has become a fine young man that has elevated this clan far beyond what it would have been capable of on its own." Barden remained silent and only nodded his head. He walked past his father and towards the large table in the middle of the room, which contained maps, scrolls, and other documents. "I need something to take my mind off this situation," Barden said as he stood before the table. "Let us begin the planning of the Holy Land branch." The three of them gathered around the table and began to plan the logistics of establishing the Holy Land branch, including who should go, what the leadership structure should be, what resources should be taken, and how communication between the two headquarters would be handled. The discussions continued throughout the night and into the morning, when suddenly the sound of a parting door sounded out behind them. Barden, Cade, and Grayson all turned to see John stride into the room. Barden smiled and nodded his head at John, as he could tell his face of confusion and doubt had turned into one of resolve. He walked up to his father and embraced him for a moment before he separated. "Are you planning the Holy Land branch establishment?" John asked, acting as if nothing from the previous night was a concern anymore. Barden, as well as Cade and Grayson, all smiled, as they could tell that John had already resolved his mind on the subject and was acting normal once again. "Yes," Barden replied as he turned to look at the documents on the table before them. "Good, then let me help as well," John replied. The four of them discussed the details of the Holy Land branch establishment through the next few days, before everything was sorted out. John stood before his master, who summoned her flying ship. It hovered before the gathered members of the Fenix clan, who stared at the ship with awe and wonder. None of them had ever seen a flying ship and were stunned by its grandeur. Barden stepped forward out of the crowd and stood next to John, before he turned and addressed the gathered Fenix clan members. He gave a rousing speech towards the clan, before roughly 100 members stepped forward. These were the members chosen to establish the branch of the clan, as the flying ship could only accommodate 100 people. The members all said their final farewells before they hopped onto the ship. "Goodbye, father, grandfather," Barden said to Cade and Grayson Fenix, who had decided to stay behind and lead the main clan. "What's with the parting words?" Grayson replied with a smile. "You're only going to the Holy Lands. We will see each other again before long." Barden smiled as he heard this and nodded his head at the Patriarch. John watched this all happen with a smile on his face as his mother stood next to them. Barden regrouped with John and Rachel quickly, and the three entered the flying ship as well. John's gaze turned hard as the flying ship then took off at great speeds, leaving the Fenix clan behind as it sped towards the great desert, and the truth contained within. Chapter 411. Seeking out the truth. Lillian's flying ship sped forward at great speeds as it entered the great desert. John had asked his master to follow his father's instructions on where to pilot it, but had not elaborated further. While Lillian was curious as to what was going on, she could tell that John did not want to talk about it. She accepted John's request and allowed Barden to tell her where to take the ship. The interior of the ship was quite large, and the 100 members of the Fenix clan were gathered in several groups, discussing the ship and everything else with great excitement. Ryan, John's lifetime friend, was also on the ship, as he was to be the Fenix clan's foremost disciple after John. He wanted to talk to John on the trip, but could tell his mind was occupied with something, and decided to let him be. It had taken a while to come to terms with the truth, but John had eventually done so. He realized that none of this changed anything, and that his main goal of obtaining strength was only furthered by this event. The words of the mysterious man still rang in his mind, that only when he was stronger could he learn the truth. Barden walked over to John, who was sitting in a corner of the ship. He sat down next to John as they both stared through the translucent floor to the desert below. "We're approaching the location. We should arrive there soon," Barden said to John. "I know," John replied. "I can feel something in the desert calling out to me, and it's growing stronger. It could only be that." Barden remained silent upon hearing this, and decided to just sit next to his son as they watched the land pass by. Rachel Fenix also walked up and sat next to her son, leaning against his shoulder. Like this, the three sat in silence for quite some time before John's face turned serious. "We're here," John said to his father. Barden was surprised that John's connection to this area was this strong, but not too surprised. He nodded his head as John's words, as they had truly arrived. John quickly got up and instructed his master to stop the ship. She did so, and John quickly jumped out of the ship and sped to the ground below. She had asked if he needed help with what he had to do, but John politely declined her offer, telling her that he would be all right. The strange feeling only grew stronger as John approached the ground, and he quickly spotted the slightest opening of a cave, similar to what Barden had described. His hand slashed out, sending a chi attack that exploded the sand at the cave's entrance away. His figure quickly dashed inside, the feeling only growing stronger. There's no doubt about it. This is the cave Father was talking about. John took a deep breath and paused at the cave's entrance for a moment before his footsteps started once more. His steps remained steady as he walked deeper into the cave, and eventually arrived at the dead end that his father had described. The feeling within him was nearly overwhelming at this point, as John put his hand against the wall of the cave. "It's just on the other side of this wall." Just as he thought this, John felt himself be wrapped up with a strange power, and his body was drawn through the wall itself. It was an incredibly strange feeling to be drawn through a solid object, but John didn't struggle against the power as he allowed it to bring him forward. A large cavern, just as his father had described, came into view. Hundreds of ancient skeletons were littering the ground before him, causing him to raise one eyebrow at the scene. He could tell that some of the skeletons used to belong to cultivators as strong as Thunderzin, or even stronger. His gaze shifted from the skeletons before him to the center of the cavern. In the very center of the cavern, a hazy ball of light floated, seemingly part of this world, and yet at the same time not, making it incredibly bizarre. John remained silent for a moment and took a deep breath before he walked forward towards the ball of hazy light. His footsteps became less and less steady as he approached the light, but he eventually managed to stand before it. The hazy ball of light slowly began to transform before his eyes, quickly taking the shape of a woman. The soul form was hazy and ethereal, but John could clearly distinguish the features of the woman. The woman looked at John with soft eyes, as a smile appeared on her face. On the other hand, surprise appeared on John's face, as he had seen this woman before. She's the woman depicted by the statues in my palace realm. The similarity was unmistakable in both her physical features, as well as the demeanor and aura she carried herself with. It was as if she was the holiest battle maiden in the universe, incredibly strong, but also incredibly caring. The soul form suddenly moved forward and reached up with one hand to stroke John's face. Her hand passed right through John's face, but she seemed to not notice or not care as she gently caressed his face. Such an action from a stranger would normally cause John to jump back away from it, but he felt his body grow soft at the touch, as if it was the thing he wanted the most at this moment. A slightly saddened look appeared in the soul form's eyes as she spoke up for the first time. "You've grown up into a fine young man." Her soft, ethereal voice seemed to whisper in John's ears. John felt himself overcome with a wave of emotion upon hearing those words, but he quickly shook his head and took a step back as he recovered his senses. His gaze hardened as he looked at the woman before him. Although he was certain he knew the answer, he needed to know the truth for certain. He took a deep breath, collecting himself for a moment before he spoke out to the soul form. "Who are you?" John asked. "Are you my?" John couldn't finish the last word, as it seemed to get stuck in his throat. The woman's loving smile returned to her face as she replied to John's words, each word from her echoing loudly in his mind like a drum. "You already know the truth in your heart, my dear child." Chapter 412. The truth of the past, although he had been expecting this answer from the first moment he saw the woman before him, the words still echoed in his mind like war drums. A flood of emotions washed over him as he stood there in silence for several minutes. Although it was not a guarantee, he had been aware of the possibility that the mysterious spirit was his mother just based on Barden's description of the events that had happened. Even so, the confirmation of the truth nearly overwhelmed him, as tears began to form in his eyes. The woman's spirit form floated before John stared at him lovingly in silence, as she let him process everything. How did this all happen? How did I end up here as a baby? Why did you send me away? Why are you not here in person? Who? John's string of questions trailed off as he became choked up with an overwhelming surge of emotions. The woman smiled at John as her hand suddenly reached out and touched his forehead. Her outstretched finger went right through his head and pierced into his soul. Visions instantly filled John's mind, telling him a story of what his mother wanted him to know. John's mother, who was in her real body and not the soul form he saw before her, was standing on top of a magnificent mountain, far larger than any mountain John had ever seen before. The wind howled violently around her, its power easily strong enough to shatter the bodies of heaven tribulation experts. However, his mother ignored the howling winds, as if their power was not of the slightest concern. Cradled in her arms was John, who was no more than a few days old. He was sleeping in her embrace while she rocked him gently, a sad smile on her face. After cradling John for some time, her expression turned from sad to serious as her cultivation base flared out with absolute power. John, who was experiencing these visions right now, was stunned beyond all belief as he felt his mother's power. It was far stronger than anything he had seen from a cultivator, and he had no doubt that she would be able to erase Thunderzen with the single wave of her hand. As her power flared, a ball of chi began to wrap around John, encasing him in the chi cocoon. John could not only feel that immense power, but also strange Taos infused in the chi cocoon. Is that the Taos of space and time? John couldn't help but be shocked further as he felt the Taos of space and time be controlled by his mother. Her control of the Taos were flawless, and he could tell that she had full mastery over the Taos. Comparing her Tao comprehension to his own was like comparing an ant to the heavens. The Taos of space and time fused into the cocoon, forming a space-time cocoon independent from the rest of the world. At the very end, she separated a portion of her soul and infused it with the cocoon, her face paling considerably from doing so. "Goodbye, my precious son," his mother whispered to John as the cocoon finally fully formed around her. "May fate one day allow us to reunite." Upon saying this, her gaze shifted up into the sky, seemingly peering deep into the void of the universe. Her gaze locked onto a singular direction, and her arms suddenly pointed forwards. The chi cocoon, with John's encased inside of it, propelled forward and immediately left the surface of the planet she was standing on. It screamed out into the void of space at unimaginable speeds before it quickly disappeared from her sight. Tears formed in her saddened eyes as she stared up at the sky, before she wiped them away and her gaze turned cold. Suddenly, 8 other people clad in incredibly luxurious robes appeared on the top of the mountain, surrounding his mother. Each emanated monstrous power, with 2 of them displaying equal power to his mother. "Where is it and where is he?" one of the 2 strongest men asked. "Give both to us now, and you will be allowed to return to the clan unharmed." John's mother scoffed with disgust as she stared at the man before her. "To think I once considered you as a brother," his mother replied with a cold voice. "Your brother is the only reason you yet draw breath, and this is how you honor him. You disgrace yourself." The man's face turned red with anger as he heard these words, but he quickly regained his calm. "My brother will be honored for all time, but it is time to think about the future of our clan, not the past. The war brought incredible turmoil to this universe, and we must solidify our power now more than ever. Where is the artifact? Where is John?" the man asked once more, his voice growing colder. John's mother smiled as she heard these words, as she knew John was out of reach of the man. It had been beyond hard to separate from her newborn child, but her hasty decision had turned out to be the correct one. With her power over space and time, she knew they would not be able to locate where she had sent him off to. "The artifact and John, they're gone far out of your sight and reach. You'll never find them. You have lost." Boom! The man's aura exploded out, incinerating the entire mountain they stood on as if it never existed, just from the power of his aura alone, as he dashed forward towards her. His mother struck out with her own attacks, as an apocalyptic battle between her and the 8 other cultivators began. John's vision returned back to normal as the visions his mother had bestowed upon him faded away. Deafening silence filled the chamber as John stood there motionlessly, still processing everything he had just seen. A million questions quickly formed in his mind as he thirsted for the truth of everything. When did you send me away? How long was I underneath this desert for?" John couldn't help but ask. Although he was unsure of the details, he could tell that a great deal of time must have passed for him to reach this planet, as well as for him to be found by Barden. "I'm not sure of the exact number of years," his mother replied gently. "My soul was in slumber to maintain my power, and only awakened when you were discovered by others," she explained as her gaze shifted towards the skeletons on the ground. John's gaze shifted towards them as well, as he finally realized what had happened to them. When his father had discovered this place, he was thoroughly examined by his mother and was deemed to be a suitable father for John. The others must have failed this test of hers, as their characters and personalities did not line up with what she wanted. With the secret of John's location far too precious to be revealed, her only course of action was to eliminate anyone who discovered this place and was deemed unworthy. "However," she spoke up once more, causing John to shift his gaze back to her, "you have been down here in slumber for at least several 100,000 years." Boom! The truth once again struck John's mind like a drum, as he took several steps backwards. How is such a thing possible?" John asked, his voice unsteady. His thoughts shifted back to the Tao of space, and time his mother had used. "I used my powers to wrap you in a separate spatial dimension, until I found someone to raise you. In that dimension, time for you was frozen," she explained. John stood there in silence once again, the series of truths piling up and becoming harder and harder to process. He had no idea the level of power one would need to be able to accomplish such a thing, but he was certain that it was far beyond his current scope of knowledge. "Now you know the truth. or at least the truth I can reveal to you," John's mother said, breaking the deafening silence. John's gaze shifted back to his mother's soul form, a million more questions quickly forming in his mind. What happened next? John couldn't help but ask. "I cannot reveal that to you, as you are too weak to know the truth yet," his mother replied with a gentle voice. John frowned as he heard this, although he had been expecting such a reply. The mysterious man had already revealed to him long ago that karma was a real thing, and invoking too much of it too quickly would only spell doom for himself. "Goddamn karma," John muttered in frustration, as his thoughts suddenly shifted to a different topic related to the mysterious man. John's eyes slowly widened in comprehension as he put two and two together. "If my mother is the one depicted by the female statues in my palace realm, then—" His widened gaze stared at his mother, who floated before him, smiling at him lovingly. "If you're my mother, then the man in my palace realm is he." "Yes," his mother replied gently, her voice slightly saddened. "That man is your father." Chapter 413. Additional answers. John didn't even know if he could feel additional shock and surprise at the moment, as his mind had already gone numb. He stood there in a daze once more, thinking back to all his interactions with the mysterious man within his spatial realm. The man had never once given any hint that he was John's father, and had even used terms such as chess piece to describe John, further separating himself from any sort of father figure. John's shock and surprise turned to slight agitation as he thought back to this. "He literally referred to me as a chess piece. What type of father does that?" John couldn't help but ask his mother. John's mother gave a wry smile as she heard this, as well as a slight chuckle. "Your father is very serious," she replied. "As for calling you a chess piece with the plans he has set in motion, he would consider that an honor. But do not think that an insult. Your father has put all his hopes on you. He is a very calculating man, and yet he has put all his faith in you and your future potential. In his eyes, that is the greatest compliment he could give you." John fell back into silence upon hearing that, while his mother floated before him patiently. "Since he has not yet appeared before us, I'm assuming that he is unable to do so," his mother asked him gently. John gazed back up as his mother and nodded his head. "He, my father, appeared several times to help me get out of dangerous situations. But on the last time, it appeared as if he noticed something and said he would no longer be able to appear out in the open." A soft sigh escaped his mother's lips, "As I assumed." John's thoughts shifted to his father, the holy gate, the spatial realm, and the sphere. He had so many questions regarding all of it. "Mother," John called out, causing a large smile to appear on his mother's face, as it was his first time calling her mother. "What can you tell me about all these secrets I have on me? What is the sphere? What is the palace within my spatial realm? What is behind the sinister gate? What is the strange energy I occasionally feel well up inside me at critical moments? Why couldn't I cultivate at the start of my life? Why am I my father's chess piece? I have so many questions but no answers," John asked. John's mother reached out once more and stroked his cheek, although her hand passed right through it. Her loving gaze stared at him closely, as if she wanted to savor this moment forever. "There are some truths I can reveal, and some that you are not yet ready to hear," his mother replied. John took a deep breath upon hearing this, as he was about to learn at least some of the truth behind the incredible secrets he held. "The reason you were unable to cultivate at first was because of the restriction I placed on you. If you were able to cultivate too early on, you would have noticed the artifact sooner than intended, before your body and mind were ready to accept such an incredible power. As such, I locked your cultivation away until the day you stumbled upon the artifact," his mother began to explain. "But what if I never found the artifact?" John couldn't help but interrupt with this question. His mother shook her head slightly upon hearing this. "You and the artifact are linked, and so you would eventually find it. That was a certainty." John fell back into silence as he allowed his mother to continue revealing what truths she could. "As for the artifact is something your father personally created just for you. I'm sure you already know it acts as a second Danshan, which will help you climb to the peak of the martial world. Your father intended this to be his greatest gift to you, as well as his greatest assurance of your safety," his mother explained. John could tell she left out some information, but knew if she had done so, that she was not going to elaborate further on it. As for the palace and the spatial realm exists within the artifact, his mother revealed. The palace houses great secrets of which I cannot reveal. However, you will discover those secrets when you reach the required strength you father intended you to be to find out the truth. John frowned slightly upon hearing this, but was not surprised, as he had expected such an answer for many of his questions. The only other question of yours I can answer is related to the strange energy you feel well up inside you upon critical moments, his mother continued. John's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this, as this mysterious surge of energy had saved his life several times, but he still had absolutely no idea what it was or how to control it. That energy, that surge of power, is an innate ability of anyone from your father's bloodline, his mother explained. It is an incredibly unique and powerful ability, and was one of the reasons your father's clan was able to rise to the top of the martial world. An innate ability, John repeated. Then how do I control it? John asked his mother. Normally, someone of your father's bloodline goes through an ancestral ritual, which allows them to control this unique ability. However, that ancestral ritual can only be done within the grounds of your father's clan, his mother explained. This explanation made John's mood go slightly sour, as he had been hoping to learn to control this ability. His mood quickly changed to one of elation as he heard his mother's next words. However, his mother spoke up once more, with my power, I can at least give you limited control over this ability. Her hand suddenly reached out and tapped John on his forehead. John felt a strange energy invade his body and soul, changing it in ways he couldn't even comprehend. The process continued for quite some time, until suddenly John felt something in his body snap. It was as if a chain locking a gate had snapped, and he was now able to freely open the gate at will. Chapter 414. Bloodline ability. John's divine sense pierced deep into his body, and his eyes opened in surprised elation as he noticed the changes within his body. There was not one particular area that had been improved, but instead was a comprehensive upgrade to his body as a whole, most particularly his blood. The blood flowing through his veins thrummed with absolute power now, each blood cell infused with incredible energy. If this level of energy had been infused into his blood cells before his mother had unlocked his potential, they would have exploded from within, unable to contain such potent energy. Now, however, his cells seemed to freely absorb any and all chi, until they were nearly bursting from the power contained within. This innate ability, it's a bloodline ability, John asked his mother as he continued to inspect his body. There were different types of innate abilities within the cultivation world, ranging from innate body abilities, danshan abilities, soul abilities, bloodline abilities, and more. John could clearly tell this ability of his was a bloodline ability, and was an incredibly high-level one at that. That it is, his mother replied gently. Although I do not have this ability myself, your father had instructed me on how to unlock some of it in case a situation like this occurred. However, there are limitations due to the nature of which your bloodline was unlocked. John's divine sense left his body as he gazed back at his mother. What limitations? He asked curiously. He could tell that right now, with a single thought, he could unleash the energy contained within his blood cells, giving him a surge of incredible power. It was not a bad comparison to think of his bloodline ability as a third danshan at the moment, which unleashed a short but strong burst of potent chi to use at critical moments. This is exactly what had happened before when he felt it, both when it saved his life, and also when it aided in his danshan compressions, giving him an unheard of 20 compressions. My technique of unlocking your bloodline ability is flawed compared to the true way, and so while you will be able to unleash this bloodline ability at the time of your choosing, it will have 3 drawbacks. The first is that compared to your fully unlocked bloodline, the potency and duration of the ability will be diminished. The second is that the toll on your body will be far more severe when you use it, and will cause a great deal of self-harm each time it is used. His mother's eyes turned slightly saddened upon explaining this part, as she unlocked an ability that would cause her own son great harm and pain. And the third, his mother continued despite her grief, is that the recovery period of this ability will be much longer. In fact, you will only be able to use this ability twice a year, she explained. Twice a year, John repeated, his mood soured slightly again. However, he quickly hid that soured expression as he knew his mother had done her best for him. Twice a year is still more than before, John replied with a smile on his face. You must be careful when you use this ability, his mother reiterated once again. After you use it and it fades away, you will be far too weak to do any fighting for many days after the fact. You should only use it when there is no other way out of a situation, understood? I understand, John replied quickly as he received his mother's first scolding. He inspected his body and improved bloodline for a bit longer, before his gaze shifted back to his mother. Mother, where do I come from? John suddenly asked, as the topic of his bloodline brought his thoughts to his father's clan, as well as his mother's origins. His mother smiled another sad smile as she shook her head slightly at his question. I cannot reveal that either, as knowing the truth will invoke additional karma between you and your father's clan. If I'm not mistaken, your father cannot currently reveal himself any further due to his clan becoming aware of his existence. Your father already used some of his limited power to shroud what karma you had due to your blood relation. He will be unable to interfere further, and so I cannot reveal the truth to you, his mother explained. John frowned once again as he heard the word karma mentioned. However, he knew he was powerless to do anything about it, and so he put such thoughts in the back of his mind. John's mother noticed his frown, and smiled as she spoke up once more as her hand stroked his face lovingly. In time, when your power reaches the level where you can start bearing the weight of the truth, you will find out about your origins, both your father's and mine. Until that day, focus only on raising your strength and keeping yourself alive. John remained silent as he heard his mother's instructions, and only nodded his head in acknowledgement. Yet again, strength and power is everything. John's gaze shifted from the floor before him to his mother once again. His eyes widened slightly as he noticed a change in her appearance. Compared to when he first entered the cave, her soul form had dimmed considerably and had become more ethereal and hazy. Mother, you! John called out as he noticed this change. The change had occurred after she had unlocked his bloodline potential, as she seemingly used most of her power to be able to do that. Do not worry, child, this is only a portion of my soul, his mother replied. This soul portion of mine has lingered on for hundreds of thousands of years, waiting for this day. I can now rest assured, as I know we will one day meet again. When that day comes, I will be able to embrace you properly. Goodbye for now, my precious son. John's eyes became misty as he heard this, and before he could say anything else, his mother's soul form fully dissipated, disappearing from the world. Chapter 415. Absorbing blood-fiend blood. John stood there as he watched his mother disappear before his very eyes, unable to do anything to stop it. Although it was just part of her soul and not her true body, he felt as if she had just died before him. Just as he met his mother for the first time, she disappeared before he could truly spend any time with her. While she had answered many of his questions and even blessed him with an incredible gift, John didn't care about any of that. I didn't even get to ask my mother for her name, John mumbled softly as he stared into space despondently. His eyes began to become misty once more, but his mother's words regarding strength above all else reappeared in his mind, stirring him from his self-pity. Mother is right. Sitting here in sadness won't accomplish anything. Only with strength can I break free of the shackles that keep me from the truth. Only with strength can I meet her once again. John wiped his eyes dry as his gaze hardened considerably. He wanted to go before the holy gate and ask for more questions, as he was sure his father within was able to see his conversation just now with his mother. but he knew his father would most likely just say the same thing as before. "You are far too weak to know the truth yet." Those words uttered from his supposed father echoed in his mind. Both his mother and his father gave him only one piece of advice: raise your strength. John suddenly sat on the ground as he calmed his mind as best he could. His resolve firmed as he linked his mind with the mysterious sphere, which his mother called the artifact, and quickly entered a meditative trance. When Mother unlocked my innate bloodline, she also left behind another small gift for me. Although I just ascended to the Meridian Forging realm, the remaining energy she gave me will allow me to break through to the mid-Meridian Forging realm, and its unique nature will ensure I have no foundation instabilities from breaking through so quickly. John closed his eyes as he began to guide the energy his mother had left him through his body and towards his essence stanchion. His recent fights within his clan grounds also served to solidify his foundation, as the battles had increased his comprehension regarding meridian forging chi significantly. John continued to infuse the chi his mother had bestowed him into his essence stanchion, which climbed closer and closer to the mid-meridian forging realm. This process continued for quite some time, until John felt his stanchion on the verge of stepping over the boundary. Boom! A muffled boom echoed out within his body, as his essence stanchion stepped into the mid-meridian forging realm. An explosive flood of essence chi surged out of his stanchion and began to rampage throughout his meridians. John focused his mind as he guided the chi through each and every inch of his meridians, infusing the newly ascended chi into his meridians to widen them, as well as reinforce them. The process continued for several minutes before the surge of essence chi died down, returning John's body to a normal state. His divine sense washed over his body, inspecting the changes. A small smile appeared on his face as he noticed the differences. Not only has the power of my essence stanchion increased significantly, my meridian channels are much more firm than before and can handle a much larger flow of chi without breaking, allowing me to unleash even stronger attacks. John wanted to test out his new essence power, but decided against it. He was in the only place where he shared a connection with his mother and didn't want to destroy any part of it. After inspecting the changes in his body, John once again sat down on the ground, ready to increase his power even further. Now that my essence stanchion is at the mid-meridian forging realm, I can raise the level of my body stanchion, and not just by a single level either. With the way his body stanchion worked, John could have it be one minor realm above his essence cultivation, without the sinister murmurs of the stanchion overwhelming his mind and soul. John's soul suddenly appeared in his spatial realm and entered the palace. He quickly found the 3 heads he was looking for. The heads were all lying next to each other at the edge of his blood pool. John glanced at them with cold indifference, as their glazed eyes almost seemed to be staring back at him. John reached out and picked up one of them, which was the meridian forging bloodfiend elder he had killed at the Fenix clan. The elder's blood essence was quickly extracted and infused into his body stanchion according to the principles of the Immortal Asura tome. The blood essence was greedily absorbed by his body stanchion, and John felt his body cultivation steadily rise. However, it was not enough to raise his body cultivation to the next minor realm, causing him to frown slightly. This was a late meridian forging elder, and yet it can't even raise my body cultivation to the mid-meridian forging realm. This body stanchion of mine is getting greedier and greedier for blood essence, it seems. John shook his head as he couldn't help it, and quickly picked up the head of the heaven tribulation elder he had slain. The blood essence was quickly drawn out and infused into his body stanchion, and a massive surge of energy from the high-level blood essence filled his stanchion to the brim. After lingering on the precipice of breaking through for a short moment, the surge of chi from the blood essence exploded over, pushing his body stanchion to the mid-meridian forging realm. However, the entirety of the heaven tribulation elder's blood essence was used to do so, leaving John with nothing left. A sigh escaped his lips as he once again shook his head at the greedy nature of his body stanchion, before his gaze shifted towards the last head remaining. The familiar face of Allfiend seemed to be staring back at him as John picked his head up and held it before his face. It seems like the time for you to repay all your debts to me has finally come. Chapter 416, Late Meridian Forging Body. I guess I truly should thank my master for such a wonderful gift, John mused to himself with a smile on his face. The blood essence from Alfiend was quickly extracted, and John began to infuse it into his dantian in the same fashion as all the other blood essence. However, he quickly stopped as he felt an overwhelming surge of energy wash through him, nearly exploding himself from within. How potent, John couldn't help but comment as he breathed out a sigh of relief. If I had gone quicker and absorbed more at once, I truly may have injured myself severely. John shook his head at himself for making such a simple mistake, before his gaze shifted to the partially filled blood pool next to him. This blood pool was filled with the blood essence of core formation and meridian forging experts, and was far too low to make any change to his body dantian. However, it was the exact thing he needed at this moment. I truly am a genius after all, John laughed as he stared at the blood pool. Diluting Alfiend's blood within this blood pool will make it much easier to absorb, while still boosting my cultivation level. John quickly extracted Alfiend's blood essence from his forehead, which floated as a small ball of blood before him. His face became slightly excited as he struggled to maintain its shape. Even just constraining it together takes quite a bit of power to do. Off you go. John tossed the ball of Alfiend's blood essence into the blood pool below. Alfiend's blood essence quickly diluted amongst the rest of the blood, and John could instantly tell that the quality of the blood pool had advanced considerably, while still being at a level that he could withstand. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he saw this. Using this method, absorbing the blood essence of cultivators much higher than my own level won't be a problem. With his palace realm and his body dantian linked, John was able to freely infuse any blood essence within the blood pool directly into his body dantian. With his recent near accident, John tested the new blood essence auto with a very small amount. The blood essence infused into his body dantian, which instantly turned into chi and began to raise the cultivation of his dantian. A satisfied smile once again appeared on John's face as he confirmed the success of his experiment. Blood began to infuse at a steady rate into his body dantian, slowly but surely increasing his cultivation. The process continued for several minutes, before once again his body dantian hovered at the edge of breaking through. Unlike his essence dantian, his body dantian never had any bottlenecks, and he didn't need any comprehensions to break through. It only required a certain amount of high-quality blood essence, and then it would break through. Not only that, but there were never any instabilities or flaws in his foundation, regardless of how fast he broke through. John couldn't help but be impressed at the profundity of it, as his thoughts shifted to his mysterious father. That mysterious man within the holy gate, my supposed father, was able to make something as heaven-defying as this artifact, which serves as my body dantian. Just how strong is he to be able to accomplish such a thing? Boom. Interrupting such thoughts, another muffled boom echoed out within John's body, as his body dantian was once again pushed over the edge to a new realm, quickly reaching the late meridian forging realm. The same mysterious chi surged out of his body dantian once more, flooding into his body and increasing its strength and profundity. John felt the power and durability of his body rapidly rise to new heights. With each minor and major realm breakthrough of his body dantian, his Immortal Asura body rose a level as well. The naturally sinister and bloodthirsty aura John emanated increased greatly as his body dantian surpassed his essence dantian in power. But John quickly reigned in that aura as he began to inspect the changes to his body. His satisfied smile only grew larger as he inspected his new power, which dwarfed his power just half a day ago. Upon inspecting his new power, a crazy idea popped into his mind. I wonder if with my new power, coupled with my innate bloodline ability, if I would be able to fight back against Master. John's thoughts shifted back to her battle with Alfiend and the summoned demon, and he quickly shook his head rapidly at himself as he wiped such thoughts from his mind. The flying ship hovered above the great desert for over a day as everyone waited for John to return to the ship. Lillian had at one point grumbled at John's lack of haste and had begun to descend to the desert below, when Barden quickly appeared before her and revealed that John was doing something of paramount importance. Although Lillian questioned how such a thing was possible in a place as barren as this, she could tell the sincerity and seriousness on Barden's face and had agreed to patiently wait until John returned to the ship. She returned to the ship and began to cultivate in silence as she ignored everything else. Her eyes occasionally opened as she felt an incredibly faint but powerful energy surge out from the desert sands below, as a small smile appeared on her face. "Seems like he truly is doing something down there," she mused to herself before returning to silent cultivation. Sometime later, John's figure emerged from the cave below, and he quickly boarded the ship hovering high in the sky. The eyes of everyone on the ship glanced at John, his parents as well. Lillian immediately noticed his arrival and appeared before him in a flash. She closely inspected John, who almost seemed to be a changed person. His gaze was more resolved, and she could tell his will and thirst for strength was even stronger than before. Not only that, but she could tell that his strength had increased significantly, at a rate she was unsure was even possible. While his cultivation had only improved by one minor realm, she could vaguely tell that his strength had increased much more than what his cultivation increase revealed. A small, satisfied smile appeared on her face as she nodded at John. "Not bad. Perhaps you truly are worthy of being my disciple." John rolled his eyes as he heard such words, but before he could reply, Lillian appeared at the helm of the ship and began to pilot it forward once more, wasting no time at all. The ship sped forward through the great desert once again, rapidly sailing towards the distant Heavenly Lightning Sect. Chapter 417. Returning to the Heavenly Lightning Sect, John walked over to his parents, who stared at him with an unsure expression on their face. They didn't know how John would react after finding out the truth and talking to his real mother. "Did you find the answers you were looking for?" Barden asked his son. "Somewhat," John replied, before embracing both his parents. The three reconciled all their feelings and emotions while the ship sped forward towards the Heavenly Lightning Sect. A week later, the flying ship arrived within the sect grounds of the Heavenly Lightning Sect. The event had been uneventful, which is exactly what everyone wanted at the moment after the recent series of tumultuous events. The Fenix clan members all looked down through the transparent floor in a daze as they gazed at the Heavenly Lightning Sect. The sect, which was nestled in the valleys of a majestic mountain range, appeared like a land of paradise to them. The sect itself was far larger than they could have ever imagined, and the buildings were massive and grand as well. "Wow, this is amazing," one of the Fenix clan members blurted out. "Right, I thought our Fenix clan was amazing, but this place puts us to shame. I guess we truly are frogs in a well," another member replied while shaking his head at himself. Look at that building in the center of the sect. It's massive," another excitedly exclaimed as they spotted the Heavenly Lightning Palace. "Hey, John," one of the younger members around his age called out. "What type of status do you have within the sect?" "I guess I could say that I'm pretty popular," John replied with a wry smile. "That's so cool," the youth replied with much enthusiasm. John could only smile at the reactions of his clan, as his reaction when he first entered the Heavenly Lightning Sect was mostly the same. In fact, his first encounter with the sect was almost dying to Elder Ragger's Drake, which was far more embarrassing than what his clan was doing right now. John's smile soon turned into a look of contemplation as he gazed down at the sect grounds below, as well as the sky above it. As they reached the very center of the sect, he was able to spot two other flying ships, however, above the sect. Each ship was incredibly elegant and regal, and John was sure that their quality did not lose out to his master's flying ship. On the ground below, a throng of people had gathered in the courtyard before the Heavenly Lightning Palace. John walked over to his master, who was standing at the helm of the ship. The ship began to veer off to the side, heading for the war hall which his master lorded over. "What's going on?" John asked Lillian as he walked up to her. "The sect seems to be in quite a buzz right now, and those two flying ships above the sect." Lillian glanced at John and nodded her head. "You're right, there is something going on. It seems that the representatives from divine martial continents, Honorable Alliance and Forbidden Alliance, have arrived. They arrived quite sooner than expected," his master explained. "Normally a small sect like the Bloodfiend sect would be far below the Forbidden Alliance's notice. Something strange seems to be going on." "The divine martial continent," John replied as he gazed at the two flying ships in the air. "Why are we headed to the war hall?" "To safely shelter your clan members for now," Lillian explained. "We'll deal with their branch establishment after we deal with the two alliance factions." John nodded his head in agreement at his master's words, and the ship sped towards the war hall. It arrived quickly and landed in the main courtyard of the war hall just before the war palace. Everyone quickly departed the ship as instructed and stood in the courtyard staring at awe at the surroundings. Just the war hall alone was bigger than the Fenix clan, and its Gothic-style buildings drew the intrigue of all who looked at them. "Vice sect leader," a Heaven Tribulation elder called out as they sped towards the ship after its arrival. "It's good to have you back." Many other war hall members quickly gathered around the ship as well, greeting their leader with great enthusiasm. Their questioning gazes quickly looked over at the Fenix clan, and one couldn't help but ask about it. "Who are these people?" The Fenix clan all had weak cultivation bases, and so they were unsure why the vice sect leader would bother with transporting them to the sect. "These are members of John's clan," Lillian explained. "The Youth War Hall Master's clan," one of the elders exclaimed in slight surprise. However, the one who was the most surprised was John, as he heard himself be called the Young War Hall Master. "When did I start being called by that name?" John couldn't help but ask. He had never received any such status or name before. The elder looked over at John, and instead of looking at him like a disciple, his gaze carried much more respect, like he was looking at a superior. "Since we heard what you did," the elder explained. "News of you destroying the Bloodfiend sect has spread across this entire continent. Your name has truly shaken the entire continent. With you accomplishing such a feat, naturally you have become the young master of the war hall, second only to the vice sect leader herself." John stood there in silence for a moment before shaking his head. The Fenix clan next to John all stared at him with stunned awe, almost not believing what they were hearing. Their very own young master was already famous across the entire Yuan Continent and seemed to be of paramount importance to the sect. Barden laughed boisterously as he heard this. "Such a thing is only natural for my son." He felt himself be hit on the shoulder by Rachel, who was embarrassed by her husband's antics. Barden quickly quieted down after being scolded by his wife, while the vice sect leader addressed the war hall once more. "Take care of the Fenix clan members and ensure their comfort and safety," she instructed before turning to John. "Let's go," she said to him before flying off towards the heavenly lightning palace. John nodded at his parents in reassurance before taking to the skis as well, flying towards the meeting of the Divine Martial Continent Alliances. "This will be my first experience with anything related to the Divine Martial Continent. I wonder what it will be like." Chapter 418, Assembly of Alliances. John quickly caught up behind his master, who reduced her speed to let him fly alongside her. The two of them rapidly sped through the sect, before arriving at the heavenly lighting palace a short while later. They both landed in the courtyard at the base of the steps leading to the palace entrance, and quickly caught the attention of everyone gathered in the courtyard. "Look, it's the vice sect leader, and John," one of the disciples called out with great excitement. They had all been part of the same year as John, and at first considered him to be at the same level status-wise. However, with the news of him single-handedly destroying the Bloodfiend sect spreading across the land, his status was no longer the same as before. Almost all of the disciples of the sect considered him to be almost godlike, and looked up to him as the benchmark for what they wanted to achieve. Many disciples yelled out at John in excitement, with many of the girls yelling the loudest. The vice sect leader smirked at John as they both heard the excited yells. Seems like you've established quite the fan base for yourself. Why don't you go over and greet your lovers? She mocked him. John rolled his eyes at his master and ignored her words as he began walking up the steps towards the heavenly lightning palace. The two of them quickly entered the building and were greeted by elders of the sect with utmost respect. Vice sect leader, the assembly is already gathered and discussing the Bloodfiend sect's destruction, the elder instructed as he glanced at John. Lillian nodded her head as she continued forward, with John following closely behind. They arrived at Thunderzen's chamber at the top of the heavenly lightning palace, which was where the assembly was gathered, and were greeted by dozens of elders guarding the entrance to the chamber. They all parted to the side to let John and Lillian enter, as John heard heated discussion between two parties. You expect me to believe those rumors? The voice of a man boomed out loudly. Only an idiot would believe such a thing. Why don't we wait until the one who the rumors speak of arrives, and then we can determine the truth for ourselves? The voice of a woman followed afterwards, in direct opposition to the man's opinion. I already told you, the voice of Thunderzen entered his ears. Those rumors are false. I was the one to destroy the Bloodfiend sect, as you can tell by the lingering aftermath. The blame for its destruction falls solely on me. However, we shouldn't forget the true reason for its destruction, which was a clear violation of the... The doors parting caught the eyes of all inside, who stopped speaking as they gazed at the two new arrivals. John felt the gazes of hundreds of people lock onto him as he himself gazed at the gathering before him. At the back of the chamber, Thunderzen sat atop his throne, while before the throne gathered two distinct groups. John also spotted Elder Ragger standing amongst many of the Heavenly Lightning Sect elders, who smiled at John as he noticed him. To the left side of the chamber was a group of a dozen cultivators clad in white and gold robes, while to the right was a group of roughly a dozen cultivators as well, all wearing black robes. They're obviously the Honorable and Forbidden Alliance representatives. Couldn't they be a little less cliché in their colors, though? John mused internally and shook his head slightly. Both groups were clearly led by a singular person, who stood at the forefront of each group. The one in front of the white-robed group was a woman who appeared to be in her 40s, who carried herself with grace. The one standing before the black-robed group was a middle-aged man who also appeared to be in his 40s, and had sharp features and a powerful gaze. Just by looking at him, John felt as if his soul was being lit by flames, shocking him slightly. Clearly, the ones who had been speaking when he had entered the chamber were the two of them. Their power was shrouded to John, revealing that they were most likely in the Tao transformation realm or above. In fact, the two at the front of the group gave off a feeling of danger even greater than that of his master, revealing them to be even stronger than her. In fact, their power was closer to Thunderzen's. However, that was not too shocking to John, as they seemed to be much older than his master, who was only around 30 years old and was considered a child compared to the rest of the cultivation world. Cultivators such as the two of them, who appeared to be in their 40s but had cultivations in the Tao transformation realm or above, could be thousands or tens of thousands of years old. Standing directly behind both the man and the woman were two youths, one on each side. Behind the woman stood another girl, who appeared to be around 16 years old. She was quite beautiful, and her features were as soft and supple as water, making John feel relaxed when he stared at her. On the other side, a boy around the same age stood behind the lead man. Like the man before him, his features were sharp as well, and there was a slightly arrogant glint in the boy's eyes as he stared at John. John raised his eyebrows as he noticed both of their cultivations. Half-step heaven tribulation? Seems like the youths of the divine martial continent truly are far superior in power compared to this continent. Yet again, I'll be climbing up from the bottom cultivation-wise. Oh well, that can't be helped. John followed Lillian, who walked towards Thunderzen without missing a step. Her face was calm and relaxed as she strode past the two alliances. The alliances all looked at John, as they could clearly tell that he was the one the rumors were about. Thunderson smiled at his daughter as she approached him, before his warm gaze shifted to John. Let me take the heat for this one. You don't have to put a target on your back before you even go to the divine Immortal Continent. However, if they do find out the truth, you have nothing to fear. I'll ensure your safety. A sound transmission from Thunderson directly entered John's mind. John smiled at Thunderson as he heard these words, as Thunderson was clearly trying to shield him. However, being shielded by others would only serve to hinder his progress, and John knew now more than ever that only by walking on the edge of danger constantly would he be able to raise his power to the needed level to reunite with his mother and find out the secrets of his existence. John stopped before Thunderson before he turned around and gazed at the two alliances before him. A confident smile appeared on his face as he addressed both of them. The rumors are not wrong, he said as he addressed both groups. I was the one who destroyed the Bloodfiend sect, and I'd do it again if given the chance. Chapter 419. Tao Oath. John's words stunned everyone in the room, before several in the Forbidden Alliance group began to laugh loudly at his words. The man standing at the front of the group narrowed his eyes as he stared at John. You expect me to believe such an obvious lie? The man replied to John with a cold tone. In his eyes, John's words were basically telling him that John believed he was gullible enough to believe such a lie. On the other side, the Honorable Alliance group stared at John with great curiosity, also judging the veracity of his words. Both the lead elder, as well as the girl behind her, stared at him with curious expressions. However, after scanning his cultivation base, even they couldn't understand how such a thing was possible. To be fully honest, I really don't give a fuck what you think, John sneered at the Forbidden Alliance man. In his mind, any Forbidden Alliance member was as bad as all fiend, as the Bloodfiend sect was a part of the Alliance. I started with the Bloodfiend sect, but that's not where it ends. The Forbidden Alliance allowed the Bloodfiend sect to rise to power without the surrounding powers being able to interfere. As far as I'm concerned, this alliance is just as guilty for Russell's death, the deaths of thousands of my clan members, and its near destruction. What I did to the Bloodfiend sect, I'll be sure to do to their entire miserable alliance. You dare speak to me in such a manner? The Forbidden Alliance leader stood up and took several steps forward towards John, his aura climbing to incredible levels. John felt this aura wash over him, clearly intent on breaking him physically and mentally. The man raised his aura to the level that any meridian-forging youth would crumble before, as his goal was not to kill John, but to take him down a notch. Thunderson frowned as he saw the man act so brazen before him, but did nothing to interfere just yet. Now that John had made his claim public, he knew John didn't want to be shielded by him at every single turn. Thunderson sighed slightly, as he knew this path of John's would be rife with danger, and that his life could end at any moment. However, if John was able to make it out to the other side with his life intact, his power would be at a level even he could only look up to. This moment right now was a good chance to knock the Forbidden Alliance leader down a notch or two, and blunt any prestige or momentum he had in these discussions. Thunderson would only interfere if John's life was on the line. John frowned as he felt the man's aura press down on him, as the man was clearly trying to make him cower before him and make him look pathetic. Everyone else in the room looked on with mixed expressions of interest, gloating, and curiosity as to what would happen next, as the aura continued to climb and press down on John. John's frown turned into a sneer as he mocked the man before him. Is this truly the extent of your power? You act so haughty towards a junior hundreds of times younger than you, and yet this is the best you can do. It seems like the Forbidden Alliance is truly a joke. John's words shocked the entire room, and even the Honorable Alliance group had expressions of surprise on their faces. They knew the Forbidden Alliance was not only just as strong as them, but that they also had arrogant characters. Antagonizing such people would only lead to future hardships. The man's face turned cold as he heard John's words, as his aura once again climbed to another level. It was now at the level that even a Heaven Tribulation elder would find hard to endure, and would surely make any meridian-forging youth crumble beneath him. However, John stood there with a nonchalant expression on his face as he stared at the elder. Although the pressure was starting to get a bit heavy on John, it wasn't anything he couldn't handle. John's nonchalant attitude under the man's aura once again surprised everyone, as they could tell that he truly was fine before such a powerful aura. The Honorable Alliance leader raised her eyebrows in surprise, as she had not expected such a backwater place to have such a disciple. Before John could mock the man once again, another powerful aura washed over the room, clashing against and wiping out the Forbidden Alliance leader's aura. "That's enough of that," Thunderson said to the man as his own aura retracted slowly. "You're here to discuss the Bloodfiend sect, not bully one of my disciples. Do that again, and don't blame me for not being kind," Thunderson said to the man with a cold tone. John was slightly surprised to hear such a tone from Thunderson, as Thunderson was normally warm and kind with his words. The Forbidden Alliance man frowned at Thunderson's words, as if he left things as is, he would be considered the joke of the assembly. However, Thunderson's power truly was strong, even when compared to the divine Martial Continent, and the man couldn't do anything to antagonize him too much. He himself was just a lower representative of the Forbidden Alliance, tasked with the job of finding out what had happened to the Bloodfiend sect. The man grit his teeth, but did not argue with Thunderson. Instead, his gaze shifted back to John, who stood calmly before him. "You might be slightly impressive, boy, but that still doesn't mean you are capable of destroying the Bloodfiend sect. Clearly it was Thunderson, and you are using yourself to shield him," the man said to John. The Forbidden Alliance wanted to pin the Bloodfiend sect's destruction on Thunderson, so they could say he violated the ancient pact between the two alliances and punish him accordingly. John was able to tell what was going on as well, which was another reason why he had stepped forward and revealed the truth. He was not about to let the man who took him in and showed him kindness to suffer from his own actions. "As I said, I really don't care what you think," John once again said to the man. "But since I don't want Thunderson to take blame for what I did, I guess I'll have the heavens verify the truth instead." John paused for a moment, as the rest of the room realized what he was about to do. Surprised expressions appeared on their faces as they heard him speak. "I swear on the heavens and my Tao heart that the destruction of the Bloodfiend sect was due to my own actions. While it's true that Thunderson also fought due to the demon the Bloodfiend sect summoned, the Bloodfiend sect was destroyed by me far before his battle began." Chapter 419. Tao Oath. John's words stunned everyone in the room, before several in the Forbidden Alliance group began to laugh loudly at his words. The man standing at the front of the group narrowed his eyes as he stared at John. "You expect me to believe such an obvious lie?" the man replied to John with a cold tone. In his eyes, John's words were basically telling him that John believed he was gullible enough to believe such a lie. On the other side, the Honorable Alliance group stared at John with great curiosity, also judging the veracity of his words. Both the lead elder, as well as the girl behind her, stared at him with curious expressions. However, after scanning his cultivation base, even they couldn't understand how such a thing was possible. "To be fully honest, I really don't give a fuck what you think," John sneered at the Forbidden Alliance man. In his mind, any Forbidden Alliance member was as bad as all fiend, as the Bloodfiend sect was a part of the Alliance. "I started with the Bloodfiend sect, but that's not where it ends. The Forbidden Alliance allowed the Bloodfiend sect to rise to power without the surrounding powers being able to interfere. As far as I'm concerned, this alliance is just as guilty for Russell's death, the deaths of thousands of my clan members, and its near destruction. What I did to the Bloodfiend sect, I'll be sure to do to their entire miserable alliance." "You dare speak to me in such a manner?" The Forbidden Alliance leader stood up and took several steps forward towards John, his aura climbing to incredible levels. John felt this aura wash over him, clearly intent on breaking him physically and mentally. The man raised his aura to the level that any meridian-forging youth would crumble before, as his goal was not to kill John, but to take him down a notch. Thunderson frowned as he saw the man act so brazen before him, but did nothing to interfere just yet. Now that John had made his claim public, He knew John didn't want to be shielded by him at every single turn. Thunderson sighed slightly, as he knew this path of John's would be rife with danger, and that his life could end at any moment. However, if John was able to make it out to the other side with his life intact, his power would be at a level even he could only look up to. This moment right now was a good chance to knock the Forbidden Alliance leader down a notch or two, and blunt any prestige or momentum he had in these discussions. Thunderson would only interfere if John's life was on the line. John frowned as he felt the man's aura press down on him, as the man was clearly trying to make him cower before him and make him look pathetic. Everyone else in the room looked on with mixed expressions of interest, gloating, and curiosity as to what would happen next, as the aura continued to climb and press down on John. John's frown turned into a sneer as he mocked the man before him. "Is this truly the extent of your power? You act so haughty towards a junior hundreds of times younger than you, and yet this is the best you can do. It seems like the Forbidden Alliance is truly a joke." John's words shocked the entire room. And even the Honorable Alliance group had expressions of surprise on their faces. They knew the Forbidden Alliance was not only just as strong as them, but that they also had arrogant characters. Antagonizing such people would only lead to future hardships. The man's face turned cold as he heard John's words, as his aura once again climbed to another level. It was now at the level that even a Heaven Tribulation elder would find hard to endure, and would surely make any meridian-forging youth crumble beneath him. However, John stood there with a nonchalant expression on his face as he stared at the elder. Although the pressure was starting to get a bit heavy on John, it wasn't anything he couldn't handle. John's nonchalant attitude under the man's aura once again surprised everyone, as they could tell that he truly was fine before such a powerful aura. The Honorable Alliance leader raised her eyebrows in surprise, as she had not expected such a backwater place to have such a disciple. Before John could mock the man once again, another powerful aura washed over the room, clashing against and wiping out the Forbidden Alliance leader's aura. "That's enough of that," Thunderson said to the man as his own aura retracted slowly. "You're here to discuss the Bloodfiend sect, not bully one of my disciples. Do that again, and don't blame me for not being kind," Thunderson said to the man with a cold tone. John was slightly surprised to hear such a tone from Thunderson, as Thunderson was normally warm and kind with his words. The Forbidden Alliance man frowned at Thunderson's words, as if he left things as is, he would be considered the joke of the assembly. However, Thunderson's power truly was strong, even when compared to the divine Martial Continent, and the man couldn't do anything to antagonize him too much. He himself was just a lower representative of the Forbidden Alliance, tasked with the job of finding out what had happened to the Bloodfiend sect. The man grit his teeth, but did not argue with Thunderson. Instead, his gaze shifted back to John, who stood calmly before him. "You might be slightly impressive, boy, but that still doesn't mean you are capable of destroying the Bloodfiend sect. Clearly it was Thunderson, and you are using yourself to shield him," the man said to John. The Forbidden Alliance wanted to pin the Bloodfiend sect's destruction on Thunderson, so they could say he violated the ancient pact between the two alliances and punish him accordingly. John was able to tell what was going on as well, which was another reason why he had stepped forward and revealed the truth. He was not about to let the man who took him in and showed him kindness to suffer from his own actions. "As I said, I really don't care what you think," John once again said to the man. "But since I don't want Thunderson to take blame for what I did, I guess I'll have the heavens verify the truth instead." John paused for a moment, as the rest of the room realized what he was about to do. Surprised expressions appeared on their faces as they heard him speak. "I swear on the heavens and my Tao heart that the destruction of the Bloodfiend sect was due to my own actions. While it's true that Thunderson also fought due to the demon the Bloodfiend sect summoned, the Bloodfiend sect was destroyed by me far before his battle began." Chapter 420 questions from both alliances. John's words seemed to echo throughout the chamber, as it fell into a deafening silence. Swearing on the heavens, and one's on Tao heart, was an incredibly serious thing. If one was telling the truth when they made such an oath, nothing negative would happen. However, if one made such an oath to the heavens and themselves, and were lying, a flaw in their Tao heart would appear. The Tao heart was the cultivator's entire being, their resolve, determination, and even involved the mysterious force of karma. When they lied on their Tao heart, a flaw would form. It was undetermined how big this flaw would be, or when it would appear during their cultivation journey, but a Tao heart flaw would eventually affect their cultivation, making them unable to advance anymore. Such a thing was basically a death sentence to cultivators who strove to raise their power above all else. Everyone in the room could tell that John was a genius, and a genius would never allow such a flaw to appear in their Tao heart. As such, no one doubted the veracity of his words anymore. Even the Forbidden Alliance leader was at a loss for words upon hearing John's statement, as he no longer doubted its veracity. However, John's power was still far too weak to accomplish such a feat. With that, I'm sure everyone in the room has accepted this boy's claim that he was the one to destroy the Bloodfiend sect. A soft voice sounded out. All eyes turned towards the leader of the Honorable Alliance, who had just spoke out now. John's words had shielded the Thunderzin and the Heavenly Lightning sect, as him destroying the sect was not breaking the ancient pact. Only someone above the Heaven Tribulation realm doing such an act was a violation of the pact. However, there are 2 questions I would like to ask you, the woman said to John. John remained silent as he waited for the woman's questions. First, while we no longer doubt your words, we do not understand how a youth in the Meridian Forging realm could destroy a sect like the Bloodfiend sect, which was guarded by powerful elders and formations. How did you accomplish such a thing? John frowned as he heard this question, as the woman was basically asking for him to reveal if he had used a powerful secret to do such a thing, such as an ancient weapon or artifact. If he were to reveal such a thing, it would only further serve to put a larger target on his back. It seems like even the Honorable Alliance can't be fully trusted, as her asking such a question is clearly trying to probe into my secrets. Thunderzin and Lillian frowned at the question as well, but remained silent as it was John's decision on how to answer. Typical Honorable Alliance. Conniving and greedy, Lillian muttered under her breath, but loud enough for the woman to hear. The woman glanced at Lillian for a moment, her gaze going icy, before it turned back to normal and she once again looked at John. John smiled slightly, as he knew Lillian's words were a warning to him to not reveal too much. She knew John would most likely not reveal anything, but just wanted to be certain. John gazed at the woman with an indifferent expression as he replied to her question. I really don't think that concerns you, he replied bluntly, causing the woman to frown slightly. I revealed that I was the one to destroy the sect. As for the methods I used to destroy it, you don't need to concern yourself with it. His words slightly surprised everyone in the room, as he was quite hostile against both alliance leaders. The Forbidden Alliance leader smirked slightly as he heard John direct his hostility towards the woman, who was a rival of his. Even their disciples were rivals, continuing their lifelong grudge. While he too wanted to know the truth, he still enjoyed this moment of seeing her knocked down a peg. The woman remained silent as she stared at John, who stood there calmly. It was clear that he was not going to reveal any secrets, no matter how hard she pressed. With Thunderzin in the room and acting as John's guardian, there was nothing she could do about it. Fine, then we'll move to the second question of mine, the woman continued as if nothing had happened. You said the Bloodfiend sect summoned a demon. Thunderzin has already revealed this to us, but we might as well ask you as well. Is this true? John nodded his head in confirmation at this question, and quickly went into details regarding what he had discovered in the Bloodfiend sect, from the mortal sacrifices, to all fiend activating it early due to John's mysterious methods of destroying the sect. The woman's expression turned ice as John detailed the cauldron, and her icy gaze shot towards the Forbidden Alliance leader. Your alliance gave the Bluefiend sect the cosmic blood cauldron, she asked with an icy tone. It seems as if your alliance had something to do with its summoning, and that it wasn't just the actions of all fiend. I have no idea what you're talking about, the Forbidden Alliance leader replied calmly. The cauldron, which had a powerful artifact spirit within, retreated back to the divine Martial Continent on its own after the Blood Fiend sect's destruction, leaving no evidence of its existence behind. John's indifferent gaze shifted to the man, as his eyes turned slightly icy. It seems as though they truly did have a hand in everything that had happened. Why they targeted this continent is still a question, though. Maybe the recent revealing of the ancient city and its potential secrets within caused the Alliance to want dominion over this continent, so they could explore its secrets undisturbed. The demon was only the method for removing the other powers from the land, and then when everything was done, they could claim ignorance on how a demon was summoned. Although it's only speculation, it seems quite plausible. The Honorable Alliance head gazed at the man for a moment longer before diverting her gaze. Clearly, she would obtain no information from him. Before she could speak up once more, a voice from the side of the Forbidden Alliance spoke up. Everyone here might believe this lie of his, but I don't buy it for a second, the youth from the Alliance said as he took several steps forward. John had embarrassed his master, causing anger to well up within him. He wanted to take John down a notch and let him know his place as a lowly disciple from a backwater place. John glanced at the boy with complete indifference as the youth walked up to him. He stopped when he was a few feet from John and gazed at him with a mocking expression. Your cultivation is pathetically weak, only at the mid-meridian forging realm, and yet you claim to have destroyed the Blood Fiend sect. While the Blood Fiend sect itself was pathetically weak as well, it's still far more than you could accomplish. John gazed at the boy before him as if he were stupid. Who are you? He asked, as if he was speaking to an idiot. The boy frowned, and his figure suddenly blurred from John's vision as he appeared directly behind him, the dagger in his hand piercing directly towards John's neck. Chapter 421, Fenix Branch Establishment Pang. A loud metallic sound rang out as John quickly spun around and punched the flat of the dagger, knocking it to the side before it reached his neck. Sparks flew off the weapon from the collision, and the youth quickly jumped back, putting some distance between himself and John. Those within the chamber had looks of slight surprise on their face, both at how fast John had reacted, and also the sound his bare-handed parry had made. Clearly, his body was incredibly strong and durable to be able to make such a noise when colliding against a hard weapon. They could tell he was an essence cultivator, but his body was also incredibly strong, indicating that he was either a dual cultivator or had an innate variant body. John frowned as he looked at the youth before him. While he wanted to kill the boy who stood before him, he couldn't take any brash actions at the moment, or he would make things hard for Thunderzin and the sect. You mind explaining what that was for? John asked coldly. The youth smiled at John as if nothing had just happened. I was only testing your power. If you were not even able to block this weak attack from me, then you were clearly lying about destroying the Blood Fiend sect. If that was the case, then lying to our faces in such a manner is worthy of death. The youth walked right past John, back towards where his alliance was standing, as if nothing had happened. Still, I don't believe what you said was the truth. The youth spoke up once more as he reached his alliance and turned around. Maybe you've resigned yourself to taking the blame for this event and are willing to accept a Tao heart flaw. How can we trust your words so blindly? John glanced sideways at the youth before he looked away, as if looking at him was not worth his time. Everyone else in the room can clearly see the truth of my words, so why is this dog still barking? Shouldn't you put a muzzle on him already? John said to the leader of the Forbidden Alliance. What did you say? The youth shouted out in rage as he took a step forward, but was stopped by his master. The rest of the room broke out into soft laughter, further igniting the rage of the youth. However, his master had forbidden him from taking action, so all he could do was swallow his rage at the moment. Even his master could tell that John's Tao oath was sincere and that he was telling the truth. His disciples speaking up further about it would only serve to make him look incompetent. His disciple had stepped forward, because he refused to believe a youth with a weaker cultivation than his own could accomplish a feat such as destroying the Bloodfiend sect. However, both alliance leaders knew there were powerful secrets in the world, and that John had most likely used the aid of a powerful artifact or weapon to accomplish such a thing. Neither of them believed he had the power to do such a thing on his own, and they were partially correct in their assumptions. "Let's get back to the matter at hand," the Honorable Alliance leader spoke up once more. "Based on the events described, this boy before us was truly the one to destroy the Bloodfiend sect, and had done so to stop the demons summoning. While normally destroying a sect would lead to further discussion on any potential punishments, the Bloodfiend sect had brought such a fate upon themselves when they summoned a demon and broke the ancient pact. As such, I believe we can leave this situation as is, and no punishments are necessary." John glanced at the woman and raised one eyebrow as he heard her words. Clearly, she was trying to shield him and the Heavenly Lightning sect. While it may not be from a place of altruism and could only be to frustrate the Forbidden Alliance, John still accepted such aid. The Forbidden Alliance leader's face darkened, but said nothing to argue against it. It was as the Honorable Alliance leader had revealed. The Bloodfiend sect had summoned a demon, which was prohibited by the ancient pact between the two alliances. Despite traveling all this way, the man knew his alliance would leave accomplishing nothing. The Forbidden Alliance leader sneered before he turned around and began to leave the chamber. The rest of the alliance understood that the discussions were over and quickly followed behind him. The man's disciple looked at John with a cold gaze before he too followed his master, as they all quickly left the chamber. John watched with indifference as the alliance left, before his gaze shifted towards the Honorable Alliance leader who was approaching him. A warm smile lingered on her face as she stood before John and inspected him closely. John felt like he was being looked at by a hawk, but remained calm as he gazed back at her with indifference. After a moment of silence, the woman's gaze shifted to Thunderzin, who sat on his throne behind John. "You have quite a talented disciple here. I'm assuming you'll be sending him to our divine martial continent soon," she asked. "Naturally," Thunderzin replied calmly. "Good," the woman replied before gazing back at John. "The Forbidden Alliance has become more and more unruly as of late. Watching your display today was quite refreshing. I'm sure with you joining us soon on the divine martial continent, you will be quite the headache for the Forbidden Alliance. I look forward to seeing it." Before waiting for a response, the woman turned around and also began to walk out of the room. The rest of the alliance followed, while the woman's disciple gazed at John for a moment with a look of curious interest before she too followed her master out of the room. Sigh. A collective sigh of relief left the mouths of many of the Heavenly Lightning sect's elders' mouths, as they knew the severity of what had just happened. If the Forbidden Alliance had found that the fault was with the Heavenly Lightning sect, they would have demanded hard reparations or even its destruction. Also, if the Honorable Alliance found fault with the sect as well, they may have severed its ties with the Heavenly Lightning sect, no longer shielding it from the Forbidden Alliance. Such a fate would be dire for the sect, and many of the elders felt like they had just come out of a life and death battle. John turned around to look at Thunderzin, who was smiling at him. "You did well," Thunderzin voiced his approval. "I take it that with your return, you've settled everything you needed to do in your homeland." John nodded his head. "I have, although I brought some of my clan members with me to establish a branch somewhere nearby," John explained. "Lillian has already informed me of that," Thunderzin replied. John wondered when she had done such a thing, but didn't bother asking. "We have already discussed where your clan shall establish its branch. The lands we control are incredibly vast, and there is a patch of land roughly 200 miles from here that is quite fertile, but unused by us. Your clan can establish its branch there," Thunderzin continued. A smile lit up on John's face, and he bowed deeply towards the sect leader. "Many thanks." The three of them began to discuss the details of the Fenix clan's branch establishment, as well as the trip John would soon be taking to the divine martial continent. A group of roughly 1,000 people stood in a lush valley filled with vibrant life. Streams meandered through the valley, while towering trees and blooming flowers dotted the landscape. "It's perfect," Barden said with incredible enthusiasm, as he and the rest of the clan looked over the land that the heavenly lightning sect had gifted them. The chi in the air was many times denser than back in their homeland, which would greatly speed up the cultivation of anyone here. John nodded his head in agreement as he surveyed the land, as he was truly content with it. Thunderzin had even given the aid of hundreds of builders, formation experts, and many other professions to help build the branch. The establishment of the branch started immediately, and progress was swift. Within a month, the branch was mostly completed, and only the more complicated things such as formations crafting were left to be completed. The new Fenix clan branch was incredibly grand, and easily dwarfed the scale of the original clan grounds. During the month of construction, John spent his time with his family and friends, as he knew such a thing would not last long. After spending an entire month with his clan and helping its construction, John returned to the heavenly lightning sect. As he entered the sect, he was stopped by Elder Ragger, who John had not talked to in quite some time. "Elder Ragger, it's been quite some time since we last spoke," John said to the elder with a smile on his face. "What's the occasion for today's meeting?" he asked, as he could tell that the elder had a specific reason for finding him out, however. "There's someone here to see you," Elder Ragger replied. "Someone here to see me?" John asked with slight confusion in his voice. He was expecting no visitors. "Are you sure they're here to see me specifically?" John asked. "Yes, follow me, and if you don't recognize the person, we can just kick him out of the sect," Elder Ragger replied. John nodded his head and followed Elder Ragger to the enforcement hall grounds. They entered one of the buildings, and Elder Ragger took John to a specific room. He entered it, and his face lit up in complete surprise at the one waiting for him. "Chase, Chapter 422, meeting Chase once again. It seems like you know this boy," Elder Ragger said to John. "In that case, I'll leave you alone for now." Elder Ragger closed the door behind him, leaving John and Chase in the room. John inspected Chase, who looked a little roughed up around the edges. His clothes were worn out and his body a little dirtied, but other than that, he appeared mostly fine. John had no idea what had happened to Chase once he started his heaven tribulation. His tribulation had shattered the formation platforms binding the both of them, before John sped deeper into the Bloodfiend sect. Chase stood there in silence as he looked at John, a slightly guilty expression on his face. He was the son of Alfiend, who had tried to kill John and transfer his body to Chase. Although he had protested against it, Chase still felt guilty about the whole thing. John could easily read these thoughts that were clearly written on Chase's face, and so he decided to break the silence himself. "I don't blame you for what happened," John said, causing Chase's slightly guilty face to light up in surprise. "You don't," Chase replied, his voice slightly meek. "No, why would I?" John replied while shaking his head. "You clearly protested against it, and the entire thing was clearly your father's idea. Why would I blame you for something you tried to stop? In fact, you tried to get me out of the Bloodfiend sect before it even happened, putting yourself at risk. So if anything, I should be thanking you." John could clearly tell that Chase was surprised to hear this from him, and still didn't know what to say. John had thought Chase most likely died in the tribulation or the battles that took place afterwards, and was surprised to see him alive and well. He had many questions that he wanted to know the answers to, and so John decided to be the one to once again break the silence. "How did you escape the destruction of your sect?" John asked with great curiosity. Almost everyone belonging to the Bloodfiend sect had died, and only a handful of members had managed to escape before its complete annihilation. "I ran," Chase replied. "When you started your tribulation, the first lightning strike shattered the shackles that held me to that formation platform. Upon feeling the power of whatever that was, I knew the sect was doomed. It was my one opportunity to get away, and so I took it. The moment I was free, I fled as fast as I could. Even so, I still barely avoided the monstrous explosions that destroyed the sect a short while later, Chase explained. He must be talking about Thunderzen's battle with the demon. So after you escaped, you came here? John asked another question. Not exactly, Chase replied after a moment of silence. After I fled the sect and learned about its destruction, I wandered the land looking for my purpose. My sect, my home, my family, all of it was destroyed. While I hated my father and the Bloodfiend sect, they were still the only things in my life that I felt I belonged to, Chase explained. He paused for a moment to collect his thoughts before continuing his explanation. I wandered about for quite some time and gathered my thoughts in the process. However, I quickly realized that I had no outside connections at all. My entire life was spent in the Bloodfiend sect, and everyone I knew was dead. The only other person I knew still lived was you. John raised his eyebrows slightly at this statement as he felt a tinge of pity for Chase. While Alfiend truly was a terrible person, he was still Chase's father. John didn't know how he would act if he lost everything close to him. So you came here to seek shelter, or potentially join the Heavenly Lightning sect? John asked. Chase stood there in silence as he stared at the ground before him, but did not refute John's claims. John stared at Chase closely, carefully inspecting his every move. While he thought Chase to be a good person, he still had a few more questions before he made a decision. I still have another question or two, John replied. Chase looked up at John once more as John asked his next question. When you were helping me escape, you said my escape would benefit you. But after thinking about it after everything that happened, I can't see how me escaping would have been to your benefit. Not only that, but your father wanted to transfer you to my body, despite you being quite talented. Your cultivation is already at the early Meridian forging realm, which is incredibly impressive. Why was your father so hellbent on transferring your consciousness to my body? John fell silent after asking his string of questions. Chase gathered his thoughts for a moment before answering John's first question. When I was trying to help you escape, I really was telling the truth that your escape would help me, or it should have helped me. And the reason for this is also the answer for your second question, Chase replied. John stayed silent as he allowed Chase to continue talking. Chase took a deep breath before continuing to answer John's questions. The reason my father wanted me to take over your body is because I was born with a unique constitution, Chase explained. Is it related to your love of the Piltdown? John asked, as he had always wanted to know how Chase was so gifted in the Piltdown despite being so young. Chase nodded his head in affirmation of John's guess, before continuing his explanation. I have a wood attribute body constitution, Chase explained, causing John to once again raise one of his eyebrows in slight surprise. Wood attribute body? That's like my lightning attribute body. Attribute bodies are quite rare, and I've heard that wood-type bodies are even rare among attribute bodies. Do you know of attribute bodies? Chase asked. I know a bit about them, John replied while nodding his head. Although not much about wood attribute bodies, other than they are quite rare. That they are, Chase replied. But the rarity of my body type was of no concern to my father. Wood attribute cultivators are naturally gifted in the Piltdown, as their affinity with medicinal herbs and plants are second to none. However, my father despised the Piltdown and only cared about brute strength. My wood attribute body does not allow me to cultivate the more sinister styles of forbidden alliance cultivation arts, as I'm sure you've noticed. John once again nodded his head, as he had noticed no sinister nature at all from Chase's chi. My father despised this about me, and so he wanted to find a suitable host for me instead, which was you. Chase paused as he said this, giving John the chance to ask his first question once again. So how did allowing me to escape help you? John asked. Chase became silent for a moment before speaking up once more. I hated my existence, to be completely honest. Due to my wood attribute body, I despise the violence, the malevolence, the bloodthirstiness of forbidden cultivation cultivators. It makes me sick to be around them, and yet I was forced to be around them my entire life. It got to the point where I saw no end, and as a result, I attempted to kill myself. Chase paused once again, as the event clearly was a heavy one for him to talk about. John remained silent as he allowed Chase to gather his thoughts, although he was quite surprised to hear this from him. Chase took a deep breath before continuing his explanation once more. My father made sure I survived, and also punished my actions for doing so. In front of my very eyes, he slaughtered 100 mortals, as he knew I despised blood and death. John raised his eyebrows again as he heard this, as such an action was quite evil, even for a man such as Alfiend. It seems like Alfiend was even more of a piece of shit than I could have imagined. It's quite a good thing that he's dead and can't terrorize this world anymore. Afterwards, he placed a powerful curse on me, which prevented me from attempting such a thing again. I thought I would be forever doomed to grow up in that hellish environment. However, when you showed up, I knew if I helped you escape, my father would become so angry at me that he would perhaps kill me himself in a fit of rage. It was the only way out of it I could see at the time. Chase's voice trailed off as he explained why he had tried to help John escape, which was not even close to what John had been expecting. Both of them stood there in silence for quite some time, before John spoke up once again. Well, with all that said and out of the way, there's only one thing left to do. Chase looked at John, completely resigning his fate to John. John walked over towards Chase and stared at him for a moment before he patted him on the back in a friendly manner. Let's take you over to our pill hall and introduce them to their newest member. Chapter 423, Pill Dao Discussions. Chase's face lit up in surprise at John's words, as it was the last thing he was expecting to hear. A small smile formed on his face after his surprise faded, and he nodded his head with much enthusiasm. Good, then follow me. John turned around and strode out of the room, and quickly left the building. Chase followed behind closely, and the two of them quickly made their way through the heavenly lightning sect towards the pill hall. Chase's face was filled with emotional wonder as he looked from building to building and person to person. It's so calm and peaceful, Chase couldn't help but exclaim. In the Bloodfiend sect, it was commonplace to see fights break out in the streets, and weaker disciples bullied and beaten bloody. Compared to the Bloodfiend sect, the Heavenly Lightning sect looked like a tranquil paradise, which suited Chase's nature perfectly. It's not really that our sect is peaceful, it's just that the Bloodfiend sect was way over the top, John replied. I mean, just the life and death battles were surprising, let alone the disciple placement battles which resulted in over 1,000 deaths. That's just crazy that it was allowed to happen. You don't have monthly life and death battles here? Chase asked with a surprised voice. No, John replied quickly. Life and death battles must be requested individually, and only one life and death battle has occurred during the last year. Only one, Chase exclaimed, as if it was the most shocking thing to hear. Who fought in that battle? Chase couldn't help but ask to sate his curiosity. A wry smile appeared on John's face as he scratched his cheek. He was just insulting the Bluefiend sect's brutality, and yet he was the only one in the Heavenly Lightning sect to have a life and death battle over the last year. Maybe I truly do fit in better in such a brutal sect, John mused as he shook his head at himself. Oh look, we're here. John shifted the topic of conversation as they arrived before the pill hall. Chase's face lit up again in surprise once again, as the pill hall was much larger and grander than the pill hall in the Bloodfiend sect. The Heavenly Lightning sect placed much more importance on pill experts than the Bloodfiend sect, as the cultivation methods of the Honorable Alliance sects focused more on pills, while the cultivation methods of the Forbidden Alliance sects focused more on using blood. As such, the pill hall in the Heavenly Lightning sect dwarfed that of the Bloodfiend sects, both in its size as well as its member count. Follow me, John once again instructed as he entered the building. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks at a door sounded out within a room, startling the one within. What the? Whoever is at the door, go away. An angered shout boomed out from within the locked room. Knock, knock, knock. The knocks continued once more, yet again startling the one within from their work. Who the hell dares disturb me? The one within the room shouted out as they stood up angrily and walked briskly towards the door. The door flung wide open, and the one inside who was about to yell out with absolute agitated anger bit his tongue. "You!" Pill Emperor Thunderpill exclaimed as he noticed who it was who had knocked. John had not visited him in nearly half a year, and he had almost forgotten about him. John walked into Thunderpill's room without his permission, causing Thunderpill to get a bit huffy. Chase followed behind closely, further igniting Thunderpill's frustration. "What is going on?" Pill Emperor Thunderpill asked. "I'm in the very middle of an important concoction. If you have no specific business, then leave." John gestured to Chase at his side, who stared at the room with awe. There were many pill-related objects that he had never seen before, drawing his intrigue. "This is my friend Chase," John began to explain. "He's quite talented in the pill Dao. I want you to take him under your wing and train him regarding the pill Dao." "What? Why would I do such a thing?" Pill Emperor Thunderpill exclaimed with slight ire. "I have much more important things to do than teach a brat how to make pills." "Just give it a shot," John replied quickly. "If nothing else, he can be a valuable pill assistant while you concoct your pills." Pill Emperor Thunderpill was one of the sect's most prominent pill experts, and John knew Chase would learn a lot from him. John's suggestion caused the Pill Emperor to pause for a moment as he thought it over. However, after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head in refusal. "Forget about it. I've already looked for pill assistants before, but they're all useless and only slow down my alchemy. I'm sure this brat is no different." Chase's normally genial and warm expression turned sour upon hearing this, as the pill Dao was the one thing he held sacred and considered himself to be best at. Without pause, he walked over towards Thunderpill's cauldron, which was in the middle of making some pills. "What are you doing, you brat?" the Pill Emperor exclaimed as he saw Chase get near his cauldron. "Get away from there." Chase ignored the Pill Emperor's instructions and leaned in close to inspect the cauldron closely. He took in a deep whiff of the cauldron's thick medicinal aroma, and his eyes quickly lit up in surprise. "You're actually making a 9-lotus ice pill," Chase exclaimed. Thunderpill's angered expression quickly turned to one of shock upon hearing Chase's words. "You can tell what I am making just from the aroma?" Thunderpill asked. "I can clearly smell the extracts of the 9-lotus flower, as well as the ice heart plant. With this in mind, the 9-lotus ice pill seems the most logical, although I can't be certain as I've never made it myself," Chase replied quickly. The Pill Emperor was speechless for a moment before a smile appeared on his face, as he nodded his head in confirmation of Chase's guess. "You are correct. I am making the 9-lotus ice pill. The Ice Cliff sect pays quite a handsome price for these pills and have ordered a batch from me," Thunderpill replied. "But something seems off," Chase said as he took in another whiff. "It seems as though you have added something else, although I'm having a hard time identifying it. Did you add nether ice root as well?" Chase asked after thinking for a moment. Thunderpill's face lit up once more as he strode over to Chase and began to excitedly converse with him, as if he had forgotten his frustration at John's interruption just moments ago. "I did," Thunderpill replied. "I'm testing out a new pill recipe to see if I can make the ice potency of the pill even stronger." Chase tilted his head to the side as he frowned at these words. "Won't the different ice natures of the nether ice root and the 9-lotus ice flower conflict with each other, making the entire batch unstable?" Chase asked as he tried to piece together what the Pill Emperor was doing. "You're exactly right," Thunderpill exclaimed. "That's why I've also added the willow water flower, which is quite soft and supple in its properties. I am testing out whether it's the perfect additive to meld the two conflicting plants together." John smiled as he saw the two of them start to excitedly discuss the pill Dao, as if the previous events did not occur. He began to leave the room, and as he was about to walk out, he turned to Thunderpill once more. "Oh, and one last thing. Chase has a wood attribute constitution, so you better teach him all you know now so you can claim he was your disciple. Before long, he'll far surpass you, and the honor of being his master won't be possible for you anymore." The Pill Emperor's mouth opened wide in shock as he heard this, and John smiled once more before he left the room, leaving Chase behind to learn all he could from the Pill Emperor. John explored the rest of the pill hall for the next several hours and bought many pills suitable for his meridian forging cultivation before he left the pill hall and stood outside. "What should I do now?" John mused out loud. However, before he could think of what to do next, an elder suddenly landed in the pill hall courtyard next to him. The elder was wearing the robes of the war hall, and John instantly recognized him. "Elder Balor, what brings you here?" John asked, as he could tell the elder was here for him. The elder bowed his head ever so slightly, as John was now considered the young master of the war hall, and his status was only second to Lillian's. "The vice sect leader has instructed you to return to the war palace," Elder Balor replied. What for?" John asked curiously. "A representative from the Supreme Battle Sect has arrived, and the vice sect leader has summoned you as a result. Chapter 424, Sect Leader Earth Fist, the Supreme Battle Sect, huh?" John replied, a little bit surprised. "Sure, lead the way." The elder nodded, and John quickly followed behind the elder who sped towards the War Hall Palace. "The Supreme Battle Sect? They must be here to question me again about how I obtained the Supreme Battle Art. Weren't they supposed to wait for me to go to them? Whatever, it's easier this way, I guess, as it saves me a trip." They arrived shortly after, and the elder escorted John to the top of the War Hall Palace, which was the chamber his master ruled the War Hall from. Several elders were guarding the entrance and quickly let John inside. The parting doors to the chamber caught the attention of those inside, who all turned around to look at John enter the room. His master sat atop her throne at the other end of the chamber, while there were several men standing before her. They all wore sleeveless brown robes, revealing bulging muscles containing incredible power. John felt as if he were looking at rampaging beasts instead of humans. They're the Supreme Battle Sect guests, no doubt about it. The power of their bodies surprised John, especially the one who stood in the middle of the group. It was an elderly man who had a long white beard and a bald head. The man appeared to be in his 80s or 90s, but the power emanating from his body made John realize that he was the strongest one of the group. Tao transformation, no doubt about it. John could easily tell that the elderly man was in the Tao transformation realm just from the powerful presence he was emitting. The fact that John could not detect his cultivation also alluded to the fact that he was in the Tao transformation realm, but John would have been able to tell regardless. The elderly man inspected John as he approached, and John felt like he was being stared at by a powerful beast. He knew that the man had the power to crush him in one blow. "John, you're finally here," Lillian called out from her throne as she watched John walk towards her. "In that case, we can get finished with whatever you came here to do, Sect Leader Earth Fist," she said as she glanced at the elderly man. "Sect Leader. He's the sect leader of the Supreme Battle Sect." John arrived before Lillian and stood before her as he turned around to face the group from the Supreme Battle Sect. There were 5 people, all men, with 4 standing slightly behind the elder in the front. They gazed fiercely at John, as if they were inspecting each and every detail of him. John felt powerful divine senses scan over him, but was expecting such a thing to occur, and so did not show any reaction. The scans lasted for a moment before they faded away, and a smile suddenly broke out on the face of the elderly man. "Quite the impressive disciple you have here," Sect Leader Earthfist said to Lillian. "I still don't know how he accomplished it, but the rumors of your disciple destroying the Bloodfiend sect have spread far and wide. That he used the Supreme Battle Art in the process brings glory to our sect as well." John raised his eyebrows slightly at the man's words, as they seemed to be complimenting him slightly. He had been expecting to defend the fact that he could use the Supreme Battle Art, as it was the secretive battle art of the Supreme Battle Sect, and outsiders were forbidden to learn it. However, the elderly man seemed to be impressed instead of angered, surprising John slightly. Sect Leader Earthfist began to walk over to John, and another one of the men behind him walked forward as well. The man was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 20s, and his cultivation was in the late heaven tribulation realm. He had an incredibly powerful body, and John could tell that he would have a hard time battling against this man if they were to ever fight. The two of them stopped before John and stared at him for a moment before the elderly man clicked his tongue and gestured to the man behind him with a frown on his face. "What are you waiting for? For the grass to grow and the sky to turn dark. Give it to the boy already," the elderly man commanded. The man behind him scowled slightly as a scroll suddenly appeared in his hands. "You don't have to make it so embarrassing for me, you old fart," the man in his 20s grumbled as he stepped towards John and handed him a scroll. A confused frown appeared on John's face as he reached out and took the scroll. The man took a step back towards the elderly man after giving John the scroll, and before John could open it to read it, he heard a sound before him that caught his attention. Bang! 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 John's eyes popped open wide as the elderly man started beating the man who had just given John the scroll. "You dare talk back to me like that?" the elderly man yelled out as he rained down blows on the man. "It seems I haven't properly instructed you even after all these years." "Got him, you old geezer. Fuck off already," the man cried out as he tried to fight back against the elderly man, but was unable to get the upper hand. The two of them traded punches and kicks for a short while as the war hall chamber shook violently from the power of their punches. The old man landed almost all of the blows, while the younger man did everything he could to fight back. However, his power was lacking in the face of the leader of the Supreme Battle Sect, and before long, the younger man had 2 black eyes and many other bruises on his body. John stood there in stunned silence as he watched the scene unfold before him, while Lillian sat there with a slightly amused expression on her face, as if she was thoroughly enjoying the show. The elderly man stopped beating the younger man eventually, who laid on his back, pained from the beating he had just taken. "Get up already, or I'll continue training your body," the elderly man commanded, and the younger man immediately bound to his feet and stood there as if nothing had happened. However, the 2 black eyes on his face and the man's bruises on his body were lingering reminders of what had just happened. The elderly man turned to face John once more, and a small smile appeared on his face. "Forgive my useless grandson for his poor manners. I had to give him a little lesson there," the man said to John. "However, this is how we teach lessons in the Supreme Battle Sect. I hope you don't mind." John stood there in stunned silence for a moment longer before he snapped out of it and waved his hand before him in a dismissive manner. "Not at all," John replied quickly as he glanced sideways at his master. He wanted to say something sarcastic about his master giving similar lessons, but the glare he got from her made him swallow his tongue before he could say anything. "Not going to open that," the elderly man said as he glanced at the unopened scroll in John's hands. John glanced at the scroll in his hand, as he had forgotten about it as he watched the shocking scene earlier. He quickly regained his wits and unfurled the scroll, his eyes going wide as he read the contents contained within. This is the Meridian Forging and Heaven Tribulation Steps to the Supreme Battle Art," John exclaimed. His eyes quickly shifted from the scroll to the elderly man, who was standing there smiling slightly. "Why?" was all John could ask, as he truly couldn't understand the man's reasonings. The original Supreme Battle Sect elder that had come many months ago had made it quite clear that outsiders were not permitted to learn the supreme battle art, and that John was to be punished in one way or another for such a grave offense. However, the very leader of the Supreme Battle Sect was now giving him the next steps to the battle art, which he sorely needed. With his cultivation in the Meridian Forging realm, the Supreme Battle art had become useless to him, as he only knew the steps up to the core formation realm. However, this scroll solved all of his problems regarding that issue. "I'll let this useless grandson of mine explain," the elderly man said to John, as he guested for the younger man to speak. The younger man, who acted as if the beating he had taken earlier never occurred, looked at John closely for some time before speaking out. I still don't see the resemblance at all, but the rumors are undeniable that you are from that clan, and also his son, the man said to John. His son? You mean this matter relates to my father? John replied, slightly shocked. Yes, the man replied, as he began to tell a story of the past. Chapter 425. Conditional offer. John listened closely to the man's story, as he explained what had happened in the past. I suppose I should introduce myself first. My name is Anton, grandson of the Supreme Battle Sect leader. Over 20 years ago, I found myself in a remote part of this continent, following up on some clues regarding an ancient weapon spotted in the area. On this trip, I ran into a Bluefiend sect elder, and due to some things out of my control happening, he and I got into a life and death fight. He was slightly stronger than me at the time, but I was strong enough to hold out for nearly a day, and was able to slip from his sight at the very end of the battle. However, I was on the precipice of death, and collapsed in a thick forest. Darkness enveloped me, and I thought my life was soon to be over, but I eventually woke up, and found my wounded body being nursed back to health by another. I'm guessing that was my father, John asked as the man paused for a moment. It was, Anton confirmed before continuing his story. As I regained my consciousness, I informed your father of the grave danger of aiding me, as the Bloodfiend sect elder would slay both him and myself if he managed to find me. However, your father dismissed all my warnings and did his utmost to bring me back to full health. I would have without a doubt perished without his aid, and his steadfast attitude even in the face of danger and death also impressed me greatly. Luckily, the Bloodfiend elder was not able to find me, and eventually I was healed back to full health. Afterwards, your father and I struck up a great friendship, and I came to consider him almost as a younger brother. To do my best to repay him for his aid, I offered him the opportunity to join our sect and become a full-fledged member, but for some reason he declined the offer. With this in mind, I left him the first 3 stages of the supreme battle art, should he ever decide to cultivate it. I have not heard from him since, but when word was spread that his son had destroyed the Bloodfiend sect, I knew I had to meet you myself. Silence filled the room as Anton finished his story, and John thought over the words he had just heard. This is obviously the reason why Father started his trip to join the Supreme Battle sect. He would have joined them, were it not for the fact that he stumbled upon me in the Great Desert. It all makes sense now why he would be able to join such a sect at such a late age. How is your father? Anton suddenly asked. I have not heard from him in quite some time. Is he doing well? John nodded his head in confirmation. He is. In fact, he's helping establish a branch for our Fenix clan just a few 100 miles from here. Anton's eyes lit up as he heard this. Truly, where exactly? John explained where the Fenix clan was establishing their branch, as he could tell the man before him truly wanted to see his old friend once again. Anton became so excited to hear this that he turned to leave the building immediately, eager to see his friend once more. Bang! A loud bang echoed within the room as sect leader Earth Fists slammed his grandson into the ground, the force of which shook the chamber once more. What the hell are you doing, old man? Anton cried out as he quickly rebounded to his feet and stared warily at his grandfather. Did you already forget the main reason we came here for? You useless grandson of mine, sect leader Earth Fist replied. Anton's face lit up in comprehension as he heard his grandfather's words. Oh, I got so excited for a moment that I nearly forgot. Anton turned to look back at John once more, his excited voice booming out throughout the entire chamber. Since you are the son of the man I consider a dear friend, it's only natural for me to be the one to extend this offer to you. Since your father was unable to take me up on my offer in the past, I will now extend that offer to his son. We would like you to join our Supreme Battle sect as an official disciple. Anton's words stunned John, as he was not expecting to hear such an offer from the Supreme Battle sect. He had come to this meeting prepared to defend his use of their most secretive battle art, but instead he was being offered to become a disciple of their sect. After standing there in silence for a moment, John glanced over to his master, as he was unsure of how to answer. He was already a disciple of the Heavenly Lightning sect, and did not know how such things would work. Lillian could clearly tell what his gaze was saying, and she quickly addressed his questions. "Becoming a disciple of multiple sects isn't something that's unheard of," she replied calmly. "We have a friendly relationship with the Supreme Battle sect, so I see no issue with you becoming an official disciple of theirs." John's eyes lit up as he heard these words, as joining the Supreme Battle sect was beyond his wildest dreams. Their body battle art was the strongest in the land, and he greatly desired to train it to the peak. When he combined the Supreme Battle art with his Immortal Asura transformation art, his body power was nearly unstoppable. However, Lillian's voice filled the room once more, causing all eyes to look at her. "Just know that John is first and foremost a disciple of the Heavenly Lightning sect, and also my direct disciple. Do not forget that." A relaxed smile appeared on sect leader Earthfist's face as he heard these words. "Naturally," he replied, as he had been expecting such a thing to happen. He glanced back at John and took several steps forward, eventually stopping a few feet before John. "However, the offer is still conditional on one thing." John tilted his head slightly to the side as he looked at the elderly man before him. "What thing?" John asked calmly. He was sure he would be able to meet any condition the man gave him. "You are clearly an essence cultivator, but you clearly utilize body battle arts as well. I'm guessing you have an innate variant body which allows you to use both powers, instead of doing something as foolish as dual cultivating body and essence. As such, you must prove that your innate variant body is of high enough quality to use the Supreme Battle art to its utmost. If I find your ability to utilize the Supreme Battle art to be lacking, I'll rescind the offer to become our disciple and force you to swear an oath to never use the Supreme Battle art again." John's relaxed gaze stared at sect leader Earthfist as he listed his conditions, before a small, confident smile broke out on his face. "That's it," John replied confidently, as if such a test was beneath his concern. "Oh, you seem quite confident. Good, only such a confident temperament is worthy of cultivating our battle arts," sect leader Earthfist replied. "Then show me the source of this confidence. Hit me with your strongest punch." Boom. Sect leader Earthfist's incredible body power flared out as his muscles bulged. The upper portion of his robes ripped apart from the force, revealing his incredibly muscular upper body. John glanced at the man's body, which seemed to be more durable than the hardest of materials. A smile broke out on his face as he assumed an attacking posture, ready to explode with his full power at a moment's notice. "Just know, you asked for this," John replied with a confident tone as he began to channel his body power. Sect leader Earthfist scoffed at John's words, as John's words seemed to indicate that he could cause damage to the sect leader. Sect leader Earthfist was about to mock John when his expression turned serious. John's body dantian exploded with absolute power as he channeled his supreme battle art to the highest extent he could. At the same time, he activated his Immortal Asura body to further augment his strength, pushing it to an extreme level. However, he decided to not use his transformation art, as such a thing was not needed at the moment. He was more than certain his current level of power was far beyond anything the sect leader could have imagined possible. His supreme battle art aura exploded out powerfully as it washed over everyone in the room, shocking all but Lillian. After a moment of channeling his battle art, John punched out with his full force, his fist violently colliding with the chest of sect leader Earthfist. Bang, chapter 426, ushering in the new era, a deafening bang boomed out within the War Palace chamber, and it shook violently from the force of the blow. The attack created a shockwave that caused the other Supreme Battle sect members to take several steps backwards, as they were unable to resist its powerful force. John's aura died down after his attack, as he stared at sect leader Earthfist with a slightly shocked expression. The sect leader stood there unflinchingly, not having moved even a single bit. John's attack just now was strong enough to threaten even someone as strong as Anton, who was in the late heaven tribulation realm. Yet the man before him shrugged it off as if it were a light breeze. Clearly, his power was towards the top of the Tao transformation realm, or even higher, to be able to shrug off a blow in such a manner. How strong? The other Supreme Battle Sect members regained their balance and quickly looked back at John with looks of absolute shock on their faces. While they had heard the rumors of his strength, seeing and believing were two different things. They had assumed the rumors of his ability to jump an entire realm in combat were nothing more than exaggerations from the Heavenly Lightning Sect, but now they knew it was the absolute truth. John took a few steps back after his fist attack as he stared at sect leader Earth Fist. He shook his hands a couple of times in pain as a wry smile appeared on his face. "What the hell is your body made of?" John couldn't help but exclaim. The serious look on Earth Fist's face quickly melted away into a large smile as he began to laugh boisterously. His laughs boomed loudly within the chamber, its power so great that it shook the floor and walls. "Haha, it's been a long time since I've felt surprised, but boy, today you surprised me," Earth Fist said loudly. His gaze shifted to Lillian, who sat nearby. "You got quite the disciple here," he said to her. Lillian smiled ever so slightly as she nodded his head. "That we do, but I'm assuming he easily passed your trial, so isn't he also your disciple now?" "Ha, that he is," Earth Fist replied happily as his gaze shifted back to John. His large hand rested on John's shoulder as an approving look appeared on his face. "You are now an official disciple of our sect," he said to John. "I'm sure you'll bring glory to our sect." John smiled as he nodded his head, incredibly happy to have become a member of the Supreme Battle Sect. "Now I won't have to worry about obtaining a body battle art for a long, long time." Earth Fist's gaze shifted back to Lillian as he spoke to her once more. "I'm assuming he will be going to the Divine Martial Continent soon." "In the next few months," Lillian said as she nodded her head in confirmation. "Good," he said as he looked back at John. "Much like the Heavenly Lightning Sect, our Supreme Battle Sect has our main sect located on the Divine Martial Continent. In fact, it's quite close to the location of the main Heavenly Lightning Sect, so you won't have trouble finding it. Make your way there when you can, and I'm sure you'll obtain even more benefits from our sect," Earth Fist explained. John nodded his head once more, as he was sure to do so. Any opportunity to obtain power and resources would be an opportunity he would not miss. "Good, then our business here is done today," Earth Fist said with a satisfied tone. Without saying anything else, he turned and strode out of the room, quickly followed behind by the other members of the sect. John watched them leave, before he turned to Lillian, who still sat on her throne. A small smile appeared on her face as she stared at him. "It seems like you're becoming quite popular with others. Are you already bored of this sect of ours?" she teased. John rolled his eyes at her comment and didn't bother to reply. He knew anything he said would most likely result in a beating, as he would say something sarcastic back. John decided to switch topics, as his focus shifted to the Divine Martial Continent. "You said we will leave for the Divine Martial Continent in several months," John asked for clarification. "Correct," Lillian replied. "After the entrance exam for the newest class of disciples, we will leave for the Divine Martial Continent," she explained. "Until then, be sure to raise your strength as much as possible. The Divine Martial Continent has many monstrous disciples as well. You may be undisputed here, but even you will find yourself challenged over there." John raised one eyebrow as he heard this, but didn't argue against his master's words. She knew more about the continent than him. "Maybe she's just saying that to scare me into raising my strength as much as possible, but I don't need any extra motivation. My motivation and desire for strength is already at the precipice of what is possible." John conversed with Lillian for a short while longer before leaving the war hall, and set out to take care of everything he needed to get done in the next few months. As he strode out of the war hall, he was greeted by a familiar face that he had not seen in quite some time. "You bastard," Adam exclaimed. "You returned months ago and you've yet to say hi to me. Do you not consider me your friend?" An item suddenly appeared in John's hands as he tossed it over to Adam, who quickly caught it. It was the shrouding artifact that he had obtained in the Bloodfiend sect, which contained a powerful shrouding formation. Adam's eyes lit up as he quickly began to study the artifact, as John rolled his eyes at how easy it was to appease Adam. Time passed by incredibly quickly, as John set out to deal with everything he needed to get done before he left for the divine Immortal Continent. During the day, he would go about helping his clan build their branch and his friends raise their power, while he would focus on cultivation at night. During the last few months, Miko had shown up several times as well, and he and John quickly caught up on everything that had happened and also discussed their future adventures in the divine Immortal Continent. Like this, 3 months passed by. In a valley between two large mountains, a massive white and gold gate several hundred yards wide and tall stood, guarding its entrance for all who wished to enter. 2 massive blue lightning bolts were carved into either side of the gate, and massive walls extended outwards in both directions from the gate as far as the eye could see. A wide road led directly to the entrance of the gate. Hundreds of thousands of people were gathered before the gate, with more people arriving by the minute. The crowd ranged from young teenagers to the elderly, and a boisterous atmosphere filled the crowd. Many large and powerful beasts were seen throughout the crowd, with grand carriages attached to them. Powerful cultivators were seen guarding the carriages, and many important-looking people, dressed in fine robes and surrounded by a large following, were present. Some of the cultivators were floating in the sky above the crowd, but none dared venture higher than the height of the gate itself, as doing so was considered an act of disrespect. Towards the front of the crowd, over 100,000 youths, aged 12 to 15, gathered before the gate. Excited discussions filled this crowd as they discussed today's event. "I can't believe this day finally came," one youth exclaimed. "I know. I've been looking forward to this day for so long," another replied with absolute enthusiasm. "Do you think he will show up?" another nearby youth asked. "Him? You mean John Fenix? No way," another youth replied. "He's the sect's #1 disciple. I'm sure he has better things to do with his time." "That's too bad," the first youth replied, slightly downcast. "Oh well, just joining the same sect as him is already exciting. If the sect can raise someone to be as powerful as him, who's to say it can't do the same for me?" Today was the day of the Heavenly Lightning Sect's annual entrance exam, and as expected, it had drawn an incredibly large and excited crowd to its front gates. However, the crowd was many times larger than usual. High above the crowd, 2 figures floated in the sky as they looked down on the crowd. John's eyes swept over everyone below as a wave of nostalgia washed through him. This is where his true journey had started, leading him to where he was today. "Feeling nostalgic?" Lillian asked as she looked down on the crowd below. John remained silent, but nodded his head in agreement to her words. A small smile appeared on Lillian's face as she gazed at the crowd below. Chapter 427, Observing the Entrance Exam Trials, Welcome to the Heavenly Lightning Sect. John's voice boomed out as he hovered above the crowd, drawing the attention of all. Everyone looked up and saw a young boy above them, causing many, especially the older cultivators, to frown at the sight. It was known that the vice sect leader would welcome the guests to the start of the entrance exam, and many were drawn to the gates each year to get a sight of her. However, the Heavenly Lightning Sect had instead sent a boy to the gates, which many considered as a sign of the Heavenly Lightning Sect not caring that much about this year's entrance exam. In fact, many of the older cultivators were about to speak out in a questioning manner against such a thing, but their voices caught in their throats as they inspected John's cultivation. He was clearly only around 16 years old, but already had a cultivation in the middle meridian forging realm. Not only that, but just a single glance from the elders in the group told them that John could easily kill them, despite their higher cultivation. In particular, an early Heaven Tribulation elder from a first-grade clan was about to speak up and protest such a reception, as a way to draw attention to himself and elevate his position, but his words also caught in his throat. Although John was not actively emanating his aura or power, this elder could tell that John was not someone he could handle in a fight. In fact, he felt lethal danger from him, which led him and everyone else to one conclusion. There was only youth in the entire Heavenly Lightning sect who could fit this description. Meanwhile, the youths in the crowd below all became the epitome of frenzied excitement as they immediately recognized John. While they had never seen him before, they could tell that despite only being a year or two older than them, his power was far above anything they could look up to. Most of the youths in the crowd were in the chi condensation realm, and so John's meridian forging cultivation was far above their scope of power, and was something they thought only elderly cultivators would have. "It's him, it's actually him," many disciples cried out excitedly. John smiled as he saw this frenzied commotion, and waited for a short moment to let them vent their emotions before he waved his hand for silence. The crowd quickly descended into silence as they all stared up at John floating above them. "Thank you for coming to my Heavenly Lightning sect today," John said to the crowd, who listened with great passion. "It was just 1 year ago that I too was in the crowd before these gates, eagerly trying to join this sect." John's voice was tinged with nostalgia, and he paused for a moment before continuing his speech. "After spending a year in this sect, I can say with absolute confidence that this is the greatest sect on this continent, and your decision to enter it was the correct one. By entering this sect, you will have opportunities you could only dream of before." John's speech sent the disciples into an excited furor again, and he waved his hand for silence once more. "I will now explain the rules of the entrance exam. The entrance exam will last 1 week. All those who enter must be below the core formation realm and 16 years of age or below. There are 5 stages to the exam, and to enter the sect as an outer disciple, the 3rd stage must be cleared. Those who pass the 4th stage will become inner disciples, and those who pass the 5th will become core disciples." Most in the crowd were familiar with the rules of the entrance exam, as they were explained in detail every year. However, this information was new to some, and so they listened closely. "The trials will be monitored closely by elders, and cheating of any kind will be dealt with severely. No treasures or weapons that use outside power will be permitted. Everything must be powered by the cultivators themselves." Many nodded their heads in agreement at this rule, while some had looks of disappointment on their faces. There were bound to be incredibly powerful treasures in the holy lands that the juniors could use, which would provide an unfair advantage. Fighting within the exams are permitted only when allowed by the specific trial. Fighting outside the permitted trials will result in disqualification. Lastly, the top cultivators who do the best within the exams will be given special rewards. That is all. John explained the rules exactly as he had remembered his master had done a year ago, and following her actions after as well, he suddenly disappeared from the crowd's view as he returned to where his master was, far above the crowd. "Not a bad speech," Lillian teased as John returned next to her. "In fact, I think you explained the rules verbatim as I did. Couldn't you have done it a bit differently?" "Why bother?" John replied as he gazed down on the crowd below. The gates parted, allowing the disciples to enter the sect. Over 100,000 youths flooded into the sect, looking like a surging river as they all moved towards the first testing location. While John did not participate in any of the trial testing as the other elders did, he decided to stay around and watch the youths attempt the trials he had done just a year ago. It was a rare, relaxing break in his routine, which would soon become chaotic again thanks to his trip to the divine Martial Continent. "Come find me after the trials are over," Lillian instructed before she flew away, leaving John behind. John found a nice spot in a tree not far away from the talent testing area and sat on one of its branches as he watched the test commence. Those that passed the trial all cheered in excited happiness, while those that failed looked like their dreams had shattered. John sighed as he saw such sights, as he had a heavy heart for those that failed. Strength is the only thing in this world that allows someone to control their own fate, and yet the is the one who world dictates who gets strength and who does not. If one is given terrible talent, then even if their hearts are the firmest in the land, they are still destined to be stepping stones for others. What a cruel, uncaring world. John's thoughts shifted to the artifact that his supposed father had made for him, and its effect on his life. Although my talent without the artifact is still world-shaking, as I achieved 15 Danshin compressions on my own, and also have a heavenly bloodline ability, I still would not have nearly come as far as I have without the artifact bestowed upon me by my father. I wonder, if I become strong enough to stand atop this entire martial world and look down from above, could I rewrite the laws of the martial world? Make it so that those who have an unflinching heart and unbreakable resolve can reach the top, while those undeserving of their talent fall to the depths. Wouldn't that be perfect? John continued to think over such things as he watched the trials completed. The first trial ended, with roughly half of all participants eliminated. The second trial started, which for John was the illusion formation trial. Since the trials changed every year to keep people from cheating, this year's second trial was a willpower test, not of pain, but of resolve. Those that entered had their resolve tested with money, power, lust, and other things the heart would normally desire. Only those with firm enough resolves to stand against such temptations were allowed forward, and yet again, roughly half of the participants were eliminated. The next trial was a combat trial, with the disciples fighting not against beasts as John had done, but against themselves. With rankings assigned to the talent test scores the disciples had received in the first trial, a single elimination tournament was held until only several thousand remained. Those within fought with all their might and strength, and some even managed to impress John with their determination. Not only that, but there were many talented youths as well, some showing power that made John raise an eyebrow. This class of youths is definitely stronger than the one I was a part of. With such an infusion of talent, it seems like the heavenly lightning sect's future strength is on a sure path rise. The trial afterwards, the last trial, was the trial of pain, which was the only trial not changed in any way. Even if one knew there was a trial of pain, they still needed the willpower and resolve to push through it. John sighed as he watched the disciples struggle against the pain, and many give up. So close, and yet they let such a thing stand in their way. Oh well, only those who can pass such a trial are worthy of becoming inner and core disciples anyways. Several youths once again stood out, and surged to the center of the trial, passing it swiftly. Although none had passed the trial as fast as John had done the year prior, there were several youths that once again impressed him. The trial finally ended as all either passed or gave up, and John quickly stood up and moved to a different location. Just as he arrived, a flash of light appeared before him, as all the disciples that had passed the outer, inner, and core disciple tests arrived in the Heavenly Lightning Sect courtyard. A large crowd of all the Heavenly Lightning Sect members gathered around the courtyard, eager to see the new batch of disciples, as well as the one spectacle they came for every year. Chapter 428, Seeing the Lightning Dragon Again. Congratulations on becoming disciples of the Heavenly Lightning Sect. A calm yet extremely powerful voice echoed out, causing all eyes to fall on the sect leader who had just spoken. His calm face smiled down at those below, and appeared as if he was an ordinary grandpa welcoming his grandchildren home. However, all could tell that despite his aura being constrained, his power was beyond anything they had felt before. Thundersen's gaze roamed among all the youths, who were now new members of his sect. You have done what most in this land only dream of, and for that you should be proud. From now on, you will be able to call yourselves disciples of the Heavenly Lightning Sect. However, to truly become disciples of the Heavenly Lightning Sect, there is one more test that must be passed, the sect leader stated in a calm voice, causing frowns to appear on those in the group. They had been told that they had passed all the trials and had become disciples, but now the sect leader was saying there were more trials to come. Many were unhappy to hear this, but none of them dared voice their discontent to the sect leader himself. Upon hearing the sect leader mention the final trial, the eyes of all those in the crowd lit up, and excited discussions broke out. John smiled as well, as he was looking forward to seeing the amazing creature once again. Ruoeser. A thunderous roar so loud that it nearly shattered the eardrums of many sounded out throughout the heavenly lightning sect. Its roar covered the entire sect, and there wasn't a single person who didn't hear it. The roar sounded out several more times, each more powerful and deafening than the last. Silence descended over the crowd, and John and all those in the crowd could hear the growing rumbles of wings approaching. A small tempest began to kick up within the courtyard, and before long, everyone felt as if they were in the middle of a windstorm. The courtyard suddenly grew dim, as if the sun had been blocked out. All the new youths of the sect turned their eyes to the sky to see what was going on, and their eyes all widened in shock. While most of the youths had heard the rumors of such an event taking place, seeing the creature and hearing about the creature were two completely different things. Boom! The heavenly lightning sect palace and the massive courtyard in front of it trembled greatly. John and the entire crowd stared up at the heavenly lightning sect palace and the figure that had just landed on its roof high above the sect leader. Despite already seeing it once, I can't help but be awed yet again by this lightning dragon, John mused as he studied the creature closely. It was his second time seeing it, but his awe was no less prevalent than the first time he had seen it. Even now he couldn't tell how strong it was. It must be at least as strong as Thunderzen, if not stronger. The dragon lowered its massive head to stare down at the crowd below, and its large eyes locked on the group of youths who stood at the crowd center. Its power was so overwhelming that none of the youths dared to move a muscle. In fact, all of them were so scared and awed by the majestic creature that they wouldn't be able to move even if they wanted to. Sweat trickled down all their backs, and some even collapsed to the floor in a nervous mess. Even the crowd of heavenly lightning sect members were awed at the scene. Despite seeing this occur once every year, it still filled them with wonder. Suddenly, the power of the dragon flared out, and all the youths felt an incredibly strange, yet overwhelmingly powerful energy invade their bodies, minds, and souls. John stared on at the scene before him, as he knew what the youths were going through. This power of the dragon detects any intruding souls hiding within the disciples. Although the Blood Fiend sect has been eradicated, I guess one can't be too careful. The youths initially tried to resist the power, but Thunderzen's instructions to not do so squashed any of such intentions, and all the youths allowed it to thoroughly invade their bodies. After a brief inspection, the dragon's power faded, revealing that there were no invading souls hiding within any of the youths. As expected, John mused. After the inspection, the dragon opened its mouth, and a large beam of strange lightning suddenly exploded outwards, directly towards the youths below. John watched on as the youths were bathed in the dragon's lightning. This special ability of the dragon truly is wondrous. It contains incredible power, not destructive power, but nurturing power. I wonder how it accomplishes such a thing. Every lightning attack John knew was only about one thing: destruction. Having such a special ability would be quite nice, but John knew it was most likely a natural inborn ability that only such a creature could possess. The dragon's lightning continued to purify and cleanse the bodies of the youths, as well as increase their lightning comprehensions and future lightning talent significantly. The process continued for several minutes, before the dragon closed its mouth and stopped bathing the youths in his lightning breath. It roared once more before it spread its wings and took to the sky. A violent wind tempest was kicked up within the courtyard, and the dragon flew high into the sky before it sped off out of the view of all those in the crowd. The youths in the center of everyone had stunned looks on their faces as they inspected the changes in their bodies. John smiled as he saw such reactions, as his reaction was the exact same just 1 year ago. You have been bathed in the vital lightning essence breath of our heavenly lightning dragon. I'm sure each and every one of you has felt their bodies become more aligned with lightning chi, and your lightning comprehensions grow as well. Thunderzen's voice boomed over the crowd once more. The youths all nodded their heads eagerly in agreement. They all felt the immediate changes in their body. Such a thing was beyond their wildest expectations, and they were starting to see why the Heavenly Lightning sect stood at the very top of the continent. Not only that, but the sect had given rise to a talent such as John, whose name was now famous across the entire continent. Although no one was certain how he accomplished such a thing, everyone knew the Bloodfiend sect's destruction was directly related to him. Not only that, but there were stories of him jumping an entire major realm of cultivation and winning, which was even more unbelievable. Even jumping one minor realm was beyond impressive, let alone a major realm which was equivalent to 4 minor realms in power. As was mentioned at the start of the trial, the top youths are to be rewarded for their efforts. Those being specially rewarded are those who placed in the top 10 to become core disciples, and you will each receive your rewards according to your rank. Thunderson addressed the youths once more. John stood to the side as he watched the new disciple ceremony go to its conclusion. The top 10 core disciples were each given their rankings, establishing the pecking order for the next year of Heavenly Lightning sect youths. That concludes this year's entrance exam ceremony, Thunderson called out, but a raised hand suddenly caught his attention. The hand being raised was a youthful girl of the new discipleship, whose face was slightly red from embarrassment of drawing attention to her. "Oh, what is it?" Thunderson asked with a smile on his face. The girl's expression turned slightly panicked, but the urging of the disciples nearby her gave her confidence, clearly indicating that she was just speaking for the group of youths. When will we be able to see Big Brother John again?" "Huh," John couldn't help but exclaim out loud as he heard the question. "When the fuck did I become a big brother to these kids?" "What? You don't like being their big brother?" A mocking voice behind John sounded out, causing him to turn quickly around in surprise. "Can you not sneak up on me like that?" John cursed as he saw his master standing behind him with an amused expression on her face. "Even more, how long were you standing behind me?" John couldn't help but ask. He had not detected her presence at all. "The entire time," she replied, as if the truth was further mockery. "Tomorrow there will be a special training session given out by John personally." Thunderson's voice sounded out once again, causing John cry out in confusion once more. "Huh, when did I agree to such a thing?" John asked Lillian, who shrugged her shoulders in response. "It seems as though you're the most talked about topic amongst the youths these days. We figured you could give them a few pointers and raise their morale before you leave for the divine Martial Continent," Lillian replied with a dry tone. John stared at his master with an amused expression, but didn't argue against it. Teaching the youths of the sect wouldn't be such a bad thing, and it was one way to repay the sect that had done so much for him already. "Really?" the girl excitedly replied, while the rest of the youths around her pumped their fists in happiness. As such, the next day, John found himself standing before all the new youths of the Heavenly Lightning sect, as their eager and excited gazes all focused on him, waiting to learn from the Yuan Continent's foremost genius. Chapter 429, giving the Disples their first lesson in a large open field somewhere in the Heavenly Lightning sect, a large group of several thousand disciples were gathered. The atmosphere within this group was excited and anxious, as the lessons they were looking forward to receiving were about to begin. After going about his morning routine, John set off for the training area and arrived there shortly after. The large crowd gathered in the field entered his view, and John hovered high above the group as they excitedly discussed today's events to come. He shook his head slightly as he saw how relaxed and unguarded they were currently. A shame this generation, while quite talented, seems to be like the previous one, naive and pampered. None of the disciples noticed his presence, although he had done nothing to hide it. If any of them were truly on their guard, they might have noticed his arrival. Within the Heavenly Lightning sect, they felt safe and secure, but John knew this was the type of attitude these disciples would carry regardless of where they were. While the group of new disciples were most definitely talented, even more so than the group from last year, John could tell that they were just as spoiled. It was something he found out even more clearly in the ancient city, when the Blood Fiend sect youths rampaged without being questioned or challenged. The Blood Fiend sect youths all had a hard and brutal upbringing, which tempered their nerves and hardened their resolve. They were constantly thrown into life and death scenarios, and so were much calmer and more collected when facing such a situation. Not only that, but in the same realm, their combat prowess was usually higher, due to the intense and rigorous upbringing they received. On the other hand, the youths that joined the Heavenly Lightning sect and the other honorable alliance powers were much softer. They mostly all came from powerful sects and clans, and were raised as their top geniuses. They were spoiled and coddled with attention, cultivation gifts, and more, but rarely ever forced to put their life on the line. This made their power great, but their resolves and willpowers weak. While talent is important, a firm willpower and resolve is even more important for a cultivator to be able to soar through the cultivation world. It seems like I will have to teach these kids that lesson. When do you think he's going to show up? An excited youth asked his friends nearby. I don't know, but I can't wait for this lesson. Maybe we'll be able to see a bit of why he's so strong, another excited youth replied. Similar discussions were taking place throughout the group, but those discussions quickly stopped as they all noticed something strange happen. Lightning nodes, over 100 total, suddenly sprung up in the air around them. The youths all looked at the nodes in confusion, as they were unsure of what was going on. However, even still none of them raised their guards, as they figured their safety within the sect was absolute. John frowned as he saw this, and shook his head before unleashing a small portion of his power. Bang! Lightning instantly exploded out of all the lightning nodes, snaking all throughout the crowd. Lightning inundated each and every youth with shocking pain as they all cried out in pain and confusion. The weaker disciples collapsed to the ground and curled up into a ball, while the stronger ones did their best to resist. However, each and every disciple was feeling absolute pain at the moment, as they were unable to struggle against the lightning. John let the lightning from his heavenly lightning domain continue for some time, while he watched the group of youths below. If I end this lesson too soon, none of them will really learn the lesson I'm giving here. Only by etching this pain into their flesh will they never forget it. However, I am also giving them 2 small gifts with this lightning tempering, so they will thank me. John could have instantly killed each and every disciple here without them noticing, but had obviously restricted his power to the chi condensation realm for this lesson. Even so, it was more than any of the youths could handle. Agonized cries continued to ring out for some time, drawing the attention of nearby elders, who quickly arrived to figure out what was going on. They frowned in confusion as they saw the scene, but quickly saw John floating above the group, looking down with disappointment. They quickly understood what was going on, and only shook their heads at the brutalness of the lesson before leaving. After quite some time, John finally withdrew his power, and the lightning bathing the youths faded away. Many of the youths instantly collapsed to the ground, unable to stand from the pain they had just felt. "This is my first lesson to all of you," a voice from above boomed out, catching the attention of the youths below. Their pained gazes looked up and were surprised to see who had just said that. "What, this, was done by you?" One of the stronger first-year disciples replied through gritted teeth, frustration evident in his voice. "What the hell did you do that for?" Several other youths also chimed up, as their reverence for John was replaced with anger. John remained calm as he saw their attitudes, and he slowly descended to the ground to stand before the crowd. "Silence!" John's voice boomed out, silencing all the voices of discontent. A frown appeared on his face as he stared at all the youths before him. "If you're going to ask me why I did what I just did, it's because you're all far too naive and spoiled," John's voice boomed out for all to hear. "I arrived above this group without restricting my aura at all, but none of you were even slightly on guard to notice my arrival. You think just because you're within the sect, that means you're safe?" John's question echoed out throughout the crowd. Many were about to reply that it did, but John's next line quickly squashed those voices. I'm sure many of the Bloodfiend sect youths were feeling the same thing, that their sect protected them from any and all dangers. Such thoughts, the exact same as yours, were only one thing: naive. Chapter 430, Further Lessons. Chapter 430, Further Lessons. The faces of all the disciples turned from slight anger to surprise, to shame as they thought over John's words. It was now known that he had been the one to destroy the Bloodfiend sect, whose power was equal to the heavenly lightning sect. Surely those youths felt the same as they did recently, that they were safe within its borders. That safety was only an illusion for them, as it is for all of you, John continued. The only safety you have is your own strength, and strength is derived from more than just talent. Willpower and unflinching resolve are just as important as talent in the cultivation world, maybe even more important. Without those two aspects, even a talented person is doomed to fail. John paused for a moment to let his words sink in, before he began to speak once again. Never for 1 second believe you have absolute safety, because in the cultivation world, you never do. Always have your guard raised, so that situations like this never happen to you again. Besides, if that little bit of pain was enough to make you question cultivating, then you were never worthy of treading down the cultivation path in the first place. John's words once again instilled a sense of shame within the youths, as they knew his words to be true. John took a deep breath and relaxed himself before shifting his tone, as he knew he had been a bit heavy-handed with his approach. However, now that you have all learned this lesson and etched it into your heart, I'm sure each and every one of you will become a cultivation powerhouse, with the ability to rise to the top of this world. While he didn't believe these words, he knew the disciples would. Their looks of pain and shame quickly washed away, as hopeful looks replaced them. Lastly, the lightning I bathed you all in wasn't just to cause you pain, but to give you 2 small gifts, John addressed the crowd. What gifts? A girl's voice asked. John's gaze locked with the girl's, who he recognized as the one who had addressed Thunderzin the previous day. A small smile appeared on his face as he replied to her. First off, the pain of what just happened has tempered your wills, but more importantly, it has tempered your bodies. The disciples all inspected their bodies closely after hearing these words, and surprise lit up on each and every one of their faces as they noticed some incredibly minute but significant changes to their bodies. I have a special type of lightning under my control, heavenly tribulation lightning. By bathing you all in a tiny portion of this lighting, I have slightly increased your comprehensions and body affinity towards heavenly lighting. While it's not nearly as grand as what the lightning dragon did to you yesterday, it will still help quite a bit in the future, John's words echoed throughout the crowd. By bathing the youths in the tiniest portion of heaven tribulation lightning, he was able to raise their comprehensions towards lightning ever so slightly, as well as their affinity towards lightning as well. Now, let's begin your lessons for the day, John said with a warm smile on his face. The youths all had excited looks as they began to thank John profusely and apologize for their previous behavior. John dismissed those apologies as not needed and continued the lesson in full. Hundreds of questions were asked, ranging from cultivation questions to personal questions about John's life. John answered as many as he could, and also demonstrated several battle arts and techniques for the disciples to learn. The lessons continued until the sun began to set, at which point John dismissed the exhausted but happy disciples. His smiling face watched all of them leave, as he knew his lessons would truly help these youths. You're not a bad teacher, although you're quite brutal in your methods. A voice behind John caused him to turn, although no longer in fright as he was used to her showing up without warning. John turned to see his master standing behind him and nodded his head at her words. Thanks, I learned my methods from you, John replied without hesitation. Good, then at least I know my lessons didn't go to waste, Lillian replied, her response slightly surprising John. He had been expecting a beating from his words, but he received no such response. What brings you here? John asked, as he knew his master had a reason for showing up. Lillian's playful expression faded away as she replied to John. We are setting out tomorrow for the divine Martial Continent. Go home to your family and spend the last day with them, and be ready to set out midday tomorrow." John's face turned serious as he heard this, and he nodded his head in confirmation of her words. Lillian's figure disappeared from his sight, seemingly to go handle other important matters before tomorrow. John stood there in silent contemplation for a moment, before he took to the skis and flew towards his branch clan where his family was. He arrived a while later, and spent the night and the early morning the next day with his mother and father, making sure to spend each second with them before he would leave for who knows how long. Although they were sad to see their son go, both his mother and father understood that John's next step was to go to the divine Immortal Continent. "Just make sure to keep yourself safe," Rachel Fenix said with teary eyes as she parted from her embrace with her son. "I will," John nodded his head at her words, before he gazed at his father before him. Their gazes said everything that needed to be said, and John embraced his father as well for a moment before he took to the sky, heading back to the heavenly lightning sect. A firm and resolved look appeared on his face as he flew through the sky at rapid speeds, towards the next step of his cultivation journey. "Today is finally the day that I travel to the divine Immortal Continent." Chapter 431, leaving for the divine Immortal Continent, John arrived at the heavenly lightning sect before midday, and headed straight towards the heavenly lightning courtyard, which was where the sect carried out all its important public sect business. Upon arriving at the sect, John raised his eyebrows slightly at the scene before him. It seems as if the entire sect has gathered here in this courtyard. Is the send-off process really such a big deal? Regardless of the reasons, John quickly landed in the middle of the courtyard, which was where many of the other members of his disciple class stood. There were roughly 100 disciples gathered, which consisted of the 5 direct disciples of the sect, all the core disciples, and the most talented inner disciples. John even spotted Chase and Adam amongst them. He didn't really know the exact criteria the sect had for approving which disciples were worthy of going to the main sect or not, but he was confident Adam and Chase were more than talented enough. His guess was right, and the two of them approached him as soon as he landed. "You're finally here, huh? I'm pretty sure you're the last one to arrive," Adam said while shaking his head as he walked towards John. "What would you do if we left without you?" "Left without him?" Chase piped up as he approached as well. "I'm pretty sure the only person the sect would not leave without is him. The rest of us are probably all discardable when compared to him," Chase said in a slightly self-defeated manner. "What are you talking about?" John said with a smile as he patted Chase on the back. "You're just as valuable as I am. Good pill experts are hard to come by, and ones with wood constitutions are even more rare. The sect probably places you just as high as me in terms of value." Right, Adam chimed up with a smile on his face as he replied with closed eyes. "Us 3 are the most valuable disciples to the sect. There's no way they would leave without any of us." Adam's eyes slowly opened as he heard no response, and all he saw was John and Chase looking at Adam as if he were stupid. "Did I ever mention you?" John replied with a look as if Adam was stupid. "If it wasn't for me dragging you through all those trials, you wouldn't even be in the sect today, let alone going to the divine Immortal Continent." "What? How can you say such a thing?" Adam nearly yelled out back at John. "Did I say anything false?" John replied with a straight face. Adam was about to argue back, but quickly realized John only told the truth. He truly had been dragged forward in both status and talent by John, and he wouldn't really be the same person today if not for him. "Fine, I admit you're right," Adam replied. "But before long, I'll prove myself as a valuable member to this team, just you wait." Adam's eyes burned with determination, causing John to nod his head slightly in approval. He was mostly jesting with Adam, as he needed to knock him down a peg. It seems as though it had worked, and he had lit a fire under Adam, which was something that rarely happened. While John, Chase, and Adam conversed, the rest of the heavenly lightning sect gathered in the courtyard around the youths. A buzzing atmosphere filled the crowd, as discussions broke out amongst the sect members regarding this year's discipleship being sent to the divine Immortal Continent. "Thank you for gathering here today," a voice boomed over the crowd, and all eyes turned to look at Thunderson, who had emerged from the heavenly lightning palace. Just like a few days ago, today is an important day for this sect. It is the day we send our best disciples to the main branch of the heavenly lightning sect to learn and prosper and bring pride to our branch here. We have high hopes for this year's class. Thunderson's gaze swept over the crowd and youths and paused on John for a moment as a smile formed on his face. "I'm afraid there isn't much fanfare to this event other than sending you all off. All I can say is I wish you all the best of luck and bid you farewell." "Farewell." A booming cry echoed out in unison from the crowd, shaking the very ground with its might. John felt himself get ever so slightly emotional, as he could tell he had the support of the entire sect, as well as the hopes of all on his shoulders. A ship suddenly appeared in the sky above the group of youths, with Lillian standing beside it. "Hop on," Lillian instructed, as she had been the one to summon the ship from her spatial ring. "I guess my master herself is escorting us to the divine Immortal Continent." John inspected the ship closely and raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. The ship was not the ship his master had used to get him to his homeland, but the ship Thunderson had used when he arrived at the Bloodfiend sect. It seems as though they have traded ships for this situation. They must place quite a bit of importance on it if Thunderson is giving Lillian his much more valuable ship for this trip. The youths all obliged and flew up to the ship hovering in the sky above them. John was the last one to fly up, and his gaze swept over the crowd one last time, before eventually resting on Thunderson, who stood at the top of the stairs leading to the heavenly lightning palace. "Good luck," Thunderson's voice transmission sounded in John's mind. "And be careful. The divine Immortal Continent is far beyond the Yuan Continent in terms of power and talent. Although you will still flourish without a doubt, you must have your guard raised at all times. But above all, be true to your cultivation heart, and do not waver from the path you have set out for yourself. Only by doing this can you rise to the top of the martial world." John nodded his head upon hearing Thunderson's words and bowed slightly towards him. Thunderson had done so much for John, and he was eternally grateful for each and every single thing Thunderson had done for him. After bowing to the sect leader, John flew up to the ship above and quickly entered it. The ship's interior was incredibly spacious and luxurious, even more so than the ship Lillian had used a month ago. The interior was easily large enough to carry several hundred people, and there were even dozens of rooms within to house individual people. Lillian boarded the ship last and quickly inspected everyone inside to make sure none were missing. Upon confirmation of the youths on the ship, she walked to the front of the ship, which contained the piloting module. Her hand pressed down on a formation disc on top of a pedestal, and the ship quickly flew higher in the sky before speeding off to the east at incredible speeds. John, as well as the rest of the disciples, felt a wave of emotion was over them as they watched the ship speed away from the heavenly lightning sect. It was where they had spent the last year of their lives, and each and every single youth felt incredible attachment to it. The ship flew at incredible speeds, much faster than the ship John had been on previously. John watched the Yuan Continent fly by below, before his gaze shifted to his master, who now stood in the center of the ship. She waved her hand, and over 100 scrolls suddenly appeared in the air, before each one shot towards a disciple. "Read this," Lillian instructed as each disciple caught a scroll and unfurled it. John did the same, and quickly perused through its contents. This scroll contains information regarding the divine Immortal Continent, the nearby allies and enemies to the heavenly lightning sect, nearby danger zones, and more. How useful. John, as well as the rest of the disciples, read each and every word of the scrolls and etched all the information into their minds. Such information was incredibly important and would certainly be useful for them in their cultivation journeys to come. After reading through his document, John put it away and walked over to his master, who stood at the helm of the ship. Lillian glanced at John as he approached, before looking forward once more. "What is it?" Lillian asked as John stood next to her, as she could tell he had a question on his mind. "I've always wanted to ask this question, but never really got around to it," John replied. How come sect leader Thunderzin, sect leader Earthfist, and Allfiend go by such names? Surely those aren't their natural birth names. Why do they all go by such strange names? It was something that had always seemed strange to John, and was something he wanted to know the truth behind. Chapter 432, String of Questions. Oh, that, Lillian replied, slightly surprised to hear John bring up such an offbeat topic. That's because all of them had their heavenly Tao names given to them by the ancient Heaven Tao tablet. Ancient Heaven Tao tablet? What is that? John asked, as he had never heard of such a thing before. You wouldn't know about it, as it's something that exists in the divine Martial Continent only, Lillian replied. It's an ancient artifact that no one really knows how it works, but only that it does. When one reaches the Tao transformation realm or above and infuses their qi and Taos into the tablet gives them their heavenly Tao name. Heavenly Tao name? John asked for clarification, as he had never heard of such a thing, although he could assume what it was based on the name alone. Yes, it is essentially the name by which the heavens themselves recognize you as. Many cultivators consider this to be their true name once they hear it, and go by that name once they receive it, Lillian explained. Have you received your Tao name? John asked, as his master had explained that one needed to have their cultivation in the Tao transformation realm or above to receive their Tao name, which his master was. Not yet, Lillian shook her head in response to John's question. I broke through to the Tao transformation realm in the Yuan Continent and have not visited the divine Martial Continent since. I suppose the ancient Heaven Tao tablet is something I can visit at a later date once we get settled in, she replied. John fell into silence for a moment before he thought of another thing he was curious about. Mast, Lillian, how many branch sects does the Heavenly Lightning sect have? Surely we're not the only one, John asked. It still felt a bit awkward to call her by her real name, but Lillian despised being called Master, as it made her sound older than she really was. There are 5 other branches, Lillian replied quickly. Will they be sending a class of disciples to the main sect like we are? John asked. He was sure they were, but wanted to be certain. Naturally, Lillian replied. The main sect of the Heavenly Lightning sect is the strongest by far, and also has the most opportunities to raise one's strength. The branch sects are basically required to send their strongest disciples each year to the main sect, and in response, the main sect gives resources and protection to the branch sect each year, she explained. John nodded his head in understanding, as such an agreement was what he was expecting for the most part. Another burning question popped up into his mind upon hearing that there were 6 total branch sects. And how does our branch stack up against the other branch sects? John asked. Lillian glanced sideways at John for a moment before looking forward once more. She remained silent for a moment before finally answering John's question. Each year, our sect is usually last, or second to last, Lillian replied, not hiding the truth of things. Although he was expecting it, John still couldn't help but frown slightly as he heard this. That's bad, huh? What's the reasoning for our branch being so far below the others? Didn't the chi from the mysterious energy whirlpool help with cultivation? John asked. The Yuan Continent is a naturally barren place, devoid of natural chi. The mysterious whirlpool artificially boosted this chi level, but only to a level that was comparable to the places the other branches exist. Even then, it's still a bit lower. It's that bad on the Yuan Continent? John asked, slightly concerned for the branch sect and his family sect. Well, not anymore, Lillian replied, causing John to ask for clarification. It's not that bad anymore because of 2 reasons, Lillian began to explain. First off, while the mysterious whirlpool of energy faded away, it infused enough chi into the environment to keep levels high for many, many years. About 1,000 years to be exact if our estimates are correct, Lillian explained. But won't that just keep things the way they are right now? John asked. No, because of the second thing, the ancient city. The ancient city has many wondrous opportunities to raise one's strength, as I'm sure you're aware, and we have yet to discover everything contained within. With the ancient city serving as a perfect training ground for our new disciples, I'm confident our branch sect will rise in power considerably in the foreseeable future. John thought about it for a moment, before eventually nodding his head in agreement. What his master had said made sense, as he had personally experienced immense growth within the ancient city. If all the disciples could go through something like that, it would definitely be beneficial to the sect's future power. Not only that, but the Blood Fiend sect was gone, eliminating the biggest threat to the talented disciples. While there were other Forbidden Alliance sects on the continent, none were as strong as the Blood Fiend sect, and so control of the ancient city would fall into the hands of the Heavenly Lightning sect, the Supreme Battle sect, and the Divine Soul sect. The two of them continued to talk about many things for quite some time, while the ship continued to fly forward at incredible speeds, fast approaching the coast of the continent. John saw the incredibly expansive ocean come into view, awing him with its vastness. How far away is the Divine Martial Continent? John couldn't help but ask. Let's just say that crossing the Yuan Continent is just a drop in the bucket for how far our trip across this ocean will be, Lillian replied, giving a sense of scale to the distance between the two landmasses. If you were to use your own power to fly there, it would take you several years. That far, John exclaimed. No wonder we're taking a ship. His gaze scanned the ocean below, but all he saw was an endless expanse of water. Another thought popped into his mind, causing him to fire off yet another question at his master. Are there any powerful sea creatures below? John asked, as he was sure there was a vast variety of mysterious sea creatures he had never before seen. There are, Lillian replied. In fact, there are creatures in this ocean below us that are stronger than me. If we were to run into them, I would be unable to fight back against them. Her words surprised John, as his master was incredibly strong. In fact, when she activated her Tao of Death rune on her forehead, her power was nearly overwhelming to any form of life. Even still, she claimed that she would be unable to beat some of the creatures that dwelled in the depths of the ocean below them, instilling John with a slight sense of unease. If that's the case, then I'm sure you have a contingency, right? Surely you wouldn't send yourself into a deathly situation without a backup plan, John replied. Of course, I wouldn't do something so stupid, nor would my father. Do you think my father would allow me to send me to my death? Lillian asked. John didn't answer, as his silence was an answer enough. Lillian smiled slightly at his reaction, before her gaze shifted forward once more. Why do you think we waited until this moment to leave for the Divine Martial Continent? She asked. If we wanted to, we could have left months ago, after the business with the Blood Fiend sect and your homeland was settled. Why do you think we only left now? John thought about it for a moment, but the only thing he could think of was that they waited for the entrance exam to finish before sending off the previous class. I'm guessing it has something to do with the entrance exam, John replied, but didn't know how exactly that made sense. His thoughts suddenly shifted to another aspect of the entrance exam as an idea crept into his mind. Could it be the dragon? John asked, his voice slightly unsure. It was the only thing he could think of that had enough power to make a difference in this trip, but the dragon had left immediately after the entrance exam ceremony. Lillian smiled as she heard John's response. I suppose you're not as stupid as I thought you were, Lillian replied, causing John to frown at the insult. You are correct. The answer has to do with the dragon. But didn't the dragon leave immediately after the entrance exam? How is it supposed to help us now? Roar. As if answering his question, a loud roar boomed out over the ocean, shaking the ship slightly. John looked towards the source of the sound as he saw the dragon flying off in the distance in the direction the ship was heading. There, you have your answer, Lillian replied as she too stared at the dragon. As if noticing their arrival, the dragon suddenly sped forward much faster than it was flying before. Lillian pushed the ship to fly even faster, as the ship followed behind the dragon as they sped over the ocean at incredible speeds towards the distant Divine Martial Continent. Chapter 433, Lightning Comprehensions. John looked at the dragon before them, which flew through the sky with absolute power and grace. It was equally terrifying and mesmerizing, giving John a conflicted feeling when looking at the creature. Screech. A loud screech boomed out from below the ship as the ocean suddenly exploded outwards. From the explosion of water emerged a creature which looked similar to an octopus, only much larger and much more powerful. Just the movements of a single tentacle caused tidal waves to wash over the nearby ocean, and its screech shook the sky above. The ocean creature had noticed intruders invade its territory and had exploded out of the ocean with absolute fury. However, the creature suddenly froze for a moment before darting back into the waters below, as it had finally gotten a good look at what had invaded its territory. Unperturbed at all, the dragon continued to fly forwards without a care, as if the creature below wasn't even worth noticing. In fact, it had not even glanced in its direction, as if the ocean creature was nothing more than an eyesore. In the ship trailing the dragon from behind, John watched all of this take place. When the creature had exploded from the water below, he was shocked at its power, and could tell that although it was not as strong as his master, it was definitely stronger than himself. With my current essence and body cultivation, I'm quite confident in being able to fight against a mid-heaven tribulation realm creature, and even keep my life against a late heaven tribulation realm creature. Against that ocean creature, I would stand no chance, and yet it fled from the mere sight of the dragon. Just how strong is this dragon? John stood at the helm of the ship and observed the dragon for quite some time, while also conversing with his master on various things related to the divine Martial continent. After a long discussion, he retired to his room, which was reserved for him alone. The room was quite spacious, as well as luxurious. There was a bed, a washroom, and everything else he could need for the trip to the divine Martial continent. There was even a small room for cultivation, which blocked out any and all sound from the outside. After getting settled in, John entered the cultivation room and closed the door, isolating himself from any and all distractions. Calm filled his body, making him feel completely at ease. However, a fleeting thought of his brought him out of this calm state, as his divine sense entered his soul space. Within his soul space, Kyrie still slumbered after having blocked part of the tribulation lightning beam for John. John's heart ached slightly as he saw Kyrie still unconscious, but a quick inspection of Kyrie made him realize that Kyrie seemed to be much better off than before. I guess Thunderson was right. Kyrie is fine physically. It's just that he needs to overcome whatever internal battle he's having at the moment. Hopefully he's able to do so, and comes out the other end stronger than ever. John enjoyed fighting next to his companion, and hoped to do so in the near future again. After confirming that Kyrie was all right, John sat down on the floor of the meditative chamber and linked his mind with the mysterious artifact of his, which allowed him to fall into a perfect meditative trance. The Supreme Battle Sect scroll that had been gifted to him by sect leader Earthfist appeared before him, as he began to read the contents contained within once again. The Supreme Battle Art was an immensely helpful battle art for his fighting style, and learning the Meridian Forging stage of the battle art would be incredibly useful. As he read through the scroll, John's eyes read over a piece of information that caused him to raise his eyebrows in slight surprise. "So that's what it was," John exclaimed slightly. "I always found it strange that essence cultivators could use domains, but body cultivators didn't. It seemed with this being the case, body cultivators would be at a great disadvantage. However, according to this scroll, body cultivators do use domains, just internally instead of externally. Domain arts were incredibly powerful, and if used by only one side in a fight, would be able to overwhelm the other. With this in mind, John was always confused by this aspect, but his question had been answered within the scroll. It says here that the Supreme Battle Art establishes an internal domain, flushing out negative affects inflicted by other domains, while also augmenting the body even further. It seems as though the version Father had was incomplete, as it did not contain this domain version. No wonder the Supreme Battle Arts used by the other youths in the ancient city felt different, as well as more powerful. They were establishing internal domains, whenever they used it. John's eyes eagerly scanned over the rest of the scroll as he etched all the information deep inside his mind. After reading the scroll many times, he followed the principles of the meridian forging stage of the battle art, as well as the domain establishment portion. Powerful body chi instantly surged throughout his body, infusing every inch of blood and muscle with incredible power. John felt his body rise to levels of power unfelt before, as he successfully unleashed the meridian forging stage of the supreme battle art. With a thought, he activated the next portion of it, which was the supreme battle domain. Upon doing so, John felt even more power surge within his body, as he felt the domain seem to almost take control of his body for him. It was as if a puppet was moving his muscles, but the puppeteer was himself. How strange! John couldn't help but exclaim as he felt using the supreme battle domain to be quite strange. However, he could tell that the domain augmented his body even further, boosting his power once more. This domain aspect is quite incredible, but is also quite taxing on the chi reserves. It seems as though the main portion of this domain is to combat the negative effects of other domains, while the strength increase is the secondary concern. This would be incredibly useful to others, but my Immortal Asura body already achieves this neutralizing effect naturally. John was a little disappointed to find that the supreme battle domain was mostly useless to him, but it would come in handy in certain situations. I suppose in situations when I need more power than the base form of the supreme battle art, but less power than using my transformation art, this domain will be quite useful. My transformation art is quite taxing on the body, and I can tell it's getting harder on my body as my cultivation increases. At this rate, it might eventually become like my bloodline ability, in which I can only use it in dire situations. With that in mind, this battle art and battle domain are just what I need. John practiced using the supreme battle art and supreme battle domain for the next day or two before he felt fully comfortable using it, at which point he stopped cultivating the art and shifted his training. A jade piece suddenly appeared in his hand, which seemed to glow and flicker from within. John stared at the jade piece in his hands for a moment before he sent his divine sense as deep into it as he could. His divine sense pierced the first layer of the true jade origin piece in his hands before it came to a halt at the second layer. The moment he felt the second layer, he saw visions of lightning flicker within his mind, almost as if they were real lightning strikes. Images of cultivators utilizing lightning, as well as nature itself unleashing lightning attacks, filled his mind. He focused on the flashes of lightning as they transitioned from strike to strike, each lightning strike similar yet completely different to the previous. While focusing on the images and the Taos they contained, John felt a pain in his soul, which continued to grow stronger. He grit his teeth and focused on the lightning images as he struggled through the pain, as doing so was the only way forward. While studying the jade piece and struggling through the pain, John lost track of time as he fell into a deep meditative trance. Lightning continued to flash in his mind and soul, as if it was trying to etch itself into his very being. However, each flash of lightning brought a flash of pain, as he could not fully comprehend the lightning Taos contained within. It was as if the universe was telling him that he was not ready to see the truth of the lightning Tao before him. Each strike contained different essences of lightning, which seemed just out of his reach of comprehension. This internal struggle continued for an untold amount of time, as John felt himself grow closer and closer to the lightning he was studying. He could feel his comprehensions slowly but surely increase, building atop the already robust lightning Tao foundation he had already established. This process continued endlessly, as he felt himself grow closer and closer to the truth, until eventually he felt something click in his mind and soul. The lightning flashing in his mind, which before seemed obscure and more profound than he could understand, suddenly seemed to make sense to him. It was as if the heavens had opened up and gifted him with a clear vision of the true nature of lightning. John looked at the flashes of lightning in his mind and soul as if he was seeing true lightning for the very first time in his life. Without thinking about it, John raised his palm upwards as lightning started dancing on it. The lightning snaking over his hand excluded a nature far beyond what he was capable of before. This different nature was not power or intensity, but profundity. He gazed at the lightning on his hand and seemed to be able to see its very nature of existence more clearly. My comprehensions towards the Tao of Lightning seem to have changed completely, although I'm not exactly sure what has happened. However, the control I have over lightning, as well as the power I can unleash, are now both far greater than before. Chapter 434, Tao Comprehension stages. Sometime later, John walked out of his room, needing a break from his recent breakthrough. He walked to the helm of the ship where his master still stood and looked ahead at the lightning dragon before them. "Congratulations," Lillian said to John without even looking at him, causing him to tilt his head to the side in slight confusion. For your lighting Tao breakthrough," Lillian replied, causing a slightly surprised look to appear on John's face. "How can you tell I broke through?" John asked. "You underestimate me if you think something like this is beyond my scope of power," Lillian replied with a slightly mocking tone. She finally turned her head to gaze at John and closely inspected him for a moment before turning her gaze forward once more. "Despite the fact that you're quite stupid, your talent at comprehending Taos is beyond freakish. It's quite a mystery how that's possible," she continued. "Who the hell are you calling stupid?" John quickly rebuked with a look of displeasure on his face. Lillian smiled at his response, as it seemed to be the reaction she was looking for. John rolled his eyes at his master's antics before asking for clarification on what she had just said. "You said I broke through, and also that it's quite freakish. What do you mean by that? Although I can tell my comprehensions towards the lightning Tao increased, I'm not sure exactly what happened," John asked for clarification. "I suppose you haven't learned about them yet, so I can teach you now," Lillian replied as she turned to gaze at John. "Comprehending Taos, or heavenly laws, are broken up into stages. These stages are dictated by the heavens themselves, and each stage allows one to peer deeper into the Taos they are cultivating," Lillian explained, causing John to frown as she still hadn't clearly explained it. Lillian noticed this look and decided to elaborate further. "Put it this way, much like cultivation levels, there are comprehension levels. When you first comprehend a Tao, you are at the Tao initiate level. Once you comprehend roughly 5% of a Tao, you advance to the next stage of comprehension, the Tao adept level, and so on," she explained, which John instantly understood. "Wait, so my comprehensions so far have all been less than 5% of what's there to comprehend?" John asked. "Indeed," Lillian replied. "Being a Tao initiate means having roughly 5% of the Tao comprehended, while Tao adept is 5 to 20%. There are stages above that, but you don't need to know about them yet, as that is very far away in your cultivation journey," Lillian explained. "That means not only my lightning Tao, but the other Taos I cultivate, like the Taos of power, annihilation, and destruction, are all less than 5% of their true power." John had thought his control over these Taos was quite impressive, but had just learned that he merely saw the tip of the iceberg so far. "That's why I said congratulations earlier," Lillian spoke up once again. "Your lightning Tao comprehensions have advanced from the Tao initiate stage to the Tao adept stage. You should be quite proud of your accomplishments. It's incredibly rare for someone to advance to the Tao adept stage before being in the heaven tribulation realm, which is why I called you freakish." John mused over his master's words for a moment, before asking another question. "What about you? When did you first advance to the Tao adept stage?" "In the early Meridian forging realm," Lillian smiled as she replied to John's question. John's face lit up in surprise, as she had accomplished this even before he did cultivation-wise. "However, don't compare yourself to me. My situation is quite different, as I achieved this breakthrough in the Tao of Death, which I'm sure you noticed I have a special relationship with," Lillian clarified. John nodded his head at his master's words, as they were quite true. His master had the Tao of Death rune on her head, clearly indicating that she had some sort of innate ability regarding this Tao. It was only natural that her comprehensions towards it was freakish as well. John continued to discuss Tao comprehensions with his master for some time, before once again retreating to his room to cultivate more. After his breakthrough in lightning comprehensions, he continued to cultivate each and every aspect he could think of. He pushed his lightning comprehensions to the peak until he felt a resistance he could not get through. This was clearly his limit in cultivating the lightning Tao at the moment, and he would need to consolidate his comprehensions and use them in real combat before he was ready to push his comprehensions to the next level. After doing all he could do regarding his lightning Tao, John focused on his mind and soul and cultivated in front of both the holy and sinister gates within his palace realm. A mixed feeling welled up within him whenever he cultivated in front of the holy gate, as he knew his supposed father was on the opposite side of it, but refused to speak to him. After pushing his soul to the limits, John cultivated in front of the sinister gate and pushed his will and resolve to the limits. By doing this each night, he felt a noticeable increase in his soul power and willpower. John also focused on studying the Immortal Asura tome further, as well as his limiter of power, both which allowed him to push his body to new heights. Like this, John increased his proficiency in all aspects of his cultivation, as the ship continued to fly towards the divine Martial Continent. The trip lasted almost a month, which shocked John and all the other youths in the ship. They knew the divine Martial Continent was far away, but the ship still took a long time to arrive despite its incredible speed the entire time. Sea creatures would occasionally emerge from the depths below in a fury at the new intruders, but would all quickly retreat as they saw who it was. One particular creature seemed to be blinded by rage and attacked the dragon without care. A casual lightning breath from the dragon instantly obliterated the creature, shocking each and every person on the ship who watched the attack take place. It was the strongest attack they had ever seen, but it seemed to be a casual action from the dragon. John also saw this attack take place, and the only stronger attack he had seen in his life was Thunderzin's Thunderfall Judgment, which was absolutely monstrous in its power. While the journey carried on, John conversed with the other disciples occasionally, as they would often approach him and ask him for pointers on cultivation. He was without a doubt the strongest one in their group by far, and even the 5 direct disciples acknowledged this. Mason Light, who used to feel quite antagonistic towards John as he considered him a rival for the number 1 disciple spot, no longer concerned himself with such things. He knew that as it was right now, John was so far ahead of him that it no longer made sense to compare himself to John. In fact, he was one of the youths who swallowed their pride and asked John some questions regarding cultivation and how he approached it, surprising John slightly. John nodded his head in approval at Mason's growth of character, before he sincerely answered as much as he could to help out his fellow disciple. He also occasionally talked to Chase and Adam, who were both deep in their own studies, one for pills and the other for formations. Adam seemed to be making great breakthroughs by studying the formation artifacts John had given him, while Chase was consolidating all the information Pill Emperor Thunderpill had given him. On this particular morning, John was sitting in a quiet corner of the ship, observing the ocean fly by below. He was taking a rare break from cultivation, as he felt he was pushing himself to the limit over the past month. Despite his cultivation level not rising, John felt an incredible increase in power when compared to his former self before the trip. If the two of them fought, he was confident in winning quite easily. "Look, over there!" An excited shout sounded out within the ship, drawing the attention of all those in the ship. Everyone walked over to the person who had spoken, who stood towards the front of the ship. John walked over as well, and quickly noticed what the other disciple was pointing at. In the far distance, the coastline was coming into view. Towering cliffs lined the ocean coast, as surging waves slammed into them ceaselessly. Just past the coastline, a massive forest with trees that towered nearly a mile high into the sky was visible, further adding to the grandeur of the scenery before them. John's face lit up with excitement and anticipation as all of this came into view. The divine Martial Continent, Chapter 435, arriving at the main sect, the ship quickly sped forward, reaching the divine martial continent soon after it came into view. Each disciple stared in awe at the landmass before them, as it was already grander than anything they had seen before. Expansive forests with towering trees a mile high stretched out as far as the eye could see, while mountains far taller than any mountain they had seen before stretched off in the distance. Raging rivers carved through the valleys between the mountains, the power of the water shocking as well. It was as if everything in the divine martial continent was larger, stronger, more profound than anything they had seen on the Yuan Continent. The coast of the continent was a mix of tall cliffs, which eventually blended into oceanside beaches. Many port cities and towns were easily visible from their high vantage point on the ship, which lined the coast as far as the eye could see. As soon as the ship sped over the continent, each disciple felt a significant increase in natural qi in the air. In fact, the natural qi in the air at the moment was even higher than the most qi-dense places of the Yuan Continent. Why did the natural qi suddenly increase so much as soon as we entered these lands? One of the disciples couldn't help but ask Lillian, as it was quite odd to feel such a disparity in qi at the coasts. The oceans absorb most of the qi from the air, which is why the qi felt thin until we reached these lands, Lillian explained. The youths nodded their heads in understanding, before another youth decided to ask another question. Is the natural qi this high everywhere? The natural qi here is actually quite thin when compared to the rest of the continent, Lillian replied, causing all those within the ship to widen their eyes in surprise. In fact, the closer to the center of the continent you get, the denser the natural qi. When we reach the main heavenly lightning sect, I'm sure you will all be beyond shocked at what you feel. No wonder this place is a divine land for cultivation, John mused internally. With the natural qi this thick, cultivation would be several times faster than back in the Holy Lands. Is this how it's going to be all the time? Constantly having to fight uphill against people who spent their entire lives in such bountiful places. John shook his head at himself in a slightly self-defeated manner, as the location he had grown up in truly was a barren wasteland for cultivation. However, he would have it no other way, otherwise he would have never met his parents or the Fenix clan. Roar! The dragon roared once more, catching the attention of all as it suddenly veered to the side and instantly sped in a different direction. The speed of the dragon increased significantly, quickly flying out of sight of everyone on the ship, and shocking them greatly at just how fast it had moved. It could move even faster. John couldn't help but ask his master. Of course, Lillian replied. However, this is as fast as this ship can go, and so it kept a pace that we could keep up with. John remained silent upon hearing this, but his respect for the dragon only grew larger. Its power continued to shock him, and he didn't know how high it truly went. A thought suddenly came into John's mind, which he asked his master about. What is that dragon anyways, and why does it help our sect? John asked Lillian. The dragon was clearly incredibly powerful, yet it still helped out the Heavenly Lightning Sect branch every year. Lillian remained silent for a moment before replying. The dragon is the companion of the Heavenly Lightning Sect patriarch. Lillian explained. Much like you and Kyrie, she said while glancing at John. The patriarch of our sect, huh? That's the first time I'm hearing about our main sect having a patriarch, John replied at the new information. How strong is the patriarch? John couldn't help but ask. No idea, Lillian replied. I've never seen him before and have received no information regarding his cultivation level. I'm assuming he's at least as strong as my father, Lillian replied. As strong as Thunderzin, John mused, as Thunderzin's strength was terrifying. However, it naturally made sense that the patriarch of the main sect was as strong or stronger than the sect leader of a branch sect. John continued to talk to his master for a short while longer before he walked to one of the corners of the ship and sat down. His gaze pierced through the translucent floor of the ship to the land below, which still filled him with awe. Different biomes, fantastically large beasts, and exotic vegetation entered his vision as the ship continued to speed forward over the divine Martial Continent. Expansive cities and towering buildings continued to speed by below as well, giving a sense of scale to just how populated the divine Martial Continent was. Other flying ships also rapidly sailed by occasionally, some even grander than the one they were flying on. According to the documents they were given, the divine Martial Continent was tens of times larger than the Yuan Continent, which was already freakishly large. John could hardly comprehend just how large the divine Martial Continent was, but their journey started to add some scale to it. Despite shooting forward at incredible speeds, the journey to the main Heavenly Lightning Sect still took nearly 2 weeks. The Heavenly Lightning Sect was located somewhere midway between the coast and the center of the continent, and yet it still took such a long period of time. At this rate, it would take over 2 months for this ship to cross the divine Martial Continent from one end to the other. Such a sense of scale was beyond what John could wrap his head around at the moment, and so he put such thoughts aside. He continued to focus on his cultivation, all while observing the land below. The sun hung high in the sky as the ship sped forward, when Lillian's voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. "We have arrived." Everyone raced to the front of the ship, at which point their faces all lit up in stunned shock. Before them, an incredibly expansive sect, far grander and more luxurious than anything they could have imagined, came into view. John's eyes lit up as well as he took in the scene before him. The True Heavenly Lightning Sect, Chapter 436, Gathering of Branch Sects. Johns stared at the sprawling sect before him, which was many times larger and more luxurious than the branch sect they belonged to, and comparing the two was like comparing mud to gold. Similar to the branch sect they belonged to, this main sect was nestled in the valleys between mountains, with buildings also located at the peaks of the mountains. Towering waterfalls crashed down to the earth below, while beautiful streams meandered throughout the sect. Lush vegetation, blooming with vibrant life, thrived everywhere, while profound beasts flew through the sky, each being ridden by a cultivator. The buildings themselves were incredibly large, several times larger than the buildings of the branch sect, and there were over a dozen buildings which were grander and more luxurious than the Heavenly Lightning Palace back in the Yuan Continent. Spanning hundreds of miles long, an incredibly tall wall circled around the entire sect. The wall was several hundred yards tall and dozens of yards thick. Lightning bolts were carved into the walls in a regular interval, making it look quite unique. A translucent dome barrier seemed to shimmer above the walls, indicating that the sect was surrounded by a powerful defensive formation. In the very center of the sect, in the far distance, a landmass roughly a mile wide floated in the sky above the sect. Vegetation hung from the underside of the landmass, while a magnificent palace existed on the top side. Lightning snaked in the sky all around the palace, making it look both beautiful and terrifying at the same time. The sect sprawled as far as the eye could see, and John was sure he was only seeing a portion of it. The rest was hidden on the other sides of the mountains, only adding to the grandeur of the sect. No wonder this is the main sect. It's way better than our sect back home. One of the disciples couldn't help but mutter out loud before he realized what he said and sheepishly glanced at Lillian. However, she acted as if she had not heard him and began to pilot the ship to a certain location on the outskirts of the sect. The ship veered towards a particular mountain which stood alone from the others nearby. An expansive forest surrounded the mountain range, and John quickly spotted a massive clearing in the forest at the base of the mountain. From his high vantage point, John could barely make out other people gathered in the field, which the ship was heading towards. They appeared smaller than ants at the moment, but there were thousands upon thousands of them. Several flying airships hovered in the sky above the people, which seemed to be divided into several distinct groups. Late, as usual, a disgruntled voice sounded out amongst a group of 5 people that stood near each other. They all wore white and blue robes, signifying that they were from the Heavenly Lightning Sect. The group consisted of 3 men and 2 women, which appeared to be between 40 and 60 years of age. However, as they were all powerful cultivators, Each with cultivations in the Tao transformation realm, their ages were indeterminate, as they could be thousands of years old. The one who had just spoken up was one of the women who had a look of displeasure on her face. She appeared to be 40 years old and was a bit on the heavier side. Her hair was puffy and round, making her look quite unique. "This happens every year," one of the men replied, his voice slightly dismissive. He appeared in his 50s and had a clean-shaven face, short brown hair, and a scar running down the left side of his face. "They do have to travel the farthest distance by far out of all of us, so it's only natural that they run into more delays." "They should just leave earlier then," one of the other men replied. The man appeared younger, about in his 30s, and was quite handsome. He had long black hair and a chiseled face. His aura was quite powerful and didn't lose out to any of the older cultivators in the group. "Thunderson does this every year. He may be the strongest out of all of us and also have a special status within the sect, but he should still make an effort to be on time at least." The man continued his small rant. Several of the people in the group nodded their heads in agreement at the man's words, before their gazes all shifted to the sky in a certain direction. "Speak of the devil," the woman who had first spoken said as she spotted an airship approaching. "About time," the younger man replied as he crossed his arms over his chest. John and the rest of the disciples watched as their airship approached the open field, which held all the other people within. As they got closer, they could tell that almost all of the people in the field were youths their age, and were divided into 5 other groups. "Get out and gather up," Lillian instructed as she opened the main exit to the ship. She hopped out and was quickly followed by the other disciples. "These youths must be from the other branch sects," John mused as he hopped out of the ship. His gaze scanned over the other youths, and he raised his eyebrows slightly. "Not only are their groups much larger, with roughly 1,000 per group versus our 100, but their cultivations are on average quite a bit higher. We only have a handful of youths who have meridian forging cultivations, but there seems to be several dozen youths per group with that level of cultivation. I guess my master wasn't lying when she said our sect lingers behind the others." The youths from the other groups all gazed at the newcomers, and John could tell there were mixed expressions amongst them. Most of the looks on the faces of the other youths were those of amusement or mockery, indicating that they were looking down on John's group. At the front of each group stood a single disciple. Clearly, they were the strongest disciple of each group, and had the status to be able to stand in front of everyone else and draw attention to themselves. 3 of them were boys, while the other 2 were girls. 3 of them had cultivations in the middle meridian forging realm, while one of the boys, as well as the girl who had looked at John curiously, had cultivations at the late meridian forging realm. The 3 boys and one of the girls looked at John and his group as if they were beneath them, while the remaining girl looked at John's group with a curious expression. She had long blonde hair, a pretty face, and piercing blue eyes. Her eyes scanned his group as if she was searching for something, before her gaze locked onto John. After staring at him for a moment, a slight smile appeared on her face before she looked away. John rolled his eyes and sighed slightly, as he knew exactly what was going to happen in the near future, as it already had happened to him before. "These youths are definitely looking down on us. I guess I'll have to beat the shit out of each of them until they get the message that such gazes at me and my fellow disciples are unacceptable." Chapter 437 Wager John had come to consider each and every disciple on the ship his friend, as he had not only spent a year with them in the sect, but also almost 3 months together on the airship. Any mockery directed towards any of them was unacceptable in his eyes, as he knew that with their current cultivation levels compared to the others, their only fates were to be bullied until they were miserable. A few dozen beatings, handed out to the most powerful disciples of each group, should do the trick. A small smile crept onto John's face as he thought of all the fun he was about to have in the near future. Only through force and violence could some lessons be taught, and John knew he was about to dish out quite a few lessons. Lillian walked to the group of older cultivators, who watched her approach with a slightly surprised expression. You're Thunderson's daughter. Is Thunderson himself not coming this year?" the man with the scar on his face asked. I have some business on the divine Martial Continent, so I decided to escort this year's batch of youths, Lillian replied as she walked up and stood next to the others in the group. Is that so? Does Thunderson consider this event beneath him to the point that he puts it off on his daughter? The hefty woman spoke up with a slightly dismissive voice. He should take such matters more seriously. His sect keeps falling further and further behind all of ours, and yet he does nothing to change it. Why does he even stay in such a backwater and remote place anyways? It seems quite absurd and stupid if you ask me. Lillian's face soured slightly as she heard the woman insult her father. The woman would never dare to insult Thunderson to his face, but was more than happy to do so behind his back. My father may not be here, but I am, Lillian replied, her face and voice cold. Insult him one more time and I'll make sure it's the last time you can insult anything. The hefty woman's face lit up in surprise upon hearing these words, before her face darkened with anger. Her aura began to climb a bit as she raised a finger towards Lillian. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You're just a cub who's seen her first winter, and you think you can spee. The woman's words cut off as Lillian's aura suddenly flared out powerfully, drowning the entire area in her power. She added a tinge of the Tao of death to the aura, making it feel as though all within were suffocating. The hefty woman was absolutely surprised by Lillian's power, which was even greater than her own. She could tell that Lillian was in the Tao transformation realm, but never expected her power to be so great at such a young age. She knew that if the two of them fought right now, she would definitely lose. She was the sect leader of one of the 6 branch sects, and as such looked down on a young vice sect leader such as Lillian. However, she now knew she had made a mistake. Surely branch sect leader Whisperwind was just joking. The man with the scar on his face suddenly spoke up and tried to calm the situation. A fight between 2 powerhouses here would only draw condemnation from the main sect, which they were standing just outside of. To the side, the young man who appeared to be in his 30s glanced at Lillian with amused interest, as if she had caught his attention. Of course I was joking, the woman suddenly replied, a small bead of sweat dripping down her face. Is that so? Lillian replied, her voice still unamused. She glanced to the side and spotted John, who was staring at her after her recent flare of power caught his attention. A small smile crept up on her face as she looked back to the branch sect leaders before her. How about we make a little bet? Lillian asked the group as she quickly changed the subject. A bet? The faces of the branch sect leaders lit up slightly. What bet? The man who appeared in his 30s asked. The only bet there is to make at such a time, Lillian replied. Let us bet on which disciple here will claim the top spot of these entrance exams. The faces of 2 of the branch sect leaders, the hefty woman and the scar-faced man, lit up with intrigue, while the faces of the other 3 branch sect leaders dimmed slightly. The cultivations of the lead disciples of each group were 2 in the late Meridian Forging Realm, while 3 were in the middle Meridian Forging Realm. Clearly, the 2 disciples in the late Meridian Forging Realm would be the ones to come out on top, and belonged to the sects of the hefty woman and the scar-faced man. What do you propose we wager? The heft woman asked with a smile of anticipation on her face, and her expression was relaxed as if she had already forgotten about Lillian's earlier threat. It seemed as though in the face of money, everything was secondary to the woman. Why don't we wager 50 million low-grade spirit crystals? Lillian replied with a calm smile on her face. The faces of the other branch sect leaders lit up in slight surprise at Lillian's wager suggestion. While 50 million spirit crystals would not make or break their net worth, it was still a significant sum of money for them. To bet such an amount on a wager such as this was quite a daring thing to do. The scar-faced man thought about the bet for a while, before his gaze shifted to the group of disciples behind Lillian. His gaze rested on John for a moment, before he shook his head dismissively. I'll take the advice of my friend and sit this one out, the man said, his words slightly confusing the others in the group. The hefty woman dimmed slightly upon hearing the man bow out, but her gaze shifted to Lillian as a small smile crept up on her face. I accept your bet. the woman replied with an eager smile, as if she had already won the bet. Wait a minute, the younger branch sect leader chimed up and looked at Lillian. You said we should wager on which disciple will win, instead of if our own disciples will win. In that case. The man's gaze swept over all the disciples in the field, until it settled on one of them. I'll choose that one to win, he replied. The one he had singled out was the boy who had a cultivation in the late Meridian forging realm, and was one of the most likely to win. Oh, you have good eyes to pick my personal disciple, the hefty woman replied. Does anyone else want to get in on this? Lillian asked. The 3 other branch sect leaders all decided to get in on the bet after all, with one of them picking the boy, while the other one picked the late Meridian forging girl. The scar-faced man was the last to pick other than Lillian, and he thought about it for a moment before choosing. I'll choose whoever you choose, the man said as he looked at Lillian. His answer stunned everyone in the group, as they expected he would choose the girl from his sect who had the late Meridian forging cultivation. Lillian raised her eyebrows slightly at the man's reply, but his next words made her realize why he had said such a thing. I spoke with Thunderson recently through long-distance sound transmission, and he was kind enough to fill me in on a few details, the man said as he glanced at John for a moment. You're a smart man to trust my father's words, Lillian replied as she finally understood the man's reasoning. The other branch sect leaders listened with slight confusion, as other than the 2 late Meridian forging youths, they didn't see another option to choose. So, who are you going to choose? You're the last one to pick, the hefty woman asked Lillian. I'll be choosing him, Lillian said without hesitation as she pointed to John. The other branch sect leaders looked over and inspected John, and their faces quickly lit up with confused amusement. Him, the hefty woman mocked slightly. While his cultivation level is impressive when you consider he came from your backwater location, how do you expect him to compete with my sect's Aaron, who's an entire minor realm above him? The others in the group remained silent, but had the same opinion as the woman. The only one who disagreed was the scar-faced man, but he kept such disagreements to himself as well. John, come here, Lillian's voice boomed out, catching John's attention as he was standing with the other disciples of his sect. He walked over to his master, who stood next to other powerful middle-aged cultivators. They all glanced at John, and he could see mixed expressions on their faces as they inspected him. During the upcoming entrance exam, I want you to beat up anyone who tries to take the number 1 spot from you, understand? Lillian said as John reached her and stood next to her. Chapter 438. Haggling with Lillian, she said her words loudly for the other branch sect leaders to hear, as if she was saying such things out loud only to mock them and make them angrier. John raised his eyebrows as he heard these words, and a quick glance at the expressions of the others nearby told him that there was clearly a reason his master had said such a thing. However, the reason didn't matter to him, and he quickly replied with a large smile on his face. Don't worry, with how all the other youths are staring at us with disdain and mockery, I was going to beat the shit out of everyone here anyways, John replied without hesitation. The branch sect leaders, especially the hefty woman, became incensed upon hearing John's words. They nearly lashed out at John, but stopped themselves at the last moment, as stooping to his level would be unbecoming of a branch sect leader. Since you and your boy are so confident, why don't we raise the wager to 100 million spirit crystals? The hefty woman suddenly said in a fit of rage. A small smile broke out on Lillian's face, which she quickly hid as she turned to face the woman. If you insist, I suppose I can't refuse, Lillian replied while shrugging her shoulders in a self-defeated manner. The other branch sect leaders would never have agreed to a large sum of 100 million spirit crystals before, but with their anger clouding their judgment, they were more than willing to do so now. John watched all this take place and rolled his eyes upon realizing what had just happened. It seems like my master just conned these elders out of quite a bit of money. I'll have to talk to her afterwards and get a cut of the winnings, otherwise I'll feel like I lost out on a good opportunity. He couldn't help but feel a bit bad for these other people, as they had already lost the bet. They just didn't know it yet. With the wagers agreed upon, the final sum of spirit crystals in the betting pot was 600 million spirit crystals. 300 million was bet on Aaron, 100 million was bet on the blonde girl, and the last 200 million was bet on John. The required money was quickly added together in a pot and given to the man with the scar on his face. He was by far the longest-standing branch sect leader of the group, and everyone knew him to be an honorable man. With this in mind, they knew the prize pool was in safe and honest hands. "Good, with that matter handled, I'll bid you all farewell," Lillian said to the group as she turned around and walked back to her group of disciples with John in tow. The other branch sect leaders looked at Lillian's confident stride as she walked away, and some couldn't help but frown at the sight. "Why do I feel like we just got scammed?" the other woman in the group said, who appeared to be in her 30s and was quite attractive. She had long brown hair and her face was soft and warm, as if she was a bubbly ant. By all reason, Lillian should never have bet on John, as his cultivation was too low. They knew she was not a stupid person, yet her confidence was clear for all to see. With all this in mind, the woman figured something fishy was going on. "How could we have possibly been scammed?" Branch sect leader Whisperwind replied with confidence. "The boy she bet on has a cultivation at the Middle Meridian Forging Realm. While he does seem quite impressive, I highly doubt he can fight above his realm against another genius." Further discussion quickly broke out amongst the group regarding the bet, while Lillian walked back with John to their group. "You're going to give me some of the winnings, right?" John said to his master while glancing sideways at him. "Ho, you dare ask for such a thing," Lillian replied with an amused yet slightly cold voice, as if she was trying to scare John to reconsider. "I mean, I could always lose and come second place in these exams, and then later on become the top disciple. It makes no difference to me," John replied with a casual tone while shrugging his shoulders. Whether he became the top disciple right now in a few weeks made no difference to him. He knew these placements didn't really matter, as the true geniuses of the main Heavenly Lightning sect were the ones that were raised here since young. Those that came from branch locations did not concern him, as he knew they would be second-rate to anything this sect produced directly. As such, his placements in these exams didn't concern him too much. Lillian frowned as she heard this, but knew she had no grounds to argue, as she could tell John truly would throw the bet if she was stingy with him. An exasperated sigh escaped Lillian's lips as she held her hand to her forehead in a frustrated manner. "Fine," Lillian replied after a moment of silence. "I'll give you 5%. 50, John replied instantly, as if he didn't even consider her offer. 50, did I manage to take an idiot under my discipleship? Lillian replied while staring at John. There's no way that's happening. 10%. 40, John replied once more with a calm tone and a small smile on his face. He could tell his master was fond of money and ached to part from it. This was his small way of getting back at her for all those vicious beatings she had given him. 15%, Lillian replied. 30%, John replied quickly once again. Lillian frowned at John's response once more, but quickly calmed herself. 20%, and that's my lowest offer. I'd rather give up all the money than be haggled further with a brat like you, Lillian replied. Her tone made John realize she was serious, and he fell into contemplative silence for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. Agreed, John replied with a smile on his face. His response caused Lillian to sigh slightly, although she still felt like she had lost out to John despite her getting 80% of the winnings. Before Lillian could reply, a loud voice boomed out over the open field in which all the disciples stood. Welcome, everyone, to the Heavenly Lightning Sect. Everyone in the field turned their eyes to the sound of the voice, and quickly spotted a singular man walking towards the groups in the field from one of the valleys behind him. The man appeared to be in his 40s, and had a clean-shaven face with sharp facial angles. He walked with his 2 hands behind his back, while a smile permanently lingered on his face. His cultivation was shrouded to all the disciples, revealing that he was most likely in the Tao transformation realm or above. I am Elder Yellor, and I will be in charge of this year's branch disciple entrance exam. Elder Yellor's eyes swept over each group of youths as he inspected them closely, before he nodded his head in an approving manner. It seems like this year's batch of disciples is even more talented than last year's. I look forward to seeing how each of you performs in this year's entrance exam. Now, all the disciples who wish to participate, please follow me. Without any elaboration, Elder Yellor turned around and began walking back into the forested valley where he came from. The disciples from the other groups all quickly rushed behind him, each disciple eager to be the closest to the front as possible. Lillian stood before her group of disciples and glanced over them before giving a very brief statement of encouragement. Good luck. Without elaborating further, her figure flashed and disappeared from the sight of the youths, while John shook his head slightly at his master's antics. She always tries to act lofty and mysterious by disappearing like this all the time. Paying no more attention to his master, John began to walk in the direction of Elder Yellor and was quickly followed behind by all the other disciples. Even the other direct disciples like Mason and June followed behind John, as they had already acknowledged him as the de facto leader of their disciple class. Their group was the last to fall in line and was therefore at the back of the pack. Adam and Chase both quickly caught up to John and walked beside him as they eagerly began to discuss the entrance exam. What do you think the test is going to be? Adam asked with great curiosity. Hopefully it's a formation test. I'd easily come first place if that was the case. Or a pill Tao test, Chase chimed up with a small smile on his face. I highly doubt a sect specializing in combat will test either of those things, John replied dismissively. Besides, the scrolls we received detailed that although the tests vary from year to year, they focus on one main thing: combat strength. Chapter 439, Registration Chase, and Adam looked at each other for a moment after hearing John's words, before they looked back at John. Haha, surely they won't just test combat strength. Right, Adam asked while laughing, but his laughter was clearly nervous laughter. His combat strength was incredibly poor, and the only thing that bridged the gap for him were his formation discs that he could employ during combat. However, he had been studying and creating non-combat formation discs recently, and so his combat strength was most likely the lowest out of everyone here. Chase, on the other hand, already had a cultivation at the early Meridian forging realm, which was the highest other than John. Despite the fact that he was a pill Tao expert, his upbringing in the Bloodfiend sect had honed his combat prowess as well, making him one of the strongest youths in the group of disciples. No, it will just be combat strength, John replied with a surety. Our branch sect already tested us during last year's entrance exam for things such as talent, soul strength, and willpower. I'm sure the other branch sects did something similar, and so those with weak souls and willpowers have already been weeded out before they even got here. As such, the main sect probably will only test combat prowess, as that is the main thing the sect focuses on. Besides, like I already said, the documents my master gave us on the airship already detailed that each year tests some form of combat prowess, even if it's not direct one-on-one fights. Adam frowned upon hearing this, but his frown quickly disappeared as he patted John on the back in a brotherly manner. Well, it's a good thing we're a team then, huh? With our combined strength, there's no way we'll lose to any combat tests they have. John rolled his eyes at Adam's antics, as he was clearly using John as a shield, but didn't say anything. He already knew Adam's combat prowess was incredibly weak, and as such didn't expect much from him in a fight. It was Adam's formation talents that he respected, and knew would come in handy in the future. The group of disciples continued to walk behind the other branch sect groups deeper into the valley. The valley was nestled between two mountains, and had lush and thick forests on either side. A river flowed through the middle of the valley, which they walked next to. Eventually, they came to another clearing in the valley, in which dozens of tables were seen set up. Behind each table sat an elder, with various items scattered about the tables. Elder Yellor stopped when he reached the tabled area and turned around to address the crowd of branch disciples. Form even lines between each table. You will receive an identification badge, which you will use for both this test and when you are in the sect itself. Line up now. Upon hearing his instructions, all the disciples quickly formed into many even lines, and the lines quickly began to move as each disciple was set up with an identification badge. John fell into line somewhere in the middle, and after some time eventually made his way up to the front. His eyes fell upon the one behind the desk, who appeared to be a male youth a few years older than himself. The youth had a cultivation in the early heaven tribulation realm, which caused John to raise an eyebrow slightly. A youth who is only a few years older than me and is already in the heaven tribulation realm is being relegated to administrative duties. Is the talent level truly so high in this sect? If this youth, who appeared to be around 20, was in the branch sect on the Yuan Continent, they would be the most talented young elder in the sect by far. While he couldn't be 100% certain of his age, John was mostly certain that the man before him was still quite young, which gave a glimpse into the talent of the sect. Unlike the branch sect on the Yuan Continent, which only focused on one discipleship class each year, the main Heavenly Lightning sect had multiple classes, namely first years, second years, and third years. The boy before him was most likely a third-year disciple. I highly doubt they would have their most talented disciples do something like this, so this at least gives me a minimum floor of the talent level I'll encounter in the sect. Name, the youth behind the desk called out as John stood before him. John Fenix, John replied quickly. Branch sect. Ooh, the Yuan Continent branch, John replied quickly once again. The youth looked up at John and inspected him for a moment, before a slight look of surprise appeared on his face. Middle Meridian Forging. Seems like you'll at least bring some honor to our branch this year, the youth stated. John raised his eyebrows at the youth's words, as they implied he was from the same branch. You also came from the Yuan Continent branch, John asked. I did, the youth replied with a sigh. It seemed as though he was about to start telling a story, but he quickly remembered his duties for today and got back to them. A flat object about 3 inches across, a 6-sided hexagon with a lightning bolt carved into the center appeared in his hands. The boy's chi flared up for a moment as he engraved John's information in the object, before he handed the object to John. This is your identification badge. It will be used for both this test and for other purposes down the road, so be sure not to lose it. The boy seemed to emphasize the last part of his sentence, giving deeper meaning to his words. John thought on his words for a moment before he thanked the youth and stepped aside, allowing the other disciples to get their badges. The registration process continued for some time to register all the youths, which numbered around 4,000 in total. After an hour of registering, all the disciples had received their identification badges, at which point Elder Yellor stepped forward once again and addressed the crowd of youths. With everyone registered, I will now explain the rules for this year's exam. Chapter 440, Rules of the Exam. Elder Yellor's words caused all the youths to fall silent as they eagerly awaited the start of the test. They didn't want to miss a single detail, as that could spell their doom. This year's exam will take place right here, in these valleys and on the mountains behind us, Elder Yellor began to explain as he gestured to the land behind him. An expansive mountain range extended into the distance, with a mountain in the center of the mountain range standing high above any of the others in the area. Each mountain was covered in thick forests, making it look both beautiful as well as dangerous. The area of the test is surrounded by a perimeter formation, which will be readily apparent. If you step outside of this formation, you will be counted as having failed the test. Many disciples frowned upon hearing this, but remained silent as they continued to listen to the instructions. Such a rule was designed to allow those who wanted to forfeit or surrender to do so easily, without the threat of being chased outside of the formation by those stronger than them. However, Doing so would result in their failure, and so such a thing would only be done by the timid and weak. The test will last 1 week, and there are only 2 goals you must strive to accomplish for this test. The first is that you are not to lose your identification badge. If you do so, you will be counted as having failed the test. Upon hearing this goal, John could already surmise what the second goal was, as could the other disciples. However, they remained silent still to allow Edler Yellor to explain the rules clearly. The second goal is to claim as many identification badges from the other disciples in the test as possible. The more badges you collect by the end of the trial, the higher your placement will be. Although most were expecting this to be the second goal, mixed reactions washed through the crowd, as some were excited to hear such rules, while the weaker disciples were afraid. You are not to kill or permanently cripple anyone during this test, and doing so will count as failing the test. However, you may use any other means at your disposal to obtain the identification badges of others, Elder Yellor explained. His message was clear. Besides killing or crippling, any other means of obtaining another's identification badge would not be punished. This included things like torture, which caused John to widen his eyes ever so slightly. Seems as though they are doing the bare minimum to protect the disciples during this test, although I suppose that's not a bad thing. The cultivation world is a cruel place, and only those willing to do what is necessary will thrive. Take the Bloodfiend sect, for example. They did whatever they needed to do to win, and with that attitude they dominated the other honorable sects without much trouble. Maybe this sect's way of toughening up the disciples a bit. John really didn't care about this rule either way, as it wouldn't affect him at all. John glanced at Adam, who appeared to be quite calm and collected, surprising him slightly. He expected Adam to be nearly scared to death at this point, but he seemed to be the opposite at the moment. His surprise was interrupted by Elder Yellor, who spoke up once more. Lastly, you are not permitted to store your identification badges away in your spatial realms. They must be physically on you at all times. If you store your badge away, you will count as having failed the exam. John nodded his head in approval at this rule. He was already thinking of ways to extract the badges from the spatial rings of others, but this rule had solved that for him. All I need to do now is beat them into submission and forcefully take it from them. Should be simple enough. Are there any questions about the rules? Elder Yellor asked the crowd as he finished explaining the test to everyone. The rules were incredibly self-explanatory, and so no one had any questions. Good, then we will begin the test immediately, Elder Yellor said to the crowd. Before anyone could say or do anything, their identification badges suddenly lit up and wrapped each of them with spatial powers. Each disciple felt their body dragged a short distance through space before they found themselves standing in a different area. John felt himself wrapped up by this power and didn't resist it as he was transported a short distance as well. Almost immediately after, he found himself standing in a valley. Nearby, a tall waterfall crashed down into a stream below, at which point the calm and gentle stream meandered deeper into the valley below. Both sides of the valley were lined by thick, dense trees, while the calls of wildlife seemed to bellow out occasionally. John sent out his divine sense all around him, but was surprised to discover no one else in the area. He flared his power to take to the sky and get a vantage point of the area, but his eyes widened slightly as he felt himself pressed down to the earth. The formation covering this entire area restricts flight as well. How interesting. John sat down on a rock near the stream and thought over the rules of the exam and how he was to proceed over the next week. He was slightly disappointed to be separated from his fellow disciples, as he was their best insurance of passing the test, but after thinking it over, he figured such a thing was a good thing. If I was with my fellow disciples, I would just protect them instead of letting them fend for themselves. Only by getting by with their own power will they truly improve, so I suppose it's for the best that things ended up this way. John picked up a nearby pebble and threw it into the stream as he put such thoughts aside and focused on himself. Elder Yellor said the exam lasts a week, and the only real goal for me is to collect as many identification badges as possible. There are several ways I could go about doing so, but I think I'll take the easiest of the routes. A fishing rod, one that he had stored in his spatial ring, suddenly appeared in his hands as he sat down and cast the line into the stream before him. Chapter 440, 1. Start of the trial. Flashes of light filled the valleys and mountains in the testing area, as several thousand youths were teleported into the testing area. The testing area was large enough that each disciple was several miles away from each other, giving them a small window of time to prepare for the trials to come. Upon getting a grasp of their surroundings, the youths all had different reactions on how to proceed. Some immediately found a place to hide, hoping that they would be able to elude capture. Some set up traps and other means of aiding their chances, and some immediately sped off at random, seeking out others to obtain their badges. In one part of the testing area, a girl with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes spread her divine sense out in all directions before retracting it. Her gaze shifted in every direction, as her eyes seemed to change a shade, turning an even more piercing and mesmerizing color of blue. These eyes of hers swept across everything that was in her line of sight, before a frown appeared on her face. I don't see him at all. He must be on the other side of one of these mountains for him to evade my eyes. Oh well, I'm sure I'll run into him eventually. I might as well take the time to look for any good opportunities this area may hold. The girl's eyes swept in all directions once more before locking onto a seemingly barren part of one of the mountains in the distance. Her eyes lit up slightly as her eyes once again seemed to change a slight shade, becoming more profound by the second. Something this valuable is just lying around in this testing area. I guess I'm quite lucky today. Without another word, the girl sped off in the distance towards the place her gaze had rested on. Lightning cackled ceaselessly around a youth that sped through the testing area at incredible speeds. The powerful lightning continuously danced all over his skin, making him appear as if he was a lightning god. His late meridian forging cultivation flared out without a care for who felt it, as the youth acted as if he reigned supreme within the testing area. Boulders shattered and trees splintered as the youth smashed through any obstacle in his way, as if those obstacles didn't even exist. He pierced in a straight line towards whatever direction he wanted to go, as his body carved a visible trail of destruction and ruin through the valleys. The lightning cackling around his body charred any vegetation it came into contact with, making his trail of ruin one of fire and destruction. While speeding through the testing area at immense speed, the youth suddenly stopped in his tracks as his gaze snapped to another nearby youth he had run into. The other youth had been climbing the mountainside for a better vantage point, when all of a sudden the lightning-clad boy had smashed through the nearby forest, arriving directly before him. "Aaron!" the boy cried out as he looked at the lightning-clad youth. The lightning-covered youth was Aaron, who was one of the two late meridian forging youths. Aaron stared at the boy he had just run across and looked at him with a raised nose. "Brett, you're quite unlucky to have already run into me," Aaron replied. Brett looked at Aaron with a panicked expression. He was only in the early meridian forging realm and could not contest with the strongest disciple of his branch sect. "Can you let me off?" Brett asked Aaron with a pleading expression. "I'm sure you'll obtain hundreds of badges, and we come from the same branch sect. Surely you can let me go." Aaron stared at Brett in silence for a moment before a scowl appeared on his face. "What kind of meek dogshit attitude is this? I was just going to take your badge and leave due to us being from the same sect, but now I'm going to beat the shit out of you to teach you a little lesson before I take your badge." Brett's expression immediately turned into one of great panic as he turned to flee at his fastest speed. Bang! Aaron's fist slammed into Brett's back as he immediately arrived next to him. The sound of bones creaking and fracturing echoed out as Brett was launched into the far distance at incredible speeds. He slammed against the mountainside of another nearby mountain, the force of the collision causing a large crater to form on the mountainside. The loud noise caught the attention of all those in the valley below, who looked up to see a streak of lightning jump across from one of the mountainsides to the one where the crater had just formed. slamming into the crater with absolute power. Boom! Another thunderous boom echoed out across the valleys below, as all the youths in the valley could immediately tell who had caused that destruction. They all instantly fled the area at their fastest speeds, not wanting to be the next one to catch the wrath of the person on the mountainside above. Aaron stood up within the crater he had formed as he stared at the motionless body of Brett. A scowl lingered on his face as he reached down and took the identification badge off of Brett's unconscious body. Pathetic. With an attitude like that, you don't deserve to be part of the true heavenly lightning sect, Aaron spat out in disgust. After obtaining the badge, Aaron's vision swept out across the mountainside and the valley below. The valley below had a large river meandering through it, while lush forests lined both sides of the river and stretched halfway up the mountainsides. He could see dozens of other youths fleeing as fast as they could, and a smile quickly formed on his face as he watched them flee. Hunter and prey, is it? I don't mind playing that game. Bang! Lightning exploded all around his body once again as he jumped out from the crater with incredible speed. His body, which appeared like a blur of lightning, sped down to the valley below as he began his hunt. Chapter 442, Pills and Formations Boom. A muffled boom echoed out, its faded power barely scattering the water of the gentle stream. Splash. Startled by the boom, the fish in the stream scattered in all directions. John frowned as he watched the fish swim away from his fishing line, as he had just nearly caught one. His eyes shifted towards the center of the testing area, where the muffled boom had come from. Seems like the fighting has started. That attack sounded quite powerful as well. I wonder who was on the receiving end. John thought about it for a moment before his gaze shifted to the waters before him once more as he cast out his line once again. He sat back in a chair he had taken out of his spatial realm and relaxed as he started to fish the day away. The sound of parting brushes behind him sounded out before a commanding voice entered John's ears. You there! Give me your badge, or don't blame me for being heavy-handed. John turned to look over his shoulders and spotted a boy who was in the mid-meridian forging realm. He appeared to be one of the stronger youths in the test, and had managed to stumble across John's fishing oasis. A soft sigh escaped John's mouth as he put away his fishing rod and stood up from his chair. His body blurred forward, which was followed by some loud bangs and horrified screams, before he quickly sat back in his chair and took out his fishing rod once more. The bag attached to his hip, which contained his identification badge, now included one more. In a different area of the testing ground, Chase was walking through the thick forest, several pills in hand. The pills each emanated a unique fragrance and aura, and at a quick glance, one could tell the pills were not for consumption. Chase suddenly dodged to the side, as the ground was upheaved where he had just been standing. A boy appeared in the small crater that had just been formed, and quickly turned around to look at Chase, who had barely dodged his attack. His face scowled slightly, and he pointed to Chase in an overbearing manner. Give me your badge or face my wrath, the youth yelled out confidently. His cultivation was at the early meridian forging realm, the same as Chase's. However, he did not feel an overwhelming combat prowess coming from Chase. Chase remained silent for a moment before he replied to the boy. You know, you should really pay more attention to your surroundings. What? The boy replied with a confused expression before he looked down at his feet after feeling something below him. His eyes widened slightly as he noticed tree roots had already circled around his ankles and had started creeping up his legs. What the hell is this? The youth cried out as he tried to kick his legs out of the root shackles but was unable to. His power suddenly flared as he attacked the roots with great might, which broke under the power of the attack. However, new roots instantly took its place, wrapping up the youth once more. Some of the roots pricked into the flesh of the boy, breaking the skin and drawing a small amount of blood. Fuck off. The youth exploded with absolute power, as lightning danced off his body in every direction. The roots holding his legs shattered, and the youth looked at Chase with an angry expression. Chase looked back with a relaxed expression, before a small smile crept up on his face. "Too late," Chase said to the youth, who suddenly felt his head grow heavy. What the hell is hap?" Before the youth could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chase stared at the boy for a moment before walking forward and taking the identification badge off his body. His other hand, which had been holding the various pills, now contained one less pill. Chase quickly replaced the pill with an identical one as the one which was missing, before he continued walking deeper into the testing area. "Gah!" A panicked cry echoed out loudly from Adam as his body sped forward at incredible speeds. Behind him, a young girl, who had a cultivation at the early Meridian forging realm, was chasing Adam. Adam, who only had a cultivation at the half-step Meridian forging realm, was too far behind in power to contest against the girl that was chasing him. As such, he had elected to run at his fastest speeds away from the girl, who frowned as she unleashed attack after attack on Adam, but none seemed to do anything to him. Another lightning beam pierced forward towards Adam, which seemed to veer to the side at the very last moment, barely missing him. The girl frowned as she saw this, as she had not directed her attack to veer to the side like that. She had unleashed many other attacks towards Adam, which all seemed to veer to the side at the last moment and barely miss him. Adam sped behind a large boulder, disappearing from the girl's vision for a few seconds as she raced to catch up. The girl quickly rounded the large boulder and stopped in her tracks as her eyes searched in every direction. However, she was unable to any traces of Adam, who had seemed to disappear into thin air as soon as he went behind the boulder. Her divine sense flared out, but it too was unable to detect anything. The girl sneered as she realized she had lost her prey. She had no idea what was going on, as her power was far beyond Adam's cultivation level-wise. She should have been able to easily catch him and take his badge, but Adam was like a slippery fish, too devious to catch. Not only was his speed far greater than a half-step Meridian forging youth should have, but the strange ability to make her attacks miss also baffled her. Lastly, he had simply vanished, baffling her even more. Her foot stomped down on the earth below in an agitated manner, which shook the nearby area with its power, before she sped off in another direction. The area remained silent for some time, before a soft sigh sounded out from behind a nearby tree. Adam walked out from behind the tree, and his expression quickly turned from one of fear to one of confident pride. "Ha ha ha ha, I knew my formations would be far too profound for these simple youths to handle. The elder said I only need to ensure I keep my badge. With these powerful formations of mine, that will be an easy task to achieve. I truly am a genius, ha ha ha." Adam's laughter echoed loudly through the valley, as several others heard it and sped towards him. His laughter quickly ceased as he spotted a powerful youth speeding towards him, and he screeched out in panic and fear as he once again began to flee through the valley. Chapter 443, Good Fish. John sat next to the stream, his fishing rod still in hands. Behind him, a small hut had been built, which contained a makeshift bed, chairs, and a table, and a fire pit outside, in which a fire was currently roaring. A spit had been erected over the fire pit, in which several fish were currently roasting. There was even a hammock that had been made between two trees right next to the stream, which John had often found himself sleeping the day away in. It had already been several days since the test started, and John had decided to erect a makeshift house for himself, as he planned on staying here until the very last day of the test. A rich and fragrant aroma wafted over John's nose, who stood up in a relaxed manner and walked over to the fire pit. He leaned over and inspected the fish for a moment before a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Cooked to perfection. John took the fish off the fireplace and walked inside his hut to eat at the table. Each bite of the fish infused his body with a rich chi essence, as the fish were seemingly incredibly high-quality fish. I have no idea what kind of fish these are, but they are beyond any fish I've ever had before. Each bite seems to fill my body to the brim with chi, and I can even feel my essence chi foundation stabilize and also rise slightly. Is everything this amazing on the divine Martial Continent? If this type of fish were sold back on the Yuan Continent, it would fetch the highest of prices. However, here in the divine Martial Continent, the fish were just left to do as they pleased, and it seemed as though it was beneath the true heavenly lightning sect to farm them. This fact alone made John realize just how big of a difference there was between the divine Martial Continent and the Yuan Continent. And to think I came from a place that even the Yuan Continent considers backwater, John mused to himself as he took another bite and ruminated on his incredible journey to this point thus far. While eating and thinking about his journey, the distant sound of tree limbs breaking and fearful cries entered John's ears, who took one of the fish with him as he walked outside his hut to see what was going on. As he took another bite of the succulent fish, a cultivator suddenly crashed through the nearby tree line several dozen yards down the riverside in a panic. Their speed was quite incredible, and a lightning attack suddenly pierced towards them from behind, which veered to the side at the last possible moment. John raised his eyebrows slightly as he saw the one who had just appeared was Adam, who seemed to be running from someone. "Stop running and give me your damn badge," a flustered voice boomed out from behind. "Fuck you, just piss off already," Adam replied angrily as he turned to speed off once again, but suddenly spotted John standing several dozen yards away next to the river, eating fish. "John!" Adam cried out in elation, as if he had seen his savior and suddenly sped towards him. The youth chasing Adam crashed out from the tree line as well, as lightning cackled all around him. He had an early meridian forging cultivation and seemed to be quite powerful when compared to others in the same realm. The youth spotted Adam racing up the river bank and quickly moved to chase him. However, he stopped in his tracks as he saw Adam arrive next to John, who stood there casually taking bites of a roasted fish in his hand. "John, I finally found you," Adam cried out as he arrived before John, huffing and puffing. However, his happy expression quickly turned sour as he spotted what John was doing. "You built yourself a house, and you've been fishing while I've been running for my life. What the hell are you doing?" Adam cried out in protest. John stood there casually, eating his fish while inspecting Adam before him. A strange aura seemed to be emanating from Adam, which John couldn't exactly identify. However, it seemed to be some sort of formation power, the level of which impressed even John. John reached out his free hand and moved it towards Adam, and felt a strange resistance push back against his hand. It seems as if this strange repulsive power was what caused the boy's attack to miss. "Not bad. This formation of yours is quite impressive," John said to Adam with an approving look on his face. "Right." Adam's expression quickly turned from fatigue and discontent to one of pride upon hearing John praise his formation. He quickly raised the sleeve of his robe and revealed something that made John's skin crawl slightly. Embedded into the flesh of his arm was a small formation disc, which seemed to almost be a part of his body. John had never seen a formation embedded into the flesh of someone before, and the sight was quite disturbing. "It's this formation disc here," Adam replied with great excitement, more than happy to talk about his creation. "I used that formation disc you found in the ancient lake, which had a great attractive power towards chi, and was able to reverse its design to come up with something to repulse chi and chi attacks instead. Aren't I a genius?" Adam replied proudly, as if he had not just been running for his life from the youth still standing in the distance. "I won't lie, that's actually quite impressive," John replied before taking another bite of fish in his hand. "But why embed it into your flesh? Isn't that kind of going overboard?" "Not at all," Adam replied proudly. "This is actually an ancient secret of my family, which specializes in formation. We have learned how to embed formation discs into our body, which allows us to control them in the most optimal way. My ability to control this formation has increased by 50% when compared to just holding it." John raised one eyebrow as he heard Adam's explanation. He had never heard of such a thing before, but he knew he was not really knowledgeable when it came to formations. That's the first time Adam has mentioned his family, which appears to be a powerful clan. I wonder what power he comes from. John took another bite of fish, while Adam turned around to face the nearby youth, who was still standing there unsure of what to do. He wanted Adam's badge, but John's cultivation was higher than his own, and he knew he could not take Adam's badge if John decided to protect him. "What the fuck are you still waiting here for? Scram!" Adam yelled out at the youth with his nose raised, as if he was looking down on the youth. His meek attitude from before had vanished as soon as he found John, which caused John to shake his head slightly in a disapproving manner. "It seems as though I've coddled Adam too much during the trials we've had together. He's become too reliant on me. Without him fending for himself, he'll never truly grow." "It's fine," John suddenly said to the youth down the stream. "I won't protect him. If you can catch him and take his badge, you have my blessing." "What the fuck, John?" Adam suddenly turned to look at John with a look of betrayal on his face. However, he could tell that John was serious. John's smiling face stared back at Adam as he took another bite of fish. "Good luck. I'd suggest you start running," John replied with a mouth full of fish, as the youth down the river suddenly sped towards Adam. "Gah!" Adam cried out in panic as he suddenly sped off into the distance, while John stood there watching for a moment before taking another bite of fish. Good fish! Chapter 444, Entrance Exam heats up. The week-long entrance exam continued to quickly pass by, as day by day the trial was coming to an end. As the trial winded down, the frenzied nature of the branch disciples within grew. Those who had their badges stolen were doing everything in their power to get it back, even teaming out with other badgeless youths, as they targeted the ones who had stolen their badges. As long as they were able to retrieve their identification badges before the trial ended, they would still be able to pass the trial. Meanwhile, those who had amassed a large collection of badges didn't stop, but continued to do so with even more haste and passion. The branch disciple rankings were based on who could collect the most badges, and everyone at the top knew the rewards for placing first would be beyond compare. The Divine Martial Continent's Heavenly Lightning Sect was beyond anything they could compare their branch sect to, and their rewards would be the same. They were already at a disadvantage when compared to the true disciples who had grown up in this sect all their lives, and they knew they needed to grasp every opportunity available to them to make the gap. In an incredibly thick part of one of the trial area's forests, a lone youth could be seen resting amongst the branches up high. Roots, leaves, and vines wrapped all around the area he was in, shielding him from sight from any of the other disciples. Concealed within the cocoon of vegetation, Chase studied some documents related to the Pill Dao, completely ignoring the rest of the trial. He had collected enough badges to satisfy passing the trial comfortably, and as such had retired to a safe place. With his wood constitution, he was able to control any and all vegetation, and had used his control over it to make a shield for him from the rest of the disciples. Even if they managed to stumble upon him and find him within the cocoon of vines and roots, its defense was far more than it was worth to break apart, and everyone eventually left empty-handed. Boom! A loud boom washed over the area, disturbing him from his studies. How barbaric! Chase muttered under his breath and frowned as he looked towards the source of the sound, which was two disciples fighting in the distance, before his gaze once again fell onto the document before him. In a cave somewhere under the earth, Adam was lounging about in a makeshift abode he had created. Taking inspiration from what he had seen John do, Adam decided to do the same, and so had dug himself a deep hole in the ground far beneath the earth, and had covered it back up, making it look as if he had never dug a hole. His powerful formations reinforced the walls of the makeshift cave, while his shrouding formation that he had personally crafted himself hid him from any unwanted divine sense scans. "Ah, this truly is so much better," Adam sighed in a relaxing tone with a satisfied smile on his face, while he laid back on a soft bed he had brought out of his spatial realm. A formation disc appeared in his hand as he began to study it, while the muffled sound of battles taking palace topside filled the cave below. Bang! 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 Successive powerful attacks shattered the mountainside, as Aaron continued his rampage of destruction within the entrance exam. He had been hunting other disciples nonstop for 6 days, and even hunted those from within his own branch sect. None were spared from his wrath, as he took badge after badge. "Aaron, we're from the same branch sect. Can't you let me off just this once?" A panicked girl spoke out to Aaron as he cornered her against a cliffside. She was a disciple that belonged to the same branch sect as Aaron and was trying to use that to get out of this situation. She knew firsthand just how strong he was and knew no one else within the entrance exam trial could fight against him. Her only hope against him was for him to let her go, which she tried desperately to make happen. "Sorry, Kale. Our sect leader instructed me to win this trial no matter what, even if it means eliminating everyone else from the branch sect. You can only blame your dogshit luck for running into me," Aaron replied with a care as he suddenly shot forward. Kale tried to flee, but Aaron caught up immediately and slammed her into the cliffside before taking the badge from her waist. He shot in another direction immediately after, and all the battered Kale could do was watch as her hope of joining the main Heavenly Lightning sect faded away. Night descended upon the trial area as the battles continued to heat up, before the light of the 7th day washed over the land. John's eyes slowly opened as light fell upon his face, and he got out of his makeshift bed and stretched deeply while wiping the sleep from his eyes. He washed up in the nearby river before donning a fresh new robe for the day. His face, which had been one of pure bliss and relaxation over the last 6 days, suddenly hardened as his gaze shifted to the central land of the testing area, which was just over a small mountain range. A series of incredibly powerful explosions lit up on the other side of the mountains, rocking the land and sending light cascading in all directions. "I guess my little vacation has finally come to an end," John mused while stretching his arms and legs in all directions. "It seems the main battle is taking place over there. I've let my prey fatten up nicely over the last 6 days, so I think it's just about time that I go hunting." After stretching, John hopped on his toes back and forth several times, getting his hot blood flowing through his body once again, before he suddenly pressed off the earth. The power of his steps shattered the earth behind him as he sped towards the source of the explosions in the distance. Chapter 445, The Last Day of the Exam Bang. A powerful lightning beam struck the earth, shattering it completely and spreading a wave of destruction in all directions. Bang! 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 Several more lightning beams pierced out at incredible speeds as they shot towards a girl that darted back and forth, narrowly dodging each beam. However, the girl's movements seemed to be perfect, as if no movement was wasted at all in dodging the attacks. All those nearby who were watching the battle take place had no idea how the girl was so perfect with her movements, but each attack was dodged with absolute precision. Bang! 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 Lightning beams continued to crash down on the girl's location, who continued to flawlessly dodge each and every single one. The land behind her shattered from the continuous attacks, and the valley that the battle was taking place in changed from a lush oasis to a grave of fiery destruction. Even the river that had meandered through the valley had been vaporized, leaving only a parched riverbed as evidence of its existence. High above on the mountains surrounding the valley, hundreds of branch disciples watched the battle take place. More arrived by the second, and each seemed to have forgotten about the trial, as they all turned their attention to the battle below. "What's going on?" a newcomer asked as they arrived next to a group of disciples they recognized from their own sect. "That boy Aaron is fighting against Iris," one girl in the group replied to the newcomer. "Iris is fighting. How is she doing?" the youth asked as he sat down next to his group of friends and watched the battle below. "As you would expect," the girl replied. "That Aaron is freakishly strong, and his reputation as the strongest in this year's class is not unwarranted, but Iris is doing her usual thing of playing with her opponent." A wry smile appeared on the newcomer's face as he watched the girl below battle against Aaron. "Aaron is more likely to die from frustration of fighting against Iris than he is from her directly," he replied, and received several head nods of confirmation from the other youths in the group. This group was part of the same branch sect that the girl fighting Eren came from and knew the special abilities Iris had. Fighting against her was more of a headache than anything, as no attack ever seemed to be able to land on her. She darted back and forth in the battle, smiling the entire time as if she was having a fun time playing with a friend instead of a battle against an incredibly powerful opponent that could decide her future. In fact, small fits of laughter could be heard from her as she danced around the battlefield at incredible speeds, her actions further shocking the disciples unfamiliar with her. She can laugh like this when fighting Eren? Just who is this girl? A youth from another group asked his nearby friends, who were all from the same sect as Eren. No idea, but she's freakishly strong for being able to treat Eren like this. Although Eren hasn't gone all out, it's like she's just playing with him at the moment, another youth replied. I wonder how long until Eren snaps and unleashes his domain, one of the disciples in the group asked. We're out of the range of his domain if he were to use it, right? Another disciple asked with concern in their voice. Those in the group fell into a deep contemplation before they all stood up and retreated further up the mountain, making sure they wouldn't be caught up in the next attacks to come. Stop dodging and fight back. An angered shout boomed out from Eren as he unleashed another attack at the girl. As expected, the girl's body twisted at the perfect angle with the perfect timing, narrowly dodging the attack. Her light laughter rang out across the valley upon dodging the attack, further enraging Eren. Why would I? The girl replied with a mischievous tone. Watching you bursting at the seams from anger is far more fun than battling you directly, she continued as she dodged yet another attack. Besides, I'm not the main character of this battle. I'm waiting for someone else to arrive, she said to Eren. Her words confused both Eren and the rest of the youths in the area watching the battle, as no one else could think of anyone in the entrance exam who was strong enough to fight against the two of them. Even the strongest disciples of the three other branch sects knew they were weaker, as their cultivations were only at the middle meridian forging realm. As such, they regrettably stood aside, and even ran away when they fell into the sights of Eren or Iris. What the hell are you talking about? Eren replied angrily. Just give me your badges, or I'll make sure all you feel is pain and regret after today. Ha ha ha, make me? Iris' laughter echoed throughout the valley as she continued to dodge around with calm nonchalance, as if she were playing around instead of fighting. Eren's anger rose to an almost uncontrollable level, as he felt his urge to kill the girl before him rise. Iris's face lit up with a mocking smile as she pointed at Eren and laughed with her other hand covering her mouth. Hey, your face is so red you look like a steamed apple. You should really chill out. Her laughing voice sounded out, further angering Eren. That's it, die. Eren suddenly exploded out with uncontained rage as his power began to rise to incredible levels. Clearly, he was about to unleash an ultimate attack, and all the nearby disciples quickly began to flee further up the mountainsides above the valley below where the battle was taking place. Even Iris stopped dashing about for a moment to stare at Eren, surprised he was so easy to anger. Her gaze suddenly shifted to the side as if she had spotted something, and a small smile crept up onto her face. I finally get to see if my visions were correct, Iris mumbled to herself as she watched something fast approach the area. Eren noticed her gaze shift from him and thought she was mocking him even further by not paying attention to him. His anger rose once again, and he prepared to unleash his attack on her. Boom! A powerful force suddenly slammed into the valley near where Eren was standing, which shook the land and upheaved the nearby earth. All eyes fell on the area of shattered earth, as no one expected anyone else to interfere with this battle. Eren stopped his attack at the last moment, as he too turned to look at the area that had been upheaved. The dust slowly faded away as a lone youth walked out of the freshly formed crater and became visible for all to see. John's eyes swept over the area he had arrived in, which had been completely destroyed. He quickly spotted the two he had been looking for, which were the two late Meridian forging youths he had seen before the start of the trial. One was the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, who was staring at John with an odd expression, while the other was the boy named Aaron. A small smile crept up on his face as he spotted both, and the large bags of identification badges tied to their waists. "You both fattened up quite nicely for me," his words echoed out for all to hear. "Now if you'll both hand me those bags of identification badges, it'll save both of you the trouble of being beaten into a bloody mess." Chapter 446, Fighting Aaron. John's words, while not uttered with much strength behind them, seemed to reverberate throughout the valley and over the mountains, stunning everyone who heard those words. They could clearly tell that he was implying he let them gather the badges for them, and now he was going to take it from them. Everyone knew Aaron and Iris were the strongest two youths in this trial, and yet this mysterious newcomer with a cultivation, a minor realm below his opponents, showed up with such overbearing arrogance. Only the youths from the Yuan Continent branch sect knew this would happen, and were watching on with gazes of expectation and excitement. Due to their strength being weaker than most in this trial, they had been on the receiving end of quite a few beatings, and many of them had already lost their badges, mostly to Aaron. They were wondering when John would reveal himself, and once he finally did, were looking forward to a good show that allowed them to vent their frustrations. Meanwhile, the youths from the other branch sects all looked at John as if he were stupid, especially those from the same branch sect as Aaron. Who the hell is this kid? He's below Aaron's cultivation level, yet he says such arrogant words. Who the hell does he think he is? A girl who was a fan of Aaron's mocked. "I know, right? Either this kid is completely stupid or overestimates his abilities. Either way, we should get a good show soon," another replied. They knew Aaron would not take such words lightly from the newcomer, and would savagely beat him to set an example for all the other youths. Aaron wanted to be the undisputed #1 branch sect youth, and would allow no challengers or doubters. "What did you just say?" Aaron asked John, unsure he was hearing John correctly. "I said you have a choice. Give me your badges or I'll beat the shit out of you. Your pick," John replied succinctly, leaving no room for misinterpretation. To the side, Iris looked at John with a mixed expression of intrigue and amusement, as if she found John interesting, as well as funny. John noticed this odd expression from Iris, but chose to ignore it at the moment while he focused on Aaron. There was plenty of time to deal with her afterwards. Aaron's face, which had been red with rage, seemed to calm down upon hearing John's words. All those watching became slightly surprised at this reaction, as they had expected Aaron to explode with even more anger than before. "Ha ha ha, I guess I can only blame myself," Aaron said while laughing at himself. "I suppose I've been too light-handed this past week, and so even scrubs like you can think of themselves equal to me." His laughter was soft, yet everyone could tell it was fueled by a growing anger than he held internally. Aaron's eyes turned cold as he stared at John, before he slowly pointed a finger at him. "I know we're not supposed to kill or cripple in this trial, but no one said I can't beat you to the point that it'll take a year for you to recover," Aaron said to John calmly, as if he were talking down to a child. Bang! Lightning exploded out of Aaron's finger, piercing directly towards John in an instant. John raised his eyes slightly as he watched the lightning approach, as it was quite an impressive attack. "This attack is very similar to my lightning ruin, and is incredibly powerful. Aaron seems to have a common grade lightning attribute body, which is why he can command such control over his lightning attacks. No wonder he's one of the strongest disciples here." While musing about the attack approaching him, John took no effort at all to dodge. To everyone watching, it was as if John was either unable to react in time, or he was frozen scared by the attack. Only those from the Yuan Continent knew the power of this attack was beneath John to dodge. Boom! The lightning attack exploded directly onto John's chest, engulfing him in an incredibly powerful explosion. The land beneath his feet shattered and spread out in all directions, while the entire valley shook from its power. "Ah!" A startled cry sounded out from Iris, before her gaze pierced into the fiery explosion. Her eyes widened as she witnessed what was happening within and remained like that for a short while before returning to normal. I guess they were correct, Iris sighed as her eyes stayed glued to the center of the explosion. He didn't even dodge or block it. Is he stupid? Aaron cursed as he watched the attack land on John directly. He had at least expected John to block the attack with his weapon and become injured in the process. With him not blocking, Aaron was convinced John was dead, or at least gravely injured. The elders can't blame me for him not blocking the attack, Aaron said in a disgruntled voice, as if he figured a headache of explanation was coming on. He only has himself to blah. Aaron's words cut off as the explosion faded quickly, revealing John still standing there. He was completely unharmed, and his calm and relaxed eyes were staring straight back at Aaron. Aaron, as well as the other youths watching from the mountains above, all opened their eyes wide in shock. There wasn't even a single scratch on John's body, as if the attack had never even reached him. You really do have dogshit luck, John said to Aaron, stirring him from his shocked state. Not only did you try to fight me with such a low cultivation, but you also used lightning, which I'm essentially immune to. Truly unlucky, John continued while shaking his head sideways as if he were scolding a child. John slowly raised his finger and pointed it at Aaron, who was still staring with wide eyes at John. Lightning began to dance over his finger as he spoke out once more. Now it's my turn. Surely you'll take this attack head-on, just like I did, right? Chapter 447, Obtaining Identification Badges. John's words of mockery echoed throughout the area, getting mixed reactions from the crowd watching. Those from the Yuan Continent all laughed in unison at John's words, as they knew he was just playing with Aaron. Even the likes of Mason Light, who had always hated John, couldn't help but laugh at the situation. He had once been just like Aaron, fighting against John and not knowing just how tall of a mountain it was to climb. He now knew that in this world, there were freaks that could never be judged by reason or logic, and that it was best to not compare oneself to them. It had taken a lot of self-reflection and self-doubt to resolve this internal demon of his, but Mason finally realized the truth of the matter and decided to focus on becoming the best he could be, without comparing himself to others like John. Watching Aaron make the same mistake as he did in the past filled him with a wave of nostalgia, as he sighed in pity for Aaron's brutal beating to come. At least I never made the mistake of fighting directly against him, Mason mused softly while watching the fight. Although he had been antagonistic with John, he never challenged him or fought him directly, which he now considered a blessing. Aaron's surprised expression quickly turned cold again as he heard John's words. He felt his anger rising by the second, as nothing had gone his way today. He didn't know how John had blocked his attack, but figured he had employed the help of a powerful formation or something similar. Heth, you block a half-powered attack from me, and all of a sudden you feel like you're strong, Aaron replied with a mocking tone. Fine, show me the power of your attack. I won't dodge. Aaron opened his eyes wide, revealing his unguarded chest to John. He was 100% confident in his strength, as well as his common grade lightning attribute body. With John using a lightning-based attack, as well as his essence cultivation being a minor realm weaker, Aaron felt no fear in taking this attack head-on. John smirked slightly, as he could tell what Aaron was thinking. Should I add some tribulation lightning into this attack? John mused internally, before shaking his head against the idea. I better not. I don't want to accidentally kill him after all. Bang! Without wasting any more time, John unleashed his lightning ruin. An explosive lightning attack, far more powerful than the one Aaron had unleashed, pierced towards him. Aaron, as well as everyone watching, widened their eyes in absolute shock at the power of the attack. It was clear at a single glance that this simple attack from John was stronger than Aaron's previous attack. Aaron's widened eyes narrowed once more as he pushed his cultivation to the limit, reinforcing his body with chi and preparing himself for the attack. However, as he promised, he did not dodge or block the attack, his actions surprising John. I figured he would block or dodge the attack once he saw it, but he's staying true to his word. Not a bad attitude to have as a cultivation. Boom. John's lightning ruin exploded against Aaron's chest, which was followed by a grunt of pain as Aaron was knocked back several dozen yards. The explosive lightning chi quickly faded, revealing Aaron still standing on his own 2 feet. John raised one eyebrow in surprise, as Aaron had managed to block the attack. While there was clear damage visible on his chest and arms, he had still managed to stay standing while taking it head-on. He truly is quite talented. Although I only used a small portion of my full power there, that attack would be enough to threaten a normal half-step heaven tribulation expert. No wonder he's been able to rampage freely in this trial. Clap, clap, clap. A series of slow claps echoed out as John clapped for a short while, congratulating Aaron. For you to be able to not only keep your word of taking the attack head-on, but also successfully doing so, I'll allow you to keep your badge when I take the rest from you, John said to Aaron. Aaron's attitude, while arrogant, was something John could respect. He would at least allow him to enter the main heavenly lightning sect, instead of taking his badge from him. Ah! Aaron suddenly belted out an angry roar, clearly incensed by everything that had happened. His aura suddenly climbed up to a new height, and he clearly was no longer holding back. Boom! An incredibly powerful blast of lightning exploded out in all directions, forming a spherical sea of lightning around Aaron for hundreds of yards in each direction. Iris, who had been standing close by, darted away to avoid the blast, leaving only John contained within. John stood there as the sphere of lightning washed over him, its power truly shocking. The explosive sphere of lightning shattered the earth beneath their feet and carved a 100-yard-deep crater into the valley. The powerful sphere of lightning lasted for a short moment, before it faded away, returning the area to normal once more. Only the ruined valley and massive crater remained as evidence of its short existence. Due to his inability to fly, John now stood at the bottom of the crater. This is clearly some sort of short-duration domain attack. Its power was actually quite impressive. This would have severely harmed his opponent had it been anyone other than me. However, Aaron was truly unlucky to have John as his opponent, as John was essentially invulnerable to lightning damage from someone close to his realm. Time to end this. I don't know just how much longer the trial will last for, so no more playing around. Supreme battle art. Thunderflash steps. Aaron's gaze pierced into the crater below, trying to see if John was down there. However, his eyes suddenly widened as he turned around and punched out, as he did not have enough time to take out his weapon. Bang! John's leg collided with Aaron's fist, and the sound of shattering bone boomed out as Aaron's body was violently slammed into the earth below. Gah! A pained cry echoed out, and the force of Aaron's body slamming into the earth deepened the already large crater, as more earth was violently ejected outwards. Bang! 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 Giving Aaron no reprieve, John assaulted Aaron with a ceaseless barrage of punches, far greater in power than he could contest against. With John's body cultivation in the late Meridian forging realm, and powered by his supreme battle art and unlocked limiter of power, his power was enough to overwhelm a heaven tribulation expert, let alone a late Meridian forging youth. All the youths in the area watched with wide eyes as John pummeled Aaron into the earth, with the latter being unable to resist in the slightest. After a series of incredibly strong blows, silence once again returned to the valley as John bent over and plucked the bag of identification badges from Aaron's waist. He rifled through the bag for a moment before finding Aaron's badge, at which point he tossed it onto the barely conscious Aaron, staying true to his word that he would allow him to become a disciple of the sect. In the blink of an eye, John had obtained first place in the trial, shocking everyone watching, who still couldn't believe their eyes. Chapter 448. End of the entrance exam. After the brief yet explosive battle between John and Aaron, only silence remained as everyone fell into a stunned stupor. Aaron, the youth that had been rampaging with absolute power within this trial, had just been defeated in the blink of an eye by someone who had a lower cultivation than him. In fact, it didn't even look like John had really tried, as all he did was beat Aaron with his incredibly powerful body before Aaron could react. Aaron had not gone all out either, as he had been defeated before he could even pull out his weapon, but such a thing could only be blamed on Aaron himself. Any cultivator treating a fight with such a half-hearted attitude didn't deserve to win in the first place. "Wah, what the hell just happened?" a stunned youth asked his nearby friends. However, all he received in response was silence, as almost everyone else was too stunned to speak. The sounds of cheering suddenly filled the area, as those from the Yuan Continent branch finally got to vent their frustrations at Aaron's overbearingness throughout this trial. Watching him get beat savagely by John's arms and legs was beyond refreshing, and even Mason Light, who still had his badge on him, couldn't help but softly cheer. Their entire branch sect had been looked down upon this entire week, and so having a victory such as this, even if it wasn't their own personal victory, was more than rewarding. "You would have put up a better fight if you had taken me seriously," John said to Aaron, who laid on the ground below him, barely conscious. "Although the outcome wouldn't have changed, you only have yourself to blame for making yourself such an enticing target." John clipped the bag of identification badges to his waist, thoroughly securing it, before he prepared to hop out of the crater. However, a sound from beneath him caught his attention, and he turned to look at what was going on. "Ow, my head, what the fuck just happened?" While rubbing his head in a pained manner, Adam suddenly crawled out of the ground before John. John couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise at the sight of Adam crawling out of the ground, as such a thing was beyond unexpected. "Adam, what the hell are you doing down here?" John couldn't help but ask as he reached out to help Adam stand up. "John," Adam replied in a dazed manner as he accepted his help and stood up out of the rubble which had been on top of him. His gaze swept around in all directions, and his eyes slightly widened as he noticed the absolute carnage around him, before his gaze settled on the barely conscious Aaron below him. The destruction, the crater, the barely conscious Aaron. Everything came together and painted a picture for Adam, who suddenly reached out and punched John on the shoulder as hard as he could. "First you abandoned me earlier in the trial, and now you destroy my hiding spot. Are you trying to get me killed?" Adam cried out in unhappy protest, although he did so mostly in a joking manner. "I had no idea you were down here," John replied. "In fact, why the hell are you hiding like a rat down here? It might be a newsflash to you, but some of us don't have abnormally freakish strength and need to do other things to ensure our survival," Adam replied, his voice slightly disgruntled. "Maybe you would be stronger if you tried a bit harder, instead of running away at every slight inconvenience," John replied as he rolled his eyes at Adam's antics. Adam opened his mouth to argue once again, but quickly silenced himself as he tried to think of a good counter-argument. However, no matter how he thought about it, John was right. "Just go join the others up there," John said as he pointed to the top of a nearby mountain. Adam looked over to the mountain and spotted a large group gathered there, which consisted of youths from their branch sect. Chase, June, Mason, and other strong disciples were there. And Adam nodded his head in silent agreement. However, he glanced at Aaron below him for a moment as a frown appeared on his face, before he kicked him in the ribs once as hard as he could. "That's for chasing me earlier in the trial. I nearly died because of your attacks, you bastard." After venting his frustrations, Adam turned and climbed out of the crater, leaving only John down there with Aaron. John raised a single eyebrow as he watched Adam leave. He was chased by Aaron and actually managed to successfully evade him. It seems as though his running and hiding skills are without equal. John shook his head once again at Adam's antics, as he had clearly designed formations to help him run and hide instead of fight. If only he used that big brain of his to come up with attack formations, he could most likely be one of the strongest disciples here. John shook his head once more at his incredibly smart, yet incredibly dumb friend, before he too jumped out of the crater. Boom! John landed with a thud just outside the crater, and his vision quickly turned to the next person on his list. Just a few dozen yards away, Iris still stood there, looking at John intently. She carried none of the arrogance as Aaron did, but instead seemed to be looking at John with intense curiosity. John couldn't tell what she was thinking, which was a rather strange feeling to him. Most cultivators wore their emotions on their sleeves, and one could quickly identify what they wanted or thought. However, Iris seemed to be an enigma to John. Her eyes subtly changed color, becoming an even deeper and more piercing color of blue as she stared at John. John suddenly felt as if he was being seen through completely, leaving no secrets behind. "She's strong." Iris's vision shifted to John's abdomen, where his dantians existed, and lingered there for a short moment as a look of confusion appeared on her face. After the brief moment of confusion, her expression seemed to become one of determination and commitment as she slowly started walking towards John. "As I said to Aaron, I'll say the same thing to you. Give me your bag of badges or suffer the same fate as Aaron," John said to Iris, cutting straight to the most important topic at hand. Iris continued to calmly walk towards John, and John detected no hostility from her at all. "She's not actually going to just hand me her badges, right? Things are never that easy." John couldn't help but muse internally as he watched Iris walk up to him and stand just a few feet away. The two stared at each other for a short while, neither making a movement, before Iris suddenly reached out and grabbed her bag, and to the surprise of all, handed it to John. However, the words she uttered next were even more shocking than her actions. "Here you go," she said with a cheerful smile as she handed the bag to John. "The badges I have collected for you are all yours, Master." Chapter 449, Battling Iris Master. 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 The word almost seemed to echo throughout the entire valley, stunning absolutely everyone who heard it. It was the last thing anyone had expected to hear from her, especially John. John stood there in silence as he stared at Iris with a frown on his face. He couldn't tell if she was joking or not, and he had not yet let his guard down. He stood there for a short while before finally reaching out to the bag, which Iris held in front of him. Even if it was a trap of some kind, it was a trap he could afford to trigger. Just as John's hand was about to reach the bag, John saw her eyes change to a brighter, more piercing shade of blue, and she suddenly disappeared from his sight. John instantly turned around, his full-powered fist punching out at Iris's leg that was sweeping towards his head. Iris's eyes went wide at John's quick response to her actions and pulled her leg back at the last moment before dashing a short distance away. Her eyes went slightly wide as she let out a deep sigh of relief at having dodged that attack. She knew that if their limbs had collided, her leg would have shattered from the impact. Iris, with her incredible speed, was used to darting around the battlefield and using her limbs as quick but surgical weapons. However, she now knew that if she were to do such a thing against John, her outcome would be miserable. A pair of daggers suddenly appeared in her hands, each glowing with a strange sheen. Just from a glance, John could tell that the daggers were poison. However, his eyes stayed calm, as no matter how much Iris tried, her blades would not be able to pierce his tough defenses. While daggers were incredibly quick weapons, they were also light on their power. Such a weapon was the worst matchup against John, whose entire body was as if it were made from the hardest of materials. Thunderflash steps. Limiter of speed. With his supreme battle art still active, John instantly unleashed his top speed and appeared next to Iris in an instant. His fist pierced towards her chest, clearly intent on incapacitating her. Normally, this punch would be to her head with the intention to kill, but John was unable to take such extreme measures within this trial. Peng. John's fist collided with Iris's daggers, and a soft metallic sound rang out as his fist was redirected to the side, barely missing her body. He quickly stopped his momentum and turned around to face Iris once again, his eyebrows raised slightly in shock. Meanwhile, a soft giggle escaped Iris' lips, as if she found the whole thing amusing. Her power is far weaker than mine. By all accounts, she shouldn't even be able to redirect my attacks at all. Something strange is going on here. Bang! John pressed off the ground once again, appearing before Iris in a flash and sending out another punch. Iris once again used her daggers to redirect his attack to the side with incredible precision. Without missing a beat, John's legs swept out from the side towards her waist, his attack transitioning from one to the next with absolute fluidity. Iris jumped backwards, her back arching just above John's sweeping leg as she flipped backwards, narrowly dodging the attack once again. John frowned once again at what was going on, but was now more intrigued than ever at what was occurring. Although he was far from going all out, almost every cultivator in the late Meridian forging realm would be on the floor by now. Even Aaron was unable to react to John's attack, but Iris was continuously dodging his attacks. The disciples above watched in rapt attention as John and Iris dashed across the battlefield with incredible speed as their attacks were exchanged. Each exchange was John on the offensive, with Iris barely managing to dodge each attack in time. However, no matter what John did, his attacks were unable to land. John's fist once again pierced out towards Iris, who smiled as she saw an opening. Her dagger swayed to the side of his fist as it slashed against it, intending on inflicting him with her poison. Peng! The tip of her dagger collided against John's hand, as another metallic sound rang out. Iris' eyes went wide for a brief moment, before she collected herself and narrowly dodged John's follow-up punch. Her laughter continued to trail behind her blurring figure as she continued her battle with John, as if this was not a dangerous situation to her, but a fun game of tag being played. Boom. 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 The air exploded continuously from the force of John's body attacks as he continuously pressed the advantage against Iris. At this point, he no longer saw her as an enemy, but a fantastic training opportunity to improve his body-based combat prowess. The only other time I've been this stifled was when I was fighting my master. I need to figure out what is going on and how to break her defenses. I could just use my absolute power, namely my transformation art and heavenly lightning domain to overwhelm her, but where's the fun in that? The incredible exchange continued for some time, as John started to piece together a bit of what was happening. It's those eyes of hers. They are able to see through all my movements, allowing her to read what I am going to do beforehand and prepare a countermeasure with absolute quickness. John suddenly stopped, his actions surprising Iris as well as the others watching the fight. Is he giving up? One of the disciples above asked their group. Of course he is. He's going against our Iris, who had never allowed anyone in the same realm as her to land a blow on her, let alone someone in a lower realm. Although this boy is beyond strong and was able to beat Aaron, landing a blow on Iris is an entirely different thing. The nearby youths all nodded their heads in agreement, as they had absolute faith in the strongest disciple from their sect. Meanwhile, the youths from the Yuan Continent branch watched on calmly, as they knew the strength John had displayed was only a fraction of what he was capable of. Clearly, he had a reason for not going all out, as if he wanted to end this battle, he could do so in a second. John's mind focused on the teachings his master had given him, especially the ones regarding his body's micro-movements, which would give his attacks away. Iris stopped and watched as John's aura was withdrawn into himself, while his presence seemed to disappear. While he was still visible to everyone, it was as if he had become one with the world. Iris's eyes widened slightly as she watched this take place before her, before an excited smile broke out on her face. Come on, she said to John while laughing slightly. Show me what you got. Chapter 450, Confusing Intentions. John stared at Iris for a moment, before a small smile broke out on his face. He had uttered words like that many times to others, but had never been on the receiving end of such words. He shook his head at himself for being in such a situation, before his body shot forward with absolute speed, appearing before Iris in an instant. Boom! His fist collided with the earth as he punched down on the location Iris was previously standing, as his attack had narrowly missed her. Without hesitation, John followed up his attack with a kick, his actions completely fluid, as well as completely natural. Iris's daggers crossed in front of her chest as she raised them to block John's kick, which collided squarely on the daggers. Bang! A loud collision rang out and Iris's body shot back like a cannonball for some distance before she managed to recover her balance. Her gaze shifted down to the daggers in her hands, which were shaking from the force of the impact she had just blocked. "Monstrous," Iris muttered under her breath, as just a casual kick had been enough to fill her with a slight scent of death. If that attack had landed on her body and not her daggers, she knew she would have one foot in the grave. John had managed to shroud his movements from her sight. Although she could still see through them, they were much more difficult to see through, which revealed John had incredible control over his body and its movements. Such a thing was only able to be accomplished through a combination of incredible talent as well as incredibly harsh training. "It appears he was the one I saw in my visions, but I need to push him a bit farther to make sure." Just as John was about to speed towards Iris once more, he felt a strange power begin to emanate from her, which gave him a slight pause, not out of fear, but curiosity. It was unlike anything he had felt before, and was as if he was being stared at by the universe himself. After a thought, essence chi flooded into his eyes, elevating his vision to the maximum. He stared at Iris for a brief second, before his gaze shifted to above her head. His eyes widened slightly as he could barely make out the existence of an ethereal eye hovering above Iris. Iris noticed John's gaze and raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. Clearly, John was able to see this ability of hers, which was invisible to most at her realm of power. "You can see it?" Iris asked John as he stared at the ethereal eye hovering above her. John nodded his head slightly, before his gaze shifted back towards Iris. "Good, then I'll tell you one thing. With this innate astral eye of mine being used, my ability to see through all of your movements has amplified severalfold. If you keep coming at me with such a half-assed attitude, you won't even be able to land a single finger on me." Iris's playful manner had been replaced with complete seriousness, her mood shift slightly surprising John. "Come now, this is a perfect opportunity for me to train by body-based combat prowess. Why would I ruin such a thing by going all out?" John replied nonchalantly. Whether she had the astral eye or not, the only thing that changed was the difficulty of landing a blow on her. Her ability to inflict damage on John, poison or not, had not changed. Besides, even if she did inflict him with poison, John had a variety of poison-neutralizing pills on him, as well as Chase nearby, who was a pill-dow genius and could most likely figure something out. Iris frowned as she heard John's reply, as she could clearly tell he did not consider her a threat at all. His gaze shifted from John to the top of one of the nearby mountains and focused on a group of youths gathered together, watching the fight take place. Her gaze shifted back to John, who was now frowning, as she had gazed at a group consisting of disciples from the Yuan Continent branch. "If you won't take me seriously, then I'll make you take me seriously," Iris said to John. "I'm going to go with that group of your fellow disciples over there, and if I make it to them before you stop me, I'll start slaughtering them one by one until you stop me." John's gaze hardened upon hearing this, as any threat against his fellow disciples was something he would not stand for. However, he didn't believe her words, as doing such a thing would eliminate her from the entrance exam and probably bring other troubles with it as well. "I don't believe you," John replied, his voice slightly colder than normal. "If you did that, you would be kicked out of this exam and have no way to join this heavenly lightning sect." Iris fell into silent contemplation for a brief moment, before her hardened eyes locked onto John's. "There are worse fates in this world than merely being kicked out of this sect," Iris replied calmly, yet filled with resolve. "To avoid such a fate, I will do whatever is needed to be done to find the path of survival." Without another word, Iris turned and shot towards the group of disciples on the top of the mountain, leaving John standing there alone. John's gaze hardened as he could tell Iris was completely serious about what she had just said. "I can't tell why she's doing this, but I can tell she's 100% serious. I need to stop her." Without another thought, John activated his Thunderflash steps, unlocked his limiter of speed, and pushed his supreme battle art to the peak and shot towards Iris. Hundreds of lightning nodes appeared in the air around him as he activated his heavenly lightning domain, intent on stopping whatever Iris was planning to do. However, Iris's speed was absolutely incredible and was far beyond what someone in the late Meridian forging realm should be capable of. Although he was catching up to her, the short distance to the nearby group of disciples would mean she would arrive there first. I won't make it in time like this. Boom. An absolutely sinister aura suddenly spread across the entire area, drowning the valleys below and mountains above in a sea of bloodthirst and malice. Iris felt her body chill as she felt this aura wash over her, before a figure suddenly appeared before her, shocking her senseless with its speed. Before her, a pair of blood-red eyes stared at her with a gaze so cold it seemed to freeze her in place.